Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 281, the third term is looking good. Well, I certainly could not complain about how the first week of my third term went considering that Tiamat/Milotic's strength reached S on dial day, which officially finished the first round of her limit breaking. Not only that, but the 19 of 22 spars that I won against Urza and her fellow novice knights certainly did help my mood as well. I mean, it was only a slight improvement compared to the 17 wins I managed to achieve a month ago or the 18 wins I got the last 2 weeks, but it was a steady improvement that happened thanks to the successively better grasp on my ability to use my aura during combat. Honestly, weapon or fighting ability-wise Urza and some of her colleagues were as good or better than me, but my ability to use aura made up for that difference. If not for the fact that their knight training allowed them to improve their physique to superhuman levels to similar levels of aura users just without the accompanying superpower/aura, their superior combat ability would not have been enough, but it was possible, so they were a worthy challenge. I had not heard anything about sword force or another weapon-specific force like I had read about in many of the Asian novels I used to read, or knight and other such professions would have been multiple times more dangerous. That made me think about the possibility of creating weapons using high-class materials of certain elements/types and then seeing if I could create something along the lines of magic/type knight profession by having them stimulate the elements inside and outside the weapon. The only thing they would need besides the no doubt valuable weapons would be enough of an affinity with any type/element to stimulate the functions of the weapon. As for the weapons themselves, I could use or adapt the runes used in ballcrafting and other professions to create them. Still, doing that would require me to reach pretty high tiers in blacksmithing, ballcrafting, and alchemy, so creating a brand new profession, or rather upgrading an existing one, would have to wait for the future. I mean, I am 100% sure that I was not the only one who thought of that idea. I was not that arrogant, and since I had not heard about any elemental knight running around, it meant that achieving it was pretty hard. I mean, there were strong weapons used by strong knights or other professions, but nothing like I was envisioning. Regardless, this was something I would have to throw in my mental ideas for the future folder, which had grown rather big by the way, since I could not realize this idea for many years, just like many other ideas I had come up with to strengthen myself, my Pokemon, or humans in general. Well, random flights of fancy aside, the second week went by pretty quietly, at least it did until Dial Day when Ace decided to pay me a surprise visit. Knowing Ace as well as I did, I knew that something had to have happened that he wanted to share with me, or rather show off, face to face, instead of informing me over the phone. Well, I was flattered that he came to me first rather than announcing it in the chat group. Anyway, seeing how he was currently telling me that we should move to the terrace because he wanted to show me something with a rather smug smile, I could guess what had happened. All right. Look at your smug face, I told him with a chuckle, while we stepped onto the terrace. Everyone would be able to guess that one of your Pokemon broke through or evolved looking at that smug face of yours, I joked, and he just laughed. Pfft, a breakthrough or evolution are not bragworthy, he said smugly while taking out 2 Pokeballs. He called out the Pokemon inside and began to brag while doing so. I need at least 2 breakthroughs and evolutions if I want to be able to brag in front of you, he backhand complimented me while bragging, before he started to laugh happily, and seeing the 2 Pokemon in front of us cheekily waving at me, I could totally understand his happiness. Congratulations, I earnestly congratulated while patting him on the shoulder. When did that happen? I asked curiously. Yesterday, actually, Ace answered happily. They were fighting each other, and they got really into it. They suddenly stopped in the middle of their battle and told me they felt the opportunity to break through to the silver stage. I naturally gave them the go-ahead, since it had been quite some time since they had reached the high bronze stage. Anyway, after their breakthrough, I set up the materials Mom and Dad gave me for their evolution before I let them go through with that one as well. I thought about announcing it in the chat group, but I decided to surprise you first since it's usually you that does the surprising, he said mirthfully, which explained why he had yet to brag about it in the group chat. After that, he called out his Feraligatr and handed him his phone, before he had me stand to the left of his now Infernape as well as Floatzel while he stood on their right. Feraligatr took a few photos before he handed the phone back to Ace, who chose the best one to upload into our group chat with the caption "Just showed off my freshly evolved Infernape and Floatzel to Mikhail" with a smiley face at the end. That was a pretty long caption, I know, but it was Ace, so whatever. It did not take long for the congratulations messages to flood the chat, and Ace sent back his thank you messages. Still, despite knowing that none of them, or rather most of them, were not the impulsive sort, I sent a message reminding them what I had told them about the best evolution points. You know, just in case someone got overzealous. I had informed all of them about the optimal evolution points months ago, citing that I had learned about that after a lot of research, and most of them said that it was close to what many of the elders in their families spoke of in their experience, so they decided to trust me in this. Those without big families or clans behind them were even more thankful, and I gave the go-ahead for all of them to spread the exact points I told them to their family and clan members. That was a piece of information that was helpful to everyone, and I did not mind their families benefiting from that knowledge. I did not doubt that it would spread from there, but humanity becoming a bit stronger that way was not a bad thing in my opinion. Besides, it was a question of whether trainers were willing to delay the evolution of their Pokémon, because I was sure a few wouldn't even after learning about the optimal points. As for why I had not published it, well, conclusively proving that was too time-consuming and not something I was willing to do, which I would have to do if I wanted to publish the knowledge. When I went to Mr. Cameron to confide him about publishing it, he said that high-class trainers roughly knew about it, but that it was not confirmed yet because proving it was a gigantic project. When I asked him if I could publicize my guess online as just something I had inferred which was not proven, he told me to wait until after I won the global competition, since that would add a bit more credit to my name. The fact that he backhandedly told me that he believed that I would win the global competition was not something that I missed, and his confidence in me was welcome. Anyway, my parents kept Ace hostage until after dinner, not letting him leave before we had eaten, and he only offered token resistance after they stopped him when he said that he wanted to leave once he was done showing off. Mom obviously asked if he had places he needed to be before she began pressing him to stay for dinner, since she would not have forced him if he had previously planned appointments. After Ace's visit, calm returned to my routine for the next week, which only got interrupted at the end of the month by Abza/Milotic's agility reaching S. That was his fourth one, so he was lagging a bit behind Tiamat, who had finished her first round at the beginning of the month. That was entirely due to the difference her shiny gene caused. Abza's slightly higher potential could not bridge the gap caused by the 15% boost of Tiamat's shiny gene. Still, it was the only reason he was only lagging by a small bit instead of being completely left behind. Still, totally unrelated, but I was slightly disappointed that Mothra/Butterfree had not done the last step by the end of the month. I had hoped her strength would have reached D sometime this month, but unfortunately, that did not happen even after the last day of the 33rd month went by on Pocket Day. Well, it seemed that fate decided against making me wait for too long for good news, because I got some at the start of the second week of the new month. It just wasn't exactly the news I was waiting for. Still, Stan/Garridos' endurance reaching SS was great news nonetheless. This meant that only his energy capacity needed to follow before his second limit-breaking round was complete. Moreover, experience told me that an improvement on Stan's part meant that some similar progress from the other 5 members of the Slithering Six was not too far off. It would probably happen any time between 1 to 3 months. On Pocket Day, I managed to up my winning ratio to 20 out of 22 spars. The funny thing was that the ones I ended up losing against kept changing. It was not as if there was one that was beating me each time, but it was more like there was always 1 or 2 that were performing better that time than usual, and that bit made enough of a difference for them to win. Still, that was pretty normal since humans were not robots that had a set performance. For us, it was more like we had a performance range, and depending on multiple factors our performance would be somewhere within that range. Additionally, we were also capable of underperforming if we were really unfortunate, but the opposite was true as well, where we overperformed due to some fortunate reason. Anyway, now that I had justified to myself why I did not manage to get a full win streak, despite having won against each one of my sparring partners more than once, I could move on. Before the second week ended, I received some great news. What I waited for finally came to pass. On Gru Day, During our morning training session, Mothra's strength rose to D. That was enough for her to reach the high, gold stage, due to her energy capacity being at B, which increased her parameter average. I naturally directly shared the good news with everyone inside Utopia, and we began to congratulate her before I threw an internal celebration inside Utopia for her. Our celebration went on until noon. At that point, I left Utopia while the others kept going for a bit more. I gave the good news to my parents, and I briefly called Mothra out of Utopia so that they could congratulate her as well. They wanted to throw a celebration, but I told them that we had thrown one when she reached the gold stage, so there was no need to throw one now. They insisted for a bit, but I managed to persuade them that they should wait for her to break through to the dark gold stage. I mean, we already held a celebration that was still somewhat ongoing without me, so it was really not necessary. Once I had convinced my parents, I posted the news in the group chat, and everyone began sending congratulations messages. It took a while for some to send their messages, but that was normal since it was not like we were constantly looking at our phones. Ace jokingly complained about me one-upping him after his evolution stunt, and everyone sent laughing smileys. After that, Aaron sent a message that his polyrath had broken through to the gold stage 2 days ago along with a sunglass-wearing smiley. He added that he didn't announce it because he did not want to brag, and everyone sent out another round of congratulations. With that, Aaron only had one Pokemon that was at the silver stage, with the rest being at the gold stage. We chatted for a while, but at some point, everyone had to leave to do other stuff, so a string of goodbyes appeared on the chat. Before dinner that evening, my parents insisted that I call out Mothra as well. Mom had cooked a special dinner for her in celebration of her advancement. Mothra certainly enjoyed the attention and she liked the dinner as well, so I could say that the day ended on a high note for everyone. Chapter 282, Third Term Down. Weiss seemingly decided to take a page out of Ace's book and did a surprise visit on Dial Day a week after his visit. I suspected that she even came for the same purpose as well, and I turned out to be right. She pulled out 2 of her Pokeballs and told me that both her Vullaby as well as her Spheal had reached the high, bronze stage, while she called them out. Still, what appeared in front of us were a Mandibuzz and Celio instead of their previous forms, which, seeing Weiss's smile, seemed to have been on purpose. The reason for my surprise was that Spheal had long since reached the point to evolve to Celio, but Weiss had been postponing his evolution for a while now. My theory was that she did it because she liked squishing him in her arms, so I had not expected Spheal to have evolved after reaching the high, bronze stage. Obviously, I had thought the same would happen to Vullaby, so seeing a Mandibuzz was a surprise as well. Well, it seemed she had managed to overcome her want to squish them. Congratulations. Both are looking great, I praised her before I continued. This honestly took me by surprise. When did you decide to let Spheal evolve? Weiss looked happy at my response. Whether it was because I praised her, or because she managed to surprise me, I did not know, but it was probably a mix of both. I have been waiting for him to learn Blizzard and Sheer Cold. It's one of our family's traditions or policies for a Spheal to postpone its evolution until it has learned both moves. There is no real rule that enforced it, but it is encouraged, and I saw no reason not to do it. Well, it looked like I was wrong with my assumption. Or maybe that's what she wanted me to believe, when in truth Weiss just wanted to squish Spheal as long as reasonably possible. Oh, or maybe you just wanted to squish Spheal as long as reasonably possible. I decided to tease her with that, and I made her laugh, so I counted it as a win. Oh no, you saw right through me. Whatever am I going to do? Weiss joked after laughing for a bit. Act all you want, I know that's the real reason, I jokingly returned, before turning slightly more serious. So, are you planning to let Celio evolve once he breaks through to the silver stage, or is there something he has to do first before he can evolve? I asked her before I quickly decided to add something to avoid any misunderstandings. You don't have to say what exactly it is if it is another one of your family policies. She gave me a bright smile when I added the last bit. No, there's no such recommendations for Celio, so he could evolve once he breaks through to the silver stage. However, I don't know yet if that's what we'll do. I might have him wait until the mid-silver stage to train some more. Who knows? Weiss said with a shrug. Up to you, I returned with a shrug, since delaying the evolution had no real drawbacks. Thank me for that, since some Pokemon did not want to evolve. Yes, that bit was actually true here as well, and not something that just happened to Ash in the anime. However, my research showed me that the Pokemon with that attitude were a small minority. Yes, I knew what I was saying. I added the small before the minority to underline how small they were if compared to the rest of the Pokemon. Ash just managed to get a lot of them, so he was just lucky in that regard. I'm not sure how I would react if one of mine decided that it did not want to evolve for some reason, and I hope I won't have to deal with it. So, want to take a photo and post it in the group chat as Ace did? I asked Weiss after shooing away my stray thoughts. Sure, should be fun, Weiss returned, and before I could call out Tyson/Machoke, she called out her Jinx, whom she handed her phone so that Jinx could take our photos. I stood on the left beside Celio with my hand on his head, and Weiss stood on the right beside Mandibuzz. Jinx snapped a few pics before handing the phone back to Weiss, who chose the best one among them and uploaded it to our group chat. She used the same caption Ace used for his photo, just with her Pokemon species, to tease him a bit. The congratulations swiftly followed, as did Ace's reaction to her little joke. He simply wrote that her caption was great and that she proved her brilliance by coming up with that. I had to laugh when I read that, and even Weiss began grilling away at Ace's backhanded way of praising himself. The others quickly sent laughing emojis, and those that had yet to congratulate Weiss did so. Well, just like with Ace, my parents insisted that Weiss stay for dinner, and Mom dragged her away for some women's talk. After dinner, Weiss tried to help clear the table, but I waved her off. She had already helped Mom prepare dinner, so I told her I'd leave the cleanup to me. Still, before I did that, I accompanied Weiss to the door and gave her a goodbye hug. She called out her Jinx and teleported away, presumably to the teleportation hub, since I doubted she would spend a few hours traveling with her Jinx if she could pay for a quick teleportation at that place instead. The next day, Manami/Lapras gave me a pleasant surprise. Her energy capacity rose to SS, which was her third parameter to do so. With that, Manami was officially halfway through with her second round. She was still a bit behind Stan in that regard, but that was okay. The final week of the month came and went by just as quickly. If not for Nyx/Umbreon's agility increasing to S on the last day, it would have passed by quietly. This way I got to greet the final month of the third term, and the second to last month of the year 2180, on a happy note. The first week of the new month passed by as usual, with one exception. After the sparring session on Pocket Day, Mr. Burns informed me that he was planning a schedule change for the next term. Mr. Burns said that it was time for me to incorporate my psychic abilities into the spars, but that I couldn't do that against the Knight Academy students, since it would show my cards. Instead, the Academy was going to organize other qualified sparring partners for me. Ones that were guaranteed to keep quiet until I revealed my ability during the competition. The following week proved to be a happy one for me, simply because Horace/Sata's endurance reached SSS on Girata Day. That was his fourth one, so there were only 2 more to go for his long-awaited breakthrough to the gold stage. We were both happy with his advancement, and when I asked him if there was something he wanted, he told me he would be happy if I could give him a massage as well as a grooming session. I naturally agreed and made sure to do my best to help him relax. We were not the only ones that showed progress. Dad's Tangrowth reached the mid-gold stage on Dial Day, while on Gru Day Jessica posted in the chat group that her Wobbuffet had broken through to the silver stage. Unfortunately, she did not follow the example set by Ace and Weiss to visit me so that we could upload a picture in the chat group. That was quite a pity in my opinion, since I had missed her a bit and it would be been nice to see her. Sadly, she was still busy with her internship. Thankfully, she was going to be done with her internship around the same time I was graduating, so she would have more free time after that happened. Still, considering that I knew how stressful her current lifestyle was, I decided to call her and ask her if she was at her dormitory or if she was at the Poke Center. When she told me that she was at her dormitory, made my way to Viridian City to visit her. The purpose of my visit was simple. My great massage skills were not limited to Pokemon, so I was going to give Jessie a good rub down to help her relax. I was confident that my aura-infused massage would help her recover from all the stress she was under due to her busy schedule as an apprentice nurse Joy. Jessica was only semi-surprised when I showed up in front of her dorm room's door due to my call, but she was definitely happy that I went out of my way to visit her. Well, after our greeting hug, I told her why I was there, and after some minimal cajoling, I had her lie down on her bed so that I could make her feel as good as she had not felt in a long time. My aura-infused massage was heaven sent to her and solved all her neck, shoulder, and back pains. Her legs also recovered from all that standing and walking she had to do as part of her job. I did such a good job that she fell asleep, so after making sure nothing was wrong with her sleeping posture, I called out Jessie's Chansey so that she could lock the door behind me. Chansey was already at the mid-silver stage, and the friendship between the two was pretty tight, so she could have already evolved to Blissey. However, Jessica and Chansey agreed to wait with any decisions regarding the evolution until Jessie finished her internship. The next morning Jessie called me to express her heartfelt gratitude, and I chose to calmly accept it. I simply told her that she should occasionally ask me for a massage if she ever felt that she accumulated as much exhaustion as yesterday. I would come and give her a relaxing massage. There was no reason to hold back since we were good friends and I wanted to help her. Well, her call raised my mood, so it was a nice start for the third week, and such a start was welcome since the term exams were starting on Gerada Day. The exams were as always a breeze, and I had encountered zero surprises up until the last exam on Dial Day of the last week. That day something surprising did happen, but it had nothing to do with the exam. I naturally aced that one as well. No, it was the evolution of the first Metapod and Kakuna that happened within an hour of each other. The only male Metapod with light blue potential among Mothra's minions was the one to evolve, and Mothra gave him one of the evolution potions I brewed for her minions. I naturally did the same for Parvati/Beedrill and her minions. Parvati used one for the evolution of the female with light blue potential that evolved 30 minutes after Metapod did. The evolution potions were not the best I could make since I made a lot of them for the minions, but they were good enough, and it turned out that it was at least enough to increase the potential of both the new Butterfree and Beedrill to blue. Both were at the low, bronze stage, so they were now first-class minions. The goal I set for the Butterfree was to master the powder moves since I needed that as part of the plan, and for Beedrill I set it to mastering Stringshot first since I could use the silk. I mean, a single Beedrill was kinda useless for honey production, and it was not as if she could train producing honey. The end of the exam and their evolution signaled the start of the academic half-year break, so I now had a 3-month-long vacation, of which the end of the first month also represented the end of the year 2180. There were only 3 more terms after this break before I would graduate from the secondary Aaron Aura Academy and participate in my first global competition. Chapter 283, 4th term begins. The break ended up being pretty great in my opinion. Many interesting things happened in these 3 months. Well, the most obvious event was probably the end of the year 2180 and the start of 2181 at the end of the first month. Ace's parents told him to send an invite to our chat group for the New Year party, and roughly half our group members accepted the invitation. I asked my parents, and after they agreed I accepted as well, so I got to greet the new year with friends and family. Following that, I should mention the slew of improvements on my Pokemon's part. We took the first month slow to enjoy the break, but for the other 2 months, we trained like usual. There was quite a bit of progress, but let's focus on the most important ones. The members of the Sinister Six, except for Stan/Garridos, all raised their third parameter to SS. Manami/Lapras' strength rose to SS, which was her fourth one. Mars/Ursaring's agility increased to S, which completed his first round of limit breaking. Tiamat/Milotic's energy density reached SS, which was her first one. Abza/Milotic naturally could not be left out when Tiamat improved, and his endurance rose to S, leaving only his strength at A before he finished his first round of limit breaking. Similar to him, Nyx/Umbreon only had to increase her energy capacity to finish her first round after her strength increased to S. Ollie/Curlia was another one, his endurance and vitality increased to S, leaving only his strength at A. Hera/Pidgeot could count as an honorable mention since her strength and endurance rose to S. However, both her energy parameters were still at A. Another thing that happened was the evolution of all Metapod and Kakuna. Yep, I now had 26 more Butterfree, beside Mothra and Optimus, as well as 23 more Beedrill, beside Parvati and Prime, flying around Utopia. Mothra and Parvati made sure to give each one their share of the evolution potion, but only 3 on each side managed to improve their potential during their evolution. On the Butterfree side, a deep green male's potential rose to light blue, and the same happened to 2 females, so that was pretty lucky. The Beedrill were less fortunate since only one of them had their potential raised to light blue. It was a male with deep green potential. The other 2 were a male and female that had their potential raised from green to deep green. Still, at least they had the chance to raise their potential through my potions. The Magikarp were not that fortunate, since their evolutions were more random, at least in my opinion. 3 more Magikarp evolved to Gyarados during the break, and naturally, they evolved at the same time without any forewarning, so they did not receive a potion from me. Nonetheless, the 3 joined the others after they went through the little intimidation/submission event by the Sinister Six. Their addition brought up the number of Gyarados minions to 50. Something else I did during the break was to go out and hunt down some more Rattata, since I was going to need them for the future project that would give me the starter I was going to hand out at my future orphanages. I gathered around 170 more Rattata to round up the number inside the subspace to 420. 30 of those had hatched from eggs laid by the previous batch. Moreover, 17 more unhatched eggs would probably hatch within the next 2 or 3 months. 150 of the newcomers were female and only 20 were male, which brought the total of females up to 250 and the males to 170. I might have increased the female ratio a bit in hopes that it would help increase the population growth without me having to order them to do so. Currently, the worst potential among the Rattata was orange, and out of the 420 Rattata, 140 had a potential with a yellow shade, while 18 had light green, 7 had green, and 6 had deep green potential. Moreover, in addition to the 4 Rattata that I bought, a female newcomer, whose potential rose from deep green to blue thanks to the Utopia bonus, got added to the blue shade group. Since I wanted to use these Rattata for my future project and ultimately hand them, or rather their descendants, out as starters, I divided them into 2 groups according to their potential. The Rattata with a yellow shade and above made up one group, while those below that made up the other. Group 1 ended up with 186 Rattata, while Group 2 had 234 Rattata. I divided the Rattata territory into 2 and placed each group in one part. I did this to prevent members of Group 2 from dragging down the potential average of Group 1 to get better eggs in the future. I would obviously periodically check the egg of Group 2 to see if any got lucky potential-wise. After that split, I named Group 1 the Starter Project Group, and Group 2 became the one that had to fulfill the original purpose, which was being a material source. Still, I was going to leave them alone until their numbers increased by quite a bit, and until then I would mostly ignore them. Anyway, Group 1 became my focus, and I distributed 5 kinds of poke food to all Rattata mischiefs in this group. The regular kind of Rattata poke food, and 1 each with a harmless amount of fire, water, grass, and electric energy to see which Rattata could qualify for my future project. As I said, the amount of non-normal type energy was harmless to the Rattata, and only served to help me distinguish which ones had any kind of affinity, no matter how meager, to a certain type. Furthermore, I was hoping extended periods of consumption of the poke food would be a bit helpful in the future when they were participating in my project. Presently, I had uncovered 2 Rattata that liked the food with fire energy and 4 that did not mind eating the spike food when given the choice between the regular kind and the one with additional fire energy. There were 4 Rattata that liked the food with water energy, and 7 that did not mind it. 3 that liked the food with grass energy, and 6 that did not mind it. 4 that liked the food with electric energy, and 9 that did not mind it. While it was not much, it was more than I had expected since there were only so many Rattata in the group, so 39 out of 186 Rattata was not bad at all. I made sure that the Rattata with the same preference were in the same mischief to encourage the passing down of that trait. After I identified those that liked certain types, I adjusted their food by upping the amount of extra energy by a bit while making sure there was no adverse reaction. That was pretty much it as far as my break was concerned. Oh, wait, I forgot something since it was not about myself, but about my friends. Misty became the first one among my friends after Kinji to become an official Ace Class trainer. While Misty had been a C lady, which was equal to the ACE class, for nearly 4 years already, she had not really bothered getting the official ACE class upgrade from the Alliance, since she had been going around the other continents to catch some more water types for her team. Still, her Starmie, Blastoise, Gyarados, and Golduck were all at the Dark Gold stage and had been at that stage for the last 3 years, so she could have qualified for the ACE class if she had bothered fulfilling the other conditions. Nonetheless, Misty had finally finished the quota of Alliance missions one needed to complete for the upgrade. That had been the only condition that she had been missing, so once she did it, the Alliance officially promoted her trainer class to ACE. She invited all of us to a celebration lunch, and since it was a pretty important occasion, everyone made sure to attend. Anyway, now I should have mentioned anything important that happened during the break. Yesterday had been the first day of the 4th term and everyone had been excited to see each other after 3 months. Before I left, I actually got approached by another one of my classmates, Danielle. She asked if she could join Sorrel and Marlene in our training session on Girardidays, and I agreed since it hardly made a difference for me if I was coaching 2 people or 3. Our training session on Girardiday proved just that since there were 0 problems during the training. Pockeday proved to be interesting since my sparring session got adjusted just like Mr. Burns had said before the break. Mr. Burns seemed to have gone all out to fulfill his promise because he showed up with a recruit from the Aura Guardian Order. Moreover, it was not a fresh recruit, but an experienced one that had reached Tier 3 as an Aura user. To quote Mr. Burns, "No need to beat him, just go all out and try your best. The purpose of this is for you to find your current limits and improve. As long as either of you don't die, we'll be able to heal you back up just fine regardless of the price." Armani Raymond was a Tier 3 first-class Aura user with everything that entailed. This not only had his abilities from the previous tiers been boosted, but he also could create temporary Aura links/bonds, a minor healing factor, mostly useful to recover from fatigue, which unfortunately for me also meant that he could fight longer, and a minor computing boost, which showed that Aura abilities was not only about breaks but also brains. The most important part was his upgraded Aura manipulation. His greater Aura manipulation allowed him to construct an Aura armor along with a plethora of Aura weapons without too much effort. That made him a pretty hard opponent since Armani made his name proud by being actually able to properly wield the weapons he created. Well, I should stop coming up with justifications. I ended up losing all our spars despite going all out. I used my short-range teleportation, my Aura, and my weapons, but I still lost all 4 bouts. It was embarrassing to say, but I actually ended up losing the first one within 3 minutes because I underestimated him, or rather did that on top of overestimating myself due to being able to teleport. One could argue that rather than overestimating myself, I got cocky, but regardless of which one it was, I ended up knocked down. Armani observed my offense as well as the use of teleportation for the first 3 minutes while defending, and after predicting where I would appear next, he delivered a brutal head blow that had my head ringing. He used that moment to show that he could end me, and Mr. Burns declared him the winner. Once I got healed up a bit and my head cleared up, I felt a bit embarrassed because of the easy defeat I suffered. This was actually the first time I was facing a clearly superior foe and I went in headlong instead of being cautious. Mr. Burns and Armani did not criticize me, but I scolded myself mentally. The spars after that took 15 to 25 minutes because I made sure to not act recklessly, and while I still lost, I ended up lasting longer due to learning which maneuvers were too dangerous, and which one was good. That was a major plus in my mind, so I was happy with my progress. That second and third week were like that as well, with the difference being that I lasted a bit longer. Still, I managed to raise the average length of a spar to 25 minutes, as long as I did not make a major mistake, so that was not bad. During the weekend of the third week, on Kaide, something great happened. Horus/Sata's energy density rose to SSS, which only left his vitality before he was done with his limit breaking. Just one more parameter and Horus would be able to break through to the gold stage. If that was not great news, I did not know what was. Chapter 284, Deviant Hatched. On Gru Day of the 4th week, 3 days before the start of the 2nd month, the final Zubat egg showed signs of hatching, so I kept an eye on it for the whole day, so that I could enter Utopia at the right moment. Around 4 p.m. it happened, and thankfully I had been in my room, so I quickly entered Utopia and made my way to Mocha/Crobat's habitat, to enter the nesting ground. I made it just in time to watch the egg lit up, and a few moments later the egg was gone, and in its place, a Zubat lay on the ground. At first glance, it looked just like a regular Zubat, but upon looking a bit closer I noticed that it was slightly bulkier than the previous 2 Zubat had been. Well, seems like the optical difference between a regular Zubat and the deviant in front of me was minimal, at least for now. If that would remain when he evolved to Golbat, or if he would change after evolving, I did not know. Anyway, while I was observing him, Zubat got his bearing after hatching, and he seemed to have felt my presence, and he was facing in my direction. I saw him twitch, showing that he heard me approach, and once I was a distance from him I stopped so that Zubat could get a better feel of my presence. After giving him a few moments I moved my hand slowly toward him and observed him to see if he was going to flinch away or if he was going to accept my touch. I was thankful for my aura since I saw Zubat leaning in my direction, so I lifted him and pulled out the bottle of blood spike milk before moving the teat to Zubat's mouth so that he could start suckling. Unlike the previous Zubat, he was conscious while this happened, so he was imprinting on my presence and the aura I was radiating. He could hardly imprint on my looks since he was blind after all. He seemed pretty hungry since he signaled that he wanted more after finishing the first bottle. I believe that to be due to his bulkier build needing more sustenance. He drained the second bottle halfway through before he felt full. I put the bottle away while watching him move his wings, getting a feel for them. I knew he was going to try and succeed in flying next since that was an inborn instinct of all flying types, so I decided that I wanted to check his status before he began flitting around. I expressed to him that I was going to briefly place him inside another space, and explaining that to a newborn was not easy. That was why I preferred catching them while they were asleep. Still, I managed to calm down the slight concern Zubat felt, so I pulled out a bat ball and tapped him with it. It wiggled once, probably due to Zubat panicking at the sudden space change, but the ball stopped struggling/wiggling after that. I was sure that the perfect atmosphere inside the ball played a role. Still, after I blooded/registered the ball, I called Zubat back out. I caught him in my hand and told him he could start flying if he wanted to. When he began flapping his wings I checked his status, and proceeded to use one mind partition to check his status while using the other to watch Zubat fly around to make sure that he did not crash anywhere. Zubat had already gone through Utopia's optimization while I was approaching him at the start, so this was his actual status for now. Name, none. Species, Zubat. Gender, male. Age, 1 day. Type, poison, flying. Potential, deep green, 98.91%, dash blue, 58.91%. Genetic variation, deviant gene. Abilities, inner focus, huge power. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, flying. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, stageless, 0%. Immunity. None. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, bug, major, poison, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Electric, minor, ice, minor, psychic, minor, ground, minor/if hit, rock, minor. Standardized. None. Condition, healthy, curious, freshly satiated, slightly tired. Masteries. Poison energy manipulation, initial. Flying energy manipulation, initial. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Absorb, supersonic, gust. Beginner. Not applicable. Proficient. Not applicable. Advanced. Not applicable. Mastered. Not applicable. Oh, it seemed as if he had been missing just a smidgen to upgrade to light blue potential. Still, thanks to the optimization boost, his potential got boosted to blue, and it was at nearly 60% as well, which meant his potential would increase to light purple if he went through with the limit breaking before he broke through to the bronze stage. His deviant gene was still there, but no further modifiers were unlocked. Still, now that he had hatched, I could check what exactly his deviant gene entailed. First of all, I got confirmation that his second ability, Huge Power, was a result of his gene. Previously, I had been guessing that this was the case, but now I had proof. Huge Power doubled his basic strength value, raising his base strength from the original 45 to 90, which raised his racial value, BS, from 245 to 290. Additionally, his deviant gene shuffled his racial value distribution a bit, causing it to deviate from the norm. Zubat's defensive parameters received a boost in return for reducing his agility. Endurance and energy density became equal to Zubat's regular strength value, which was 45, and his agility got reduced from 55 to the same value as his vitality, which was 40. The overall 50% boost only applied after this, so his racial value turned from 290 to 435, and he had that as a Zubat. This was actually pretty close to the racial value of 455 a regular Golbat normally had. Honestly, I was a bit flashed when I realized that. This showed what a big difference some modifiers could make. Heck, Huge Power itself made a pretty big difference since it increased Zubat's racial value by 45. Doubling a racial parameter was honestly pretty overpowered if a Pokemon with a high value possessed it. The rest of his status screen was pretty standard. He had not unlocked a talent, nor an extra affinity. His stage was in the infant phase, or rather stageless phase, and his type relations were the same as that of a regular Zubat. His condition was a bit fuller than I was used to, but that still made sense. He had his fill milk-wise, so he was full, and he just hatched, so he was a bit tired, especially now that he was flying around. Once he stopped, he would be going to sleep, and being curious was a trait that all newborns seemed to share. His moves were pretty standard, but it was great that Zubat had 3 instead of the usual 2 or even 1 that some other species had after hatching. Well, he had no egg move, but that was not as important for me, so I did not see it as a loss. Anyway, I was definitely going to train this one seriously, and maybe he could partner up with Mocha in the future. We would have to see how they felt about it in a few years, or a decade. Still, with this, I now had to take care of 2 stageless Pokemon, but I was sure that Zubat would be maturing quicker than Aggie/Salandit due to his higher potential and species nature. The 2 might even finish the stageless phase around the same time, or close to each other. Once I was done checking Zubat's status, I observed his first flight for a while more. It took another 4 minutes for Zubat to return to my side due to becoming tired. I brought him out of the nest and to the home Utopia had created inside Mocha's habitat. Mocha joined us, but I told her that Zubat was going to sleep and that I would introduce him to everyone after dinner. Still, she accompanied us to Zubat's new home and introduced herself to Zubat, who tiredly acknowledged her. After I laid him on the bed I left. He did not hang upside down since he was too tired to find a nice place to do so. I chilled an hour before it was time for dinner, and distributed everyone's food before joining my parents for our own dinner. After dinner, I spent an hour with Mom and Dad, then I gave them an excuse and retreated to my room. I made my way inside Utopia and called everyone to Mocha's habitat, before heading inside Zubat's home to check up on him whether he was awake or not. I think I'm going to call him Bruce until he is able to choose a name for himself. Anyway, he began twitching after I entered his home/Batcave and woke up just as I arrived in front of him. He happily greeted me and flew up to me and settled on my open palm. I told him that I was going to introduce him to the rest of the family, and I warned him that there were going to be a lot of Pokemon, but I assured him that none of them would harm him. I made use of my aura to soothe him, and I kept it up while I presented him to the others. I only let up after he had gotten somewhat used to seeing them. We took our traditional group/family photo. One with everyone on the main team, and then a few with everyone living in the main space. This included Mothra/Butterfree and Parvati/Beedrill's minions, as well as all the Gyarados. Due to the number of Pokemon, we took one photo with everyone on it before taking photos in smaller groups as well. Once we had taken quite a few photos, I dismissed everyone, and they all went back to their habitats. I returned to Bruce's Batcave and gave him another bottle of spiked milk before leaving him to sleep once more. Following that day, caring for Bruce got added to my routine, and I made sure that Eggy and Bruce got along since I did not want any tension between the two. Thankfully, Eggy liked acting as Bruce's big brother, so they went along just fine. The month ended in a good tone, and the second month went by pretty calmly. Only two things stood out during the second month. The first was me losing against Armani in all our weekly spars on Pocket Day. He allowed me to bring the spar average up to 30 minutes before changing his approach. Once I consistently managed to last for 30 minutes, he went from defensive to a slightly more offensive approach, and my time got reduced from 30 minutes to 7 to 8 minutes instead. If I did not focus only on running away, I meant dodging. They first allowed me to be the aggressor before switching the situation up and making me focus on my defense. During our last session at the end of the second month, I managed to last for 10 minutes, which was my current record while being forced to act defensively. My record while dodging was 25 minutes, which was as long as it took me to run out of juice for teleportation. Anyway, aside from my spars, the other important event happened on Art Day of the 4th week. Stan/Gyarados' energy capacity reached SS, which was his final parameter to do so, and with that, he officially finished his second round of limit breaking. From this point on, Stan would work on completing the final round of his limit breaking. The 4th term still had 3 months. On top of that, there were the 5th and 6th terms, along with the breaks between them. I was unsure if he would be able to finish his limit breaking in that time or not, but I was hopeful that he could do it. If he succeeded, I would have 3 Pokemon at the gold stage in my lineup for the competition. If not, it would be 2, since I had zero doubts about Horus/Sata reaching the gold stage within the next few months. Chapter 285, What's the First Rule? The third month started out pretty calmly. I went to the academy, trained my Pokemon, coached my classmates on Gyarados, and got trashed by Armani on Pocket Day, though I could proudly say that I was lasting longer after each session. Still, that was my modus operandi, and only on Pocket Day of the 3rd week after my routine trashing did it get disturbed. Well, disturbed was the wrong word, since it was a pleasant surprise. Anyway, I was checking up on everyone after saying my goodbyes to Armani and Mr. Burns, when I saw that Osiris/Marowak had finally joined the Limit Breaking Club. It had been more than a year since he had reached the high silver stage, and in that time Osiris had managed to raise all his parameters to A or above except for his agility. At least that had been the case until today, seeing as how it finally rose to A as well. Name, Osiris. Species, Marowak. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, ground. Potential, purple, 64.83%, 69.69%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, rock head, lighting rod. Talents, conduct current. Affinities, ground. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, S. Endurance, S. Agility, B-A. Energy capacity, A. Energy density, A. Immune, electric. Resistance, poison, minor, rock, minor. Weaknesses, grass, minor, ice, minor. Standardized. Water, ice, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Ground energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Endeavor, rage, new. Beginner. Growl, tail whip, false swipe, leer, thrash, plus, dig, new, plus, thunderbolt, new, plus. Proficient. Mudslap, headbutt, retaliate, fling, endure, focus energy, brick break, protect, plus, Sword Dance, New, Flamethrower, plus. Advanced. Boomerang, Stomping Tantrum, Double Edge, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Iron Defense, plus, Iron Tail, plus. Mastered. Bone Club, plus, Bone Rush, plus. Combo/Custom. Thunder Strike, Proficient, Club Rush, New, Novice. As it was common among those with high potential, Osiris's potential only rose by a paltry 5% in the last 2+ years, which was actually not that bad at all, considering that his potential was already purple. Purple shades seemed to increase at snail rates, so his improvement was actually in turbo mode. Talking of improvements, despite only now joining the Limit Breaking Club in an official capacity, Osiris already had 2 parameters at S, thanks to his diligent training under gravity. Honestly, I long understood that some weaknesses were harder or easier to gain resistance to than others depending on the species, despite them being of the same grade. However, seeing how Osiris's ice resistance training was still ongoing, and knowing that he would probably have already been done if he focused on the grass type instead, I did feel a bit reluctant. Still, both Osiris and I were loath to switch the resistance focus after investing so much time, more than 2 years, into the ice one, so one could probably say that we were too stubborn for our own good. His ground energy manipulation was an advanced mastery, but for it to reach the master grade Osiris had to master another 3 ground-type moves in addition to the 2 he already had at the master grade. Well, even the advanced mastery made it easier for Osiris to learn new ground moves, and it improved the progress speed a bit as well. I was actually considering if I should have him focus on learning Earthquake for a bit. Until now, I had him focus on other moves, but it might be time. To be honest, I had chosen to postpone this until now because of its indiscriminate nature, at least until it has been sufficiently mastered. Still, now that Osiris had finished learning the new combo move Club Rush, he would have to learn Earthquake next since it was a powerful move and one that was pretty useful in 1 versus many fights. As for Club Rush, it used the 2 moves Osiris had mastered, Bone Club and Bone Rush as a basis. He was basically using them simultaneously, which gave Bone Rush the basic power of Bone Club, which was more than double the power of Bone Rush. He had become proficient with his previous custom move, Thunder Strike, and had managed to use that one as a basis to learn Thunderbolt. While that might not sound impressive to some, one had to take into account that Thunderbolt was a move that Marowak were normally incapable of learning. Osiris had his talent to thank for his success, and it, along with Thunder Strike, were good trump cards to have against Water-type Pokemon or any flying types that thought being in the air was enough to escape him. Among his other moves, Double Edge was probably the one that was unusual for my Pokemon, since I generally did not like self-harming moves, which was why we did not focus on them even if they knew one. However, Osiris had Rock Head as his first ability, so he could use those moves without worrying about any recoil damage. I was considering applying what he learned from working on Thunder Strike and Thunder Punch on Double Edge for a combo move resulting in something like a Grand Wild Charge. It wouldn't be a Volt Tackle even if it was just as powerful, simply because Volt Tackle, unlike Double Edge or Wild Charge, relied in part on high speed, which wasn't Osiris's forte. Besides, the move I was aiming at used Double Edge as a basis, which was not a fast move anyway. That was the same reason why Osiris would likely not end up learning Flare Blitz if he tried to incorporate a fire move into Double Edge. The new move would be just as powerful, but not as fast as Flare Blitz. Flame Charge was already occupied, besides it gave a speed bonus which the new move wouldn't, so something like Grand Flame Charge would be misleading. Still, it was all in the theory phase, so I had a lot of time to think of a name. Anyway, that was pretty much it as far as his status was concerned. As for his evolution to Skelebra, while I had found a way to guarantee his evolution until I managed to get myself a young Charmander, my current solution was pretty useless, so I was still looking for alternative solutions. Osiris was meditating for an hour each day to see if we could go the whole Zen way in solving the problem, but so far that did not work. Nonetheless, Osiris actually took a liking to the whole mediation thing, so that was not a problem at all. Anyway, Osiris's introduction to the Limit Breaking Club was pretty much the highlight of the 3rd month. The 4th month began, and on Kai Day at the end of the first week, Bruce/Zubat lost the artificial part in his bond section on his status screen. Roughly 2 months after he hatched, our bond became a genuine one. Honestly, the only reason it actually took this long was that Bruce had to mature a bit before his body was ready to support a genuine bond. It had been like that with Eggy as well, and Nyx and Co. before him. Honestly, if not for me shouldering part of the burden, we would not be able to establish a genuine bond, since they would have to reach 50 to 70% in their stageless phase first. The percentage changed according to the species. The first week ended with such happy news, but the second one was without any surprises. Still, on Gru Day, after returning from MT Moon, I made a decision that was going to change up my schedule a bit. I had been going to MT Moon for my regular training sessions, mostly so that Tyson/Mako could fight against other fighting types, since he needed a lot of them to fulfill his evolution condition. Still, while he had no doubt come a long way in this endeavor, I felt as if we had run out of easily accessible fighting types. I did not believe that Tyson had fought all fighting types in MT Moon, because that would be stupid. No, I thought that he had pretty much fought the ones we could find in the areas we had easy access to, and I was not planning to risk my life just to fulfill Tyson's evolution condition. At least not when there were much easier alternatives available, and that was absolutely the case. So, after I came back home on Gru Day, I decided to join the fight club in Saffron City. That way Tyson would get to fight a lot of fighting-type Pokemon, since the fight club, like the other clubs, allowed its members to only use Pokemon of its designated type, in this case, the fighting type. The reason I did not do this from the beginning was that I thought the number of fighting types we would find on MT Moon would be enough to satisfy the condition. Moreover, I did not want to bother rising through the ranks, since that would take a few days, and I would have to face weak opponents in the meantime, which did not help Tyson in his undertaking. Now, I would have to do it anyway. On Arc Day, after leaving the academy, I went to Saffron City and made my way to the fight club. I was not sure if there was a rule that prevented members from talking about the fight club or not, but I still went towards the reception. Jokes aside, I signed up using my real identity, since I saw no reason to use an alias for this one. The receptionist told me about the member ranks while completing the registration. Everyone started as white belts, which like always was equivalent to the rookie class. Those that managed 15 wins in a row or 100 wins in total were allowed to become yellow belts. With 20 wins in a row or 150 wins, one could become an orange belt. 25 wins in a row or 200 wins were one of the necessary conditions to advance to green belt. On top of that, one had to participate in an advancement battle against a green belt. Each challenger was given 3 chances to win against a green belt. If they failed all 3, they would need to fulfill the first condition once more. Green belt was pretty much the rank I was aiming for. They were the equivalent to expert class trainers with gold stage Pokemon. The Pokemon Tyson had to beat for his evolution had to be around his strength or above that, and high, silver stage as well as low, gold stage Pokemon were the ones that fit that bill. Anyway, the ranks after that were blue belt/ACE, purple belt/elites, brown belt/champion, red belt/master, and black belt/legend. After my registration was complete, I spent 3 hours participating in battles to raise my rank. Tyson obviously swept the competition, since most of our opponents only had Iron Stage Pokemon, with the occasional Bronze Stage one. However, despite his swift battle time, I only managed to become a yellow belt. Within the 3 hours I stayed, I only managed to gain 15 wins as a white belt, along with 5 victories as a yellow belt. The wait between fights was the main reason I did not participate in more fights. On Mew Day, I came back to the club and gathered the rest of the victories necessary to become an orange belt, even if I had to stay for an extra hour to do so. On Girata Day and Pocket Day, I did not have the time to visit the fight club, but I went there on Dial Day, but each fight took longer than before, since the orange belts had silver stage Pokemon, on top of being 3 versus 3. Also, I only used Tyson. The fights took a bit longer than they would have if I switched him out for a fresher Pokemon. Not that I had many options to choose from. Anubis/Riolu was currently the only other fighting type I had, since Ollie/Kirlia had yet to evolve to Galade. All this meant that I only managed to participate in 7 battles. I managed to win them all, but I had to go back home afterward. During the next week, I went to the club on Arc Day, Mu Day, and Dial Day. By the time I returned home on Dia Day, I managed to bring up my victory total to 23, so on Arc Day of the 4th week, I had the chance to fulfill the first condition to advance to a green belt, which would mean that I would get to participate in the advancement fights. Unfortunately, before I got the chance to fight in an advancement fight, I lost the 24th fight after Tyson lost against the opponent's 3rd Pokemon due to being exhausted after beating the previous 2 Pokemon. Anubis lost as well, so my victory streak ended at that point, which meant I had to start another attempt. I naturally did not let that loss discourage me and applied for the next one straight away after healing Tyson and Anubis. Still, by the end of the month, I had only brought my victory streak to 19, which meant I would have to leave the advancement to the next month. Chapter 286, Another One Joins the Golden Club. The 5th and final month of the 4th term began pretty great. By the end of Dial Day of the 1st week I had successfully brought my victory streak at the Fight Club up to 25. That meant that I could now challenge a green belt for the chance to advance to the rank of green belt myself, and before I went home I arranged the fight for Arc Day. I spent part of the weekend contemplating how I was going to win the challenge fights because if I had to be completely honest I was doubting my chances. Oh, Tyson could certainly fight against and even defeat some Pokemon at the low, gold stage, and even pose a decent challenge against mid, gold stage Pokemon, but unfortunately, that was almost certainly not enough to win the challenge against a green belt for multiple reasons. First of all, battles between green belts were 4 versus 4, which was the same for the challenge. Additionally, there was the chance that the green belt I had to face had one or more high, gold stage Pokemon. Besides, even if he did not have high, gold stage Pokemon, he could have multiple mid, gold stage ones, which was also not something Tyson could beat. This ultimately meant that unless I got super lucky and got assigned some freshly advanced green belt with only low, gold stage Pokemon, I would not be gaining a green belt for a long while. At least not until Tyson broke through to the gold stage, along with Ollie/Curly evolving and doing the same, as well as Anubis/Riolu joining them. With 3 gold stage Pokemon, I could guarantee my success, and at the end of the global competition, I could choose someone that could become the 4th member of the Fight Club team. Anyway, the weekend passed by pretty quickly, just as the academy lessons, and I was currently entering the Fight Club. The promotion fight was scheduled for 2 p.m., so I still had 30 minutes until then. I chose to use that time to just sit in the waiting area and watch some of the ongoing battles shown on the screens placed there. None of the fights were great, but some were interesting enough that I did not get bored while waiting for my match. Ultimately, the 30 minutes passed by and I heard the call for me coming from the speakers. Mikhail Geo, please head to battlefield number 1 for your promotion battle. I repeat, Mikhail Geo, please head to battlefield number 1 for your promotion battle. I naturally followed the instruction and went to the room that contained battlefield number 1. Unsurprisingly, it was room number 1, and it took me less than 3 minutes to arrive there by following the signs on the walls. Upon entering the room I saw a lady that was seemingly in her late 20s, which meant that she could be anywhere between 30 and a few hundred years old. It was always fun for me that the possible age of a person could be so wide, but this also meant that the saying "don't talk about the age of a lady" was more significant in this place. Anyway, after the whole introduction and rule exchange by the referee, we went to our positions. Once the signal was given, I let Tyson out, and surprisingly another Machoke appeared on the opposite side of the field. The referee gave the signal to start the fight, and once the 2 Machoke clashed it became apparent that the opposing Machoke was at the low, gold stage. I quickly noticed that the 2 seemed to be evenly matched, which was good for Tyson since this fight would count for his evolution battle count if he won. Within the first 3 minutes, it became clear that Tyson knew more moves, which helped him establish a slight advantage. Nonetheless, Machoke dealt out as good as he took. Honestly, it was the ultimate mixed martial arts fight with everything from punches, kicks, throws, submission holds, elbow blows, and even headbutts being part of the program. Not to forget that most attacks were moves, and Tyson occasionally added some electricity, ice, as well as fire into the mix. Still, thanks to a thunder punch that managed to paralyze the other Machoke, Tyson managed to gain the upper hand, and at the 9th or 10th minute he successfully knocked out the other Makok with a shocking hit to the head. "Good job, Tyson," I mentally praised him, since I thought that shouting that out loud would be a bit disrespectful. Tyson, who had gotten used to my mental presence, simply turned around and gave me a smile along with a thumbs up. There was no time for more, since our opponent had already recalled her knocked-out Makok and called out her next fighter, which was a Primeape. As soon as the referee gave the signal to resume the fight, the Primeape rushed at Tyson, and upon clashing we learned that it was at the mid-gold stage. Unfortunately, Tyson was already somewhat exhausted after beating Makok, so despite doing his best he lost after going all out for close to 4 minutes. I mutely recalled Tyson and whispered some praise before putting away his ball. Honestly, calling out Anubis made no sense, since it was simply asking for him to be abused to have him face a mid-gold stage Primeape, so announced that I was surrendering. April, that was the lady's name, seemed startled at my surrender, and even the referee asked if I was sure. Since I had no one that could resume the fight, I confirmed my decision, and the referee declared the end of the match. I thanked April for the fight and made my way out of the room. I headed directly to the sign-up desk and applied for my second challenge. After confirming that I wanted to use my second chance, I headed to the waiting room, where I called out Tyson to treat him so that he could battle at his best during the second fight. It took 36 minutes for them to organize my second promotion battle, and it took close to 4 minutes for me to end up with another loss. I simply had bad luck, since the guy I had to face started the battle with a freaking high gold stage Hitmontop, so Tyson holding out for nearly 3 minutes was already pretty good. The additional minute was due to the referee's speech. Unsurprisingly, I lost the third promotion match as well, but this time Tyson managed to take out 2 of the opponent's Pokemon, a Hariyama, and a throw before he got taken out within seconds by the third one, a Beware, due to his exhaustion. Honestly, being hugged into unconsciousness was a funny way to lose, but I would never say that to Tyson. Still, in the end, I lose all 3 promotion matches, and my challenge counter reset. Besides, I decided to simply see the promotion battles as chances for Tyson to face off against gold stage Pokemon, since the number of orange belts with a gold stage Pokemon was very low. Tyson would have to fulfill his evolution condition with the low gold stage Pokemon he could beat, along with the occasional high silver stage Pokemon that managed to make him give his best. Nonetheless, I was hopeful that he would be able to complete the battle count necessary for his evolution before my tertiary education began. However, even if that did happen, I did not know if he could fulfill the strength condition until then as well. Tyson would probably need to finish the second round of his limit breaking to satisfy the strength condition. If not, I hoped the completion of his limit breaking would be enough. I was hoping that he could evolve to Machamp before he broke through, since it would give him a higher starting point due to Machamp's higher racial value. Anyway, I got back into a routine after that day. The second week ended just like that, and the third week swiftly followed. The fourth week broke the grove I had gotten into, but I did not mind one bit, since it was awesome news that broke the calm. After coaching Sorrel and the others on Girardidae, I made my way to my last class. On the way, I checked up on everyone and I saw that it had finally happened. Horace/Sada's vitality increased to SSS, which meant that Horace had officially completed his limit breaking. He could finally break through to the gold stage. I was giddy the whole time during the lesson, and as soon as the lesson was over I quickly made my way out of the academy. I power-walked in the direction of our home, but stopped at one of the more secluded parts of the way. After checking that no one was around, I entered Utopia and headed directly for Horace. Horace was already waiting for me. I saw and felt the excitement Horace felt at the moment, and he had every right to feel that way. I directly hugged him and praised him for working as hard as he had until now. Horace returned the hug, and after we parted I called everyone over so that they could witness his breakthrough. Once everyone, non-team members included, had gathered, I gave Horace the go-ahead, and he initiated his breakthrough. At first, the intensity of the breakthrough light was as usual, but after the first 3 or 4 seconds, it increased in intensity, nearly reaching the level that was prevalent during an evolution. More energy from Utopia got funneled towards Horace, and the duration of his breakthrough began to exceed the usual breakthrough time. We were all excited since this only happened if a Pokemon was unlocking a modifier or undergoing a variation. It took close to a minute for the light to die down, which was longer than some evolutions took, and as soon as Horus was visible, our assumption got validated. He was looking quite different compared to how he had been looking before his breakthrough. Horus was checking his body, and I as well as everyone else was doing the same. He had definitely grown a bit. Not by much, just 10 or so centimeters, but that was not the most obvious change. No, that title went to his change in color. Horus was no longer green. The usual green parts of Azata had turned purplish instead. It was closer to medium purple, but not exactly that color tone. Nonetheless, that was the closest I could place the color. Another change that I immediately noticed was that he had gained another long crest feather. Unlike the two he previously had, which grew out from the back of his head, the new one began on the top of his head, pretty close to the forehead. Still, it was also a long one that went until roughly the middle of his back. Just like the previous two crest feathers, the third one was red as well, and his new crest feather was not the only change that stood out. Horus, worthy of his name, had a new addition to his face, specifically to his eyes. On, or rather under, his eyes lines greatly resembling the Egyptian eye of Horus were visible in black. It kinda looked as if someone had added the mark using black eyeliner or ink. When he moved his wings, I saw that the same had happened to the eyes of the cat-like head on his chest. As for the final change, I only noticed that one when I began to step closer to him to congratulate him. Apparently, his feet had changed as well. Previously he had 2 toes, one at the front and one at the back. Now, he had 3 toes, 2 at the front and 1 at the back. Anyway, disregarding his changes for a moment, I swept Horus in a hug, and congratulated him for his breakthrough, as well as his new look. The others gave us 20-ish seconds before they swarmed us to congratulate Horus as well, and while they were clamoring, I checked Horus's new status screen to see what exactly had caused his new look. Name, Horus. Species, Zatu. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, Psychic, Ghost. Potential, light purple, 3.76%, deep blue, 73.76%, purple, 33.76%. Genetic modifiers, Ghost type variant, Ancient gene. Abilities, Keen Eye, Synchronize, Magic Guard. Talents, Energy Sensitivity V.1+. Affinities, Psychic, Flying, Ghost, Weak, Standard. Bond, Mikhail, Strong. Quirk, Observant. Parameters. Stage, Gold Stage, Mid. Vitality, D. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy Capacity, C. Energy Density, D. Immunity. Normal, Fighting. Resistance. Poison, Minor, Psychic, Minor. Weaknesses. Ghost, Major, Dark, Major. Standardized. Electric, in progress / Condition, Healthy, Excited, Elated, Stunned. Masteries. Psionic E, Manipulation, Advanced. Flying / Air E, Manipulation, Proficient. Ghost / Spectral E, Manipulation, Novice - Proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, Initial. Not applicable. Novice. Destiny Bond, New. Beginner. Guard Swap, Power Swap, Swift, plus, Zen Headbutt, plus, Aerial Ace, plus, Heat Wave, plus, Giga Drain, plus, Thunder Wave, plus. Proficient. Reflect, Light Screen, Wish, Psycho Shift, Confuse Ray, Leer, Peck, Nightshade, Gust, Flash, Miracle Eye, Rest, Steel Wing, Tailwind, Air Cutter, Double Team, plus. Advanced. Shadow Ball, Air Slash, Protect, Calm Mind, Cosmic Power, Psychic, Roost, Future Sight, plus, Ominous Wind, plus. Mastered. Stored power, teleport. Chapter 287, 4th term down. Well, the reason for his change became apparent as soon as I looked at his new status screen. Name, Horus. Species, Zatu. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, psychic, ghost. Potential, light purple, 3.76%, deep blue, 73.76%, purple, 33.76%. Genetic modifiers, ghost type variant, ancient gene. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize, magic guard. Talents, energy sensitivity v.1+. Affinities, psychic, flying, ghost, weak, standard. Horus's typing had changed, with his flying type being replaced by the ghost type. Taking a look at his modifiers section verified as much, but apparently, Horus also unlocked his ancient gene during his breakthrough. That was a really welcome development, and the 25% overall bonus it gave Horus was definitely great news. Now, the question was whether his conversion to a ghost variant happened due to the ancient gene, or if it happened due to his previously weak ghost type affinity. If it was the first, then all ancient Zata had the psychic/ghost typing, but if it was the second, then either his breakthrough, the unlocking of his gene, or a combination of both had caused the transformation. I'm unsure if I had some knowledge pertaining to that in my super library, since I did not know if humanity at some points had studied the ghost variation of Zatu or one with an ancient gene. However, I had not come across any such knowledge while looking up information for Horus's training and care. Regardless, I could make some deductions of my own regarding the visual changes he had gone through. I was pretty confident that his color change was due to his new ghost typing, while the other changes were due to his ancient gene. Speaking of the ancient gene, looking at the potential section, one can see that Horus first lost 30% for the unlocking of the gene, which actually reduced his potential back to deep blue. Thankfully, the limit-breaking bonus was added directly afterward, propelling his potential straight to purple. Horus would have been quite sad if he had truly fallen back to deep blue for more than a moment. An obvious change was the increase of his previously weak ghost affinity to the standard grade. I mean, he had a ghost typing now, so it would have been questionable if that had not been the case. Something that was less obvious was his new ability. Early Bird got replaced by Magic Guard, which was a much better ability in my opinion, and I was attributing that change to his new ghost typing, not his new gene. At least that was what my gut feeling told me. Anyway, a regular Zata would start at the low, gold stage after its breakthrough, even if it did not get any deduction due to breaking through too early. Horus, on the other hand, would have directly started from the mid, gold stage even without the limit-breaking bonus, thanks to the 25% boost he received to his racial value, BS, from the ancient gene. Sure, it would have been at the lowest rung of the mid, gold stage, but it would still have been the mid, gold stage nonetheless. Parameters. Stage, gold stage, mid. Vitality, D. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, D. Yet, after adding the limit-breaking bonus, Horus's parameters were already at the limit of the mid, gold stage, with 2 of them being already at C, which meant that he needed only 2 more to advance to the high, gold stage. I honestly doubted he would manage to do so before the competition, but mid, gold was already more than enough to deal with anything there, especially since I still had Mothra/Butterfree. Well, this next bit threw off one of our ongoing projects, since neither of us two had expected him to undergo a type variation. In some ways, Horus's new type relations were an upgrade, but in others, they were worse as well. Immunity. Normal, fighting. Resistance. Poison, minor. Psychic, minor. Weaknesses. Ghost, major. Dark, major. Standardized. Electric, in progress / 2 immunities were definitely welcome, especially since he was still pseudo-immune to ground-type moves. Well, as long as he did not get hit, I mean Horus could still fly after all. In case he got hit, he received regular damage, but that had also been the case when he still had the flying type. His grass resistance got replaced by poison, but that was no big loss. It was his new weaknesses that were the sore point. While going from 4 weaknesses to 2 might sound great, going from 4 minor weaknesses to 2 major ones sounded less great. Doubly so, if you had been working on your resistance towards one of those weaknesses but then suddenly lost said weakness. I was not sure how much our previous resistance training would help Horace if we decided to keep at it in hopes of him gaining a minor resistance towards the electric type. We'd probably have to shelve it in favor of trying to reduce one of his major weaknesses to a minor one, which was going to take a long as time considering how long it took most of my Pokemon to standardize a minor weakness. Ghost would probably be the one we were going to choose since it was kinda embarrassing to have such a major weakness as a ghost type, and while we were on the topic of being a ghost type, thanks to Horace becoming one, his ghost energy manipulation jumped straight to proficient mastery. He already had the necessary factors for that, his previous weak affinity just had not been able to make full use of it. Masteries: Psionic E, Manipulation, Advanced. Flying/Air E, Manipulation, Proficient. Ghost/Spectral E, Manipulation, Novice, Proficient. Techniques: Unofficial, Initial. Not applicable. Novice. Destiny Bond, New. Beginner. Guard Swap, Power Swap, Swift, plus, Zen Headbutt, plus, Aerial Ace, plus, Heat Wave, plus, Giga Drain, plus, Thunder Wave, plus. Proficient. Reflect, Light Screen, Wish, Psycho Shift, Confuse Ray, Leer, Peck, Nightshade, Gust, Flash, Miracle Eye, Rest, Steel Wing, Tailwind, Air Cutter, Double Team, plus. Advanced. Shadow Ball, Air Slash, Protect, Calm Mind, Cosmic Power, Psychic, Roost, Future Sight, plus, Ominous Wind, plus. Mastered. Stored Power, Teleport. Plus, I noticed that his new type brought along a new move, and while Destiny Bond was not that great, it was not bad. Besides, it was free, so come on in. Aside from that one, I did not think I would have Horace learn any new moves. Well, maybe Phantom Force, if he can learn it, or Shadow Claw, but other than that, I'll have him focus on his current moves. Combining Air Slash and Ominous Wind sounded like a great idea, or raising his mastery over Heat Wave and Thunder Wave. Well, that was pretty much it on his status screen, so I turned to the others and told them that it was time for the photos. Horace had a new look, so we had to do our traditional photo shoot. On the first one, he was on his own, then we took one with me, followed by one with Mothra, and another one with the main team. After that, we took a photo with everyone, and once we were finally done with the photos, the celebration started. We moved to the central area, and I pulled out a lot of snacks as well as soft drinks/juices while thinking about another thing that happened after the breakthrough. Horace's breakthrough had been the final step, and Utopia finally underwent an update in its capabilities. First, its energy storage increased, which allowed for a higher productivity. Second, and more importantly, Utopia could now replicate and produce C-class materials. I had collected and stored quite a lot of different materials for this moment, so I could now start to amass more of them. Finally, Horace's habitat increased in size, but that kinda was the least important change. Yet, it was something that had to be mentioned. Anyway, I just enjoyed the festive air with everyone for roughly an hour, before I told them to continue without me since I had to go home. On the way there, I thought about the reaction everyone was going to have once they saw Horace's new look. I mean, I literally showed him off live on TV, and now he looked distinctly different. There was no hiding that, and I was not planning to do so either way. No way was I going to act all hush-hush now that Horace had changed types. If they asked, I'll just say that we had gotten lucky during his breakthrough and that it was really unexpected. It's not like they would truly expect me to know how it happened. I had to admit that I was curious what the reaction of my parents was going to be when I showed them Horace. Oh, the reaction of the chat group would be interesting as well, when I told them about it. Back to the present, Mom asked me how my day was after I greeted her upon entering our home, and I decided to be a bit mischievous. Yeah, it was great. We worked on our usual stuff, right until Horace broke through to the gold stage. I answered in a blasé voice as if I was talking about something mundane like the weather. Honey, congratulations! Mom exclaimed in excitement before she crushed me in a hug. She really liked to express her affection physically. What's this I'm hearing about the gold stage? Came from behind me, and tilting my head a bit I saw Dad entering from the terrace. It seems he had been in the garden when I came home, but he seems to have heard at least part of our short exchange, so he might have been about to come inside. Yeah, Horace broke through, and I came back home after everything settled down, I told him, and Dad came up to me. He patted my shoulder a bit, before patting Mom on the back, which made her reluctantly release me from her hug. All right, call out the man of the hour so that we can congratulate him, Dad said, and Mom echoed his request. I had to suppress the grin that threatened to appear on my face and pulled out Horace's ball. I acted as if I was calling Horace out while bringing him out of Utopia after giving him a heads up. The ball had a nifty little visual feature I added to all my balls that masked their exit from Utopia. Wah/oh were the surprise sounds Mom and Dad made when they saw the different-looking Zata that appeared instead of the regular green Zata they had been expecting. I naturally took a pic of their look with my trusty smartphone. They obviously recognized that it was Horace that stood before them, especially since he was cheekily waving at them, so they turned toward me in a show of surprising synchronicity before blurting out a question. How did that happen, / what happened? The two asked simultaneously, but my superior mental faculties and hearing allowed me to perfectly understand them. Don't know, I replied with a shrug. It happened while he was breaking through, so all I can say is that he got really lucky. Well, all that hard training might have helped as well, I added, and they accepted that since there was not much else that they could do. Honey, I think it's safe to say that your luck has surpassed that of your dad, and that is really impressive since luck is your dad's greatest trait, Mom jokingly said, and I had to laugh a bit at that. Hey, I've more good points than just my luck, but son, your mom's right, you're seriously lucky. First Mothra, and now Horace, that your Pokemon can transform even during breakthroughs is as lucky as it gets. A lot of people are going to get really jealous, and jealous people can say as well as do a lot of mean things because of their jealousy. Try to ignore them if you can, but don't hesitate to lay into them if they go too far, Dad mock complained at first before giving some sound advice. Yep, don't hesitate to take care of anyone that goes too far, Mom agreed with Dad before she patted her chest and added, Mom's got your back. I will, I assured them, and we moved on to other topics. I also placed Horace back inside Utopia so that he could return to the ongoing celebration. Roughly half an hour later, Mom and Dad got back to their chores, and I posted a photo of Horace's new look on the group chat with the caption Horace broke through to gold and struck gold. I know, not that great of a pun, but I thought it was a good one while I was writing it. Still, as I had thought, the group chat exploded with everyone expressing their surprise and congratulating me. Naturally, some were a bit jealous of my dog's hit luck as you called, but they dealt with it by teasing and annoying me a bit. I did not mind since it was a natural/human reaction, and it was all in good humor since their wills were firm enough not to lose control of their emotions. Anyway, I spent some time writing/talking with my friends, and the rest of the day went by as usual except for dinner. Mom prepared a celebration dinner for Horace, just like she had for Mothra, and it was a great meal. I knew that Horace felt happy at the gesture, so it was a complete success. The last few days of the month, as well as the term, I spent breezing through the term exams, and except for going to the fight club twice a week, so that Tyson/Machoke could work on his evolution condition, the break was spent mostly relaxing. Chapter 288, 5th Term First Half. The first 2 weeks of the new term were calm with nothing outstanding happening, but the third week was more than interesting because 3 events happened one after the other. On Mu Day, Abs's strength reached S, which led to him officially completing the first round of his limit breaking. It came as a bit of a surprise that he showed an increase before Tiamat because usually it was her showing an improvement with him following after her, but it was a welcome surprise for sure. To be honest, I kinda expected her to follow with an increase on her own that day, or on Girarda Day, but nothing like that happened. On Pocket Day, during my daily checkup routine, I noticed that Stan's strength had increased to SSS, which was his first parameter to reach that point. Tiamat showed no increase, and it seemed I would still have to wait for it to happen, so I left it be since it was going to happen sooner or later anyway. Dial Day passed quietly as well if we disregarded the 2 LS I had to take during my visit to the Fight Club. I was simply unlucky and came across 2 trainers that were smuffing. One had high, gold stage Pokemon, while the other one was even more exaggerated since he opened up with a dark gold stage Chestnut. I mean, if that's not smuffing, I don't know what is. Anyway, the 2 unlucky encounters aside, I managed to win 5 battles during that visit, which brought my current total of wins to 167. Each of the 167 was a 3 versus 3, which meant that Machoke had faced 501 fighting types in these battles, and around a sixth of them had been strong enough to fulfill the strength condition due to being challenging enough for Tyson/Machoke. That was a bit more than 80 of them, and if we counted the ones from battles I lost, including the promotion battles, Tyson had defeated around 100 worthy foes since we gained the orange belt. If we added the fighting types he faced in MT Moon before that, then the number rose to roughly 150, but it seemed like that was still not enough. I certainly hoped that the number was not a 4-digit one. Actually, I wanted it to be as far from the 4th digit as possible. Hopefully, 200 or 300 victories over worthy foes would be enough. Tatsumaki's primary requirement was much more straightforward, and she had mastered her 4th move just last week, yet she still needed to master 3 more moves to fulfill the condition, since Ally's Switch, which she had previously mastered, was not on the list of qualified moves. The other moves she had mastered were Teleport, Psychic, and lastly Kinesis. The one she was currently trying to master was Calm Mind, but it would take a while since the move was at proficient mastery when we decided to focus on it. Anyway, before I got off topic, I was saying how Dial Day had been relatively calm, and Kaede was like that as well. I simply enjoyed not having to sit and listen to lessons while spending time with my parents. Grude, on the other hand, brought a surprise, and it had nothing to do with my main team. No, this time the surprise came from Mommy Nidorina and Daddy Nidorino. Seb and Gaia's parents broke through to the silver stage. The two had declined the option to go through the limit-breaking training but still raised all their parameters to A to avoid a reduction of their starting parameters, which was one of the reasons why it took them this long to break through. Another reason was that they were simply laxer in their training. They trained less than my Pokemon and their training intensity was less as well, so it was normal that it took more time for them to reach the silver stage even if they did not bother with the limit-breaking regime. Anyway, I naturally congratulated them for their achievement, and their kids, as well as the others, did the same. I also asked them if they wanted to evolve now that they had reached the silver stage, but they declined, citing that they were not in a hurry. The two remembered that I told them that the high silver stage was the best juncture to evolve, so they were planning to wait until then. It wasn't like it was urgent or anything, and since it was actually beneficial for them, I supported their decision. Though I had to add that I would have given them some C-class moonstones for their evolution if they had told me that they wanted to evolve. I had more than enough of them now that Utopia could replicate C-class materials, so I did not mind sharing them. You know, I low-key asked the two if they were planning to create some siblings for Seb and Gaia, and from the looks they had, it seemed that they thought that I gave them a great idea. Both had green potential right now, so their child would not be too bad if they decided to do it. Seb and Gaia also seemed to be happy with the idea of getting a younger sibling, so that front was clear as well. Though, I do have to admit that the topic made me contemplate if I should start searching for a partner for both Seb and Gaia. I mean, they could hardly get together themselves since they were siblings, and I did not want a Lannister situation. Nonetheless, I decided to shelve the idea until I was done with the academic year. Then I would ask the two for their opinion, and if they gave their go-ahead, I would start visiting the Nido herds I encountered on MT Moon. After that bit, the days went by and the end of the month came. At the end of my sparring session on Pocket Day, Mr. Burns told me that my performance against Armani was more than satisfactory since I could now hold out for roughly 15 minutes before losing even if he was not holding back. For that reason, Mr. Burns decided that we, or rather I, would be switching sparring partners starting next month so that I could face someone with a different fighting style. That made sense, so I had no reason to complain. I thanked Armani for taking time out of his schedule to help me until now. I mean, I knew that it was his assignment, but he could have declined, and I was thankful for his help. The next month came, and before I knew it, it was pocket day once more. I went to the usual gym for my sparring session, curious about whom Mr. Burns had brought to be my new sparring partner, and the moment I entered the repurposed shed, I froze in amazement. My new sparring partner was someone I recognized from the other side, which was why I briefly froze when I saw her. She looked just like Yoruichi Shihoin from Bleach, with the same purple hair, light brown skin tone, and well-endowed body. She honestly nearly perfectly mirrored her namesake from Bleach, with the only difference being her height. This Yoruichi was 171 centimeters tall, which was 15 centimeters taller compared to her namesake's 156 centimeters. Mr. Burns introduced her as one of the most promising members of the intelligence division of the Order and confirmed that she would be my new sparring partner. Her name, coincidentally or not, was Yoruichi Shihoin as well, and just like Armani, she was also a Tier 3 first-class Aura user. Once Mr. Burns was done with his introduction, Yoruichi used my brief stop at the start to tease me, probably linking my reaction to her looks. Well, she was right, but not for the reasons she thought. Still, she teased me about being overwhelmed by her beauty and asked if I would be able to properly face her or if I would be too distracted. Mr. Burns threw in a "he better be," that sounded a tad like a warning. Still, Yoruichi obviously was the personification of humbleness, not. Regardless, I declared that I would be serious when facing her and that I would not hesitate simply because she was beautiful or due to being afraid of hitting her in inappropriate places. That was part of the spar, and unavoidable. Anyway, after that little bit of banter, we began sparring straight away, and I learned that Yoruichi specialized in fast-paced fights. Facing her was very different than facing Armani had been, and my body learned just how different the hard way. She overwhelmed me since I was not used to such a high pace, and her speed was extremely high. Yoruichi had obviously mastered the art of boosting her legs with aura for an increase in speed. I only held out for 5 minutes during the first round, and that was only because I was good at taking hits, which was something I learned facing Armani. Still, I was ever so slightly adapting to Yoruichi's approach, and my time increased with each spar. The number of times I was able to block, deflect or dodge one of her attacks was increasing bit by bit. I managed to last for nearly 8 minutes during our 8th and final round of that session. Something I learned during this session was that Yoruichi enjoyed teasing me and riling me up. During spars, she made use of the openings/cracks they caused, but outside of spars she simply enjoyed doing so. The days after that flowed by with me attending lessons, training my Pokemon, training myself, coaching Marlene and Co on Girata Day, sparring against Yoruichi on Pocket Day, and going to the Fight Club twice a week. The weekends were left empty for me to spend time with my parents, and occasionally with a friend or friends. Except for me raising my sparring time to 10 minutes, nothing major happened until Arc Day of the 3rd week. I had been expecting it since Stan's improvement, but the first of the other Sinister Six members had his 4th parameter raised to SS around noon. The next one followed the next day, and on Girata Day I saw something incredible. I just finished coaching my classmates and was doing my routine checkup, and while checking Gaia/Nidoqueen's status I saw that 3 of her parameters had increased to S within the last 20-ish hours. While I doubted that her vitality, strength, and endurance rose to S at the same moment, but for them to improve within hours of each other was already impressive enough. Seb also showed an increase on Dial Day, but it seemed much less exciting simply because Gaia's had been so exaggerated. Still, it was no less important in my eyes. His agility reached S, which was his second one. During the weekend the last 2 Sinister Six members also raised their 4th parameter to SS, which showed that they were all clinging to Stan's tail, unwilling to fall behind too much. I decided to reward their efforts with a massage and grooming session. It took me 3 days to finish them all since I did it after the academy let out, but the effort was definitely worth it seeing the happiness they radiated. 2 days after I completed my promise, Manami's endurance reached SS, leaving only a final parameter before her second round was complete. She expressed her desire for a grooming and massage session as well, and I agreed. Still, seeing how everyone else looked at her with longing after I was done, I decided to just do it for them as well, since it had been roughly 3 months since the last full grooming session. Due to the high number of Pokemon, it took me until the end of the month to finish everyone's massage and grooming session. At the end of Ollie/Curlia's session, his vitality reached S, which meant it had been about to happen anyway, and the massage had simply accelerated it by a bit. Anyway, with that, Ollie was only missing 2 more parameters at S before his first round of limit breaking was complete. It was always good to finish a month with some good news, so I welcomed the 3rd month of the term, and the 10th month of the year, with a smile. Chapter 289, 5th Term Down. On Pocket Day something happened that would normally be seen as something good but unfortunately did not fit in my plans. 3 of the Rattata inside Utopia's subspace evolved to Raticate. I said this was not good for me due to the project I was planning. Primary forms were more valuable, thus more receptive towards the treatment I was planning in hopes of inducing the variation. Furthermore, I was planning to use the evolution as the final push to raise the change of a successful type transformation, so if someone from the starter project group evolved it would be detrimental to my plans. Thankfully, the new Raticate were from the resource group, so I was lucky this time around. However, this counted as a warning for me, so I took out a recipe that contained a little amount of Everstone dust. The other ingredients ensured that the Everstone dust was harmless when consumed. As long as a Pokemon ate 100 grams of the pellets, it would be unable to evolve for a month. Still, the effect would vanish after 30 days, so it had to eat another 100 grams of the Forever Young pellets to maintain the effect. Well, it served as a reminder, so it could count as okay news, and just 2 days later on Kaide, I got some genuinely good news. Mars/Ursaring's strength rose to SS. This was his first parameter to reach SS, and with it, Mars officially began the 2nd round of his limit breaking. On the topic of Mars, I had not stopped working on a possible alternate evolution for him. One of the theories was to work on the total opposite of the evolution triggers for Ursaluna, which were some peat along with a full moon. The triggers I could think of this one were a solar flare, possibly a sun crystal, or similar materials. If that worked, the new evolution would probably either be a pure fire type or gain the fire type as its 2nd typing. Another theory of mine kept the peat as a trigger but took the full moon out of the equation. The solar flare, possibly a sun crystal, or similar materials were the additional triggers in this theory as well. Another theory kept both triggers but added other materials in hopes of influencing the evolution enough to adjust its body. Our main problem with Ursaluna was its bulkiness after all. Yes, it was superficial, but it was the truth. Anyway, that was not the only good news. On Girata Day the next week, Tiamat/Milotic followed his example. Her energy capacity rose to SS. She had been working a lot on Hydro Pump lately to master the move, and her energy capacity benefited from the grind. The next day, halfway through the sparring session with Yoruchi, I managed to hold out for 15 minutes. She smiled at me while she congratulated me on my achievement. I was pretty happy with my success. I became decisively less happy when Yoruchi's smile took a more sinister hue, and she said that she would now be reinforcing her fists as well during our spars. Well, shit was my main reaction when she said that. Her relatively low damage output had been one of the main reasons why I succeeded in raising my time despite her fast speed, so her reinforcing her fists was going to hurt both figuratively and literally. As expected, the following spar ended in 7 minutes. My time got roughly cut in half, which was not that bad, but I turned into a giant bruise by the time I could no longer hang on. Thankfully? Not sure if I should be thankful or not, I got healed up right away, just so that we could start another round. The way it looked, Yoruchi had the time of her life, I less so, but I did not utter a single complaint since this was for the greater good. Better get hurt now, than get hurt worse later on. For the rest of the week, I relaxed since I decided to take a small break after the beating I took. Still, on Art Day the following week I resumed my usual schedule. On Girata Day, Ollie/Curlia's endurance rose to S, which only left his strength before he completed his first round of limit breaking. The days flew by and we reached the last few days of the month. Just when I thought the new month was going to start this way, NG/Arcanine's energy density reached A on Pocket Day, which was the last day. Thanks to this increase he officially began his limit breaking, and his strength was already at S, so he was already a step ahead. With that, the fourth, as well as the final month of the fifth term, began, and it began great. Absa/Milotic's energy density rose to SS. This was his first parameter at SS, and it signified the first success of his second round of limit breaking. I was not going to count that half week as the official first week of the month, so it was on Mute of the real first week that the energy capacity of Nyx increased to S. That increase completed the first round of her limit breaking. She acted spoiled, and I indulged her a bit by giving her a private massage as well as a grooming session. The next day was as usual, and by now all 4 of my little students had a silver stage Pokemon, and I was confident that Sorrel, as well as Marlene, would have another silver stage Pokemon before the academic year was up. Pocket Day was my get your ass kicked day, and I managed to increase the time I got beaten up to a consistent 9 minutes. No, I was not a masochist, I was just dedicated to the grind. I got the distinct feeling that I had managed to impress Yoruchi with my dedication, which was a nice bonus. For the next 3 days, nothing out of the ordinary happened, but just a day before the second week began, Seb/Nidoking's energy capacity rose to S. He was now halfway through with the first round of his limit break and had caught up with his sister. The whole second week was as usual, and I had unfortunately failed to reach the 10-minute mark during the sparring session on Pocket Day. For some reason, Yoruchi seemed determined to prevent me from reaching that milestone. Well, it helped me get better, so I let her have her fun, and Mr. Burns seemed to find the whole thing too funny to intervene. The first 2 days of the third week were a repeat of the second, but the routine got broken on Girardi Day since the term exams began that day. Even if that had not happened, it would have eventually been broken by Shino/Ian Mega. Shino's agility increased to S on Dial Day, and this was actually his second parameter to reach this point. Nonetheless, Shino still had not officially started his limit breaking since his energy density had yet to reach A. Thankfully that happened just 2 days later on Gru Day, which officially started his limit breaking. He even had 2 parameters at S, so he had already covered a third of the way to finish the first round. The last week began the day after that happened, and I aced all exams with ease once more. It had become a tradition on my part to sweep my exams. I had to get some sort of enjoyment of the situation if I was forced to sit through them. I left the academy a happy man on Dial Day after smashing the final exam for this term. I now had a month-long break to look forward to, and as usual, I was going to rest and recover as much as possible during this time. Well, Parvati/Beedrill decided to commemorate the occasion. Her endurance rose to A, which also let her officially start her limit breaking, and just like Shino, 2 of her parameters were already at S. Name, Parvati, Queen Bee. Species, Beedrill. Gender, female. Age, 6+ years. Type, bug, poison. Potential, purple, 46.88%, 51.93%. Genetic variation, royal. Abilities, swarm, sniper. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, hardworking. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, S. Endurance, B-A. Agility, A. Energy capacity, A. Energy density, S. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses. Fire, minor, flying, minor, rock, minor. Standardized. Psychic, fire, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Bug E, manipulation, proficient. Poison E, manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Furious poison cutter. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Endeavor, Mega Drain, New, Plus, Brick Break, New, Plus. Proficient. Poison Fang, Harden, Bug Bite, Laser Focus, Assurance, Pin Missiles, Focus Energy, Plus, Toxic, New, Plus Plus, Toxic Spikes, Plus. Advanced. String Shot, Poison Sting, Toxic Thread, Electroweb, Fury Attack, Plus, Fury Cutter, Plus, Iron Defense, Plus, Agility, Plus, Fell Stinger, Plus. Mastered. Poison Jab, Plus, Venoshock, Plus. Combo Moves / Custom Moves. Furious Cutter, Proficient, New, Plus Plus, Iron Lance, Proficient, New, Plus Plus, Furious Poison Cutter, in progress. Parvati had made good progress on her quest to become Mothra / Butterfree's equal, no matter how hard it was or how impossible it seemed, and the results were proof of how much she managed to achieve. Let's ignore her potential for now since it was only halfway through to Deep Purple. Since her potential was already at Purple, the only major progress I could see was during breakthroughs through the limit breaking bonus. The rest of the section on that part had remained unchanged. Her parameters spoke for themselves, and I was confident that she would be done with the first round of their limit breaking before I began my tertiary education. Anyway, the next section was proof of Parvati's willingness to work hard. She was one of the few that had already managed to standardize a type, and she was currently working on her second one. Enji was using his fire moves on her to help train her resistance against the fire type, and being burned alive was not fun at all, but she had yet to complain even once. Anyway, the next one also showed her hard work. Her poison mastery rose to advanced after she mastered Poison Jab and Venoshock. To be honest, she mastered Poison Jab while working on combining it with Furious Cutter, her first combo move. She tried upgrading Furious Cutter once it reached proficient mastery, but adding a third move to an existing combo move was pretty hard, so after working on it she decided to work on other moves first, before returning to it once in a while. She learned 3 new moves, of which 2 were learned from Prime / Beedrill. Toxic was useful in case poisoning someone proved to be challenging, and once she had gotten proficient with it, she began working on Venoshock to make use of Toxic and Poison Jab. Once she had succeeded in that, we began working on another combo move, which was based on Iron Defense and Fell Stinger, so she first raised her mastery over those 2 moves to advanced. The goal was to focus the effect of Iron Defense on her lances / stingers, and the practice helped her increase the move's mastery to advanced. While working on those she also worked on agility, since a higher speed would help her deliver / hit with her new move. Anyway, once she had become really good with the 2 moves she began integrating them, which was why she skipped past Metal Claw and created a currently unique move we dubbed Iron Lance. Once she had learned and gained proficiency with Iron Lance, she began focusing back on Furious Poison Cutter. In all honesty, the reason Parvati focused so much on her combo moves was probably that Mothra could not copy them due to being incompatible with them. The difference in their physiology, namely the lack of limbs capable of utilizing the moves, made them useless for Mothra even if she managed to comprehend them by chance. As I said, Parvati was taking her rivalry seriously, and I had no reason to do something about it since it was a positive rivalry and not a toxic one. The two did get along pretty well after all. The rest of the break was calm, with the standard vacation program happening. Only 4 days before the start of the next term did something noteworthy happen. Stan/Garridos' energy density reached SSS, and that was his second parameter to do so. Chapter 290, The End in Sight. The final term began and that thought made me a bit sentimental. I could hardly believe that it had been nearly 3 years since I applied to the Errant Aura Academy, and so much had happened since then. I had gained a lot in my time here, and I could definitely count it as a successful chapter in my life. Anyway, there were only 2 months and a week until the final exams, and 2 months as well as 2.5 weeks until the qualifiers for the global competition, so if we wrote off the final month for exams and competitions, then there were only 2 months of lessons left. Besides, the lessons of the final term for us graduating students were mostly spent going over the subject of all years. This meant I had nothing to do since I made sure that I was up to date in all my regular subjects, and because I did not have to go through any exams for aura-centric classes, I was going to have a really relaxed exam phase. Sorrel was probably the only one that had it nearly as easy as me since they had written his aura-centric exams last year, but he still had to focus on his regular exams due to having inferior mental capabilities compared to me. I was not dissing him, it was just like that thanks to the boosts I got as a psychic. Well, I was getting ahead of myself, the exams were still 2 months away, so I had to do my best until then. Arc Day went as usual for me, as did Mu Day, but on Jurata Day that changed. During our free period Sorrel, Marlene, and the other two came up to me and told me that they could no longer come for my coaching lessons since they were too busy preparing for the exams. They thanked me profusely for all my help and promised to invite me to a meal once the exams were over. I told them that I didn't mind, since I could understand their reasoning. Besides, it was not like I lost something, since I had actually been spending some of my time helping them train, so I could simply use that time to do something else. The next day, another change happened. I was pretty happy at the end of our sparring session since I had managed to break past the 10-minute mark, but that happiness got a bit muted when Yoruchi and Mr. Burns told me that it had been the final one against her now that I could last for 10 minutes in a fight against her. Mr. Burns told me that I would be facing a different person with a different specialty starting next week. I had to accept that, even if I had wanted to increase my time against her. Yep, that was totally the only reason I was disappointed. Still, I thanked Yoruchi for all her help, but she waved it off and said that it had been her pleasure. While I was mulling whether or not to ask her for her number, she sauntered over to me, threw her arm over my shoulder, pulled out her phone, and placed it in my hand, telling me to save my number so that she could call me up for some sparring sessions once I was stronger since she found me interesting. I naturally did as she asked, and she snatched her phone back as soon as I entered my number. Then she deliberately held the phone so that I could see the display before she saved my number under Cutie Mika. After she did that, she released a melodious laugh before she swaggered away after having teased me for a final time. As a wise man once said, troublesome woman. Lose sigh. She sent me a message an hour later that contained a photo of her showing the V sign along with a message to save her number along with the suggestion to save her number under beautiful, magnificent, gorgeous Yoruchi. I had to laugh at that one and saved her under Kuro Nico. Still, after that, the regularity of dial day was practically welcome. On Gru Day, as if to round off the week, Optimus gave a small surprise. His energy density rose to S, and it was his third one, so he was halfway through his first round of limit breaking. The next week had no surprises until Pocket Day when Mr. Burns introduced me to George, my new sparring partner. George was a Tier 3 first-class Aura user with a moderate body build, and while he was not short, he was only 170 centimeters tall. I was mentioning that because his preferred fighting style was unexpected. George was an endurance fighter, whose focus was on toughing it out and countering if possible as well as grappling. I experienced firsthand how he used Aura to boost his endurance and defense while using grappling moves to lock up the opponent or to simply force him or her to exert more energy. He was patient and did not mind the time it took to exhaust his foe until he or she could no longer resist. I managed to last for 55 minutes in our first spar, but that was more because he allowed me to exhaust myself. Mr. Burns instructed me to be on the offensive and not drag out the fight on purpose, so that 40 minutes was how long I lasted while going all out. Unfortunately, I did not manage to take George out even though he did not bother countering or taking me out. After giving me a freebie, George began to actively exhaust me while using any chance he got to counter. Once that happened, my time fell to 30 minutes, and the last one was around 35 minutes. Due to the length of the spars, we only held 3 rounds before the time was up. The next 3 days were calm, but on Arc Day of the third week, Ollie/Curly's strength rose to S, and with that, he finished the first round of his limit breaking. The days went by, and by dial day I noticed that the attitude of the students was turning a bit more serious than usual, especially my year mates. I was unaffected and breezing through everything, discounting the sparring sessions on Pocket Day. Sparring against George proved to be exhausting, not only physically, but also mentally. Honestly, I was not enjoying the spars as much as I had been while fighting against Armani or Yoruchi. Well, One good thing was that the frustration at my inability to hurt him seemed to help increase the strength of my hits. While doing my routine checkup that day, I noticed that Quinn/Azurade's energy capacity rose to S, and that was his second parameter to do so. Nonetheless, his vitality had yet to reach A, so he still had not officially started his limit breaking. On Kaide, I got bamboozled into starting a massage and grooming session. They, Mothra/Butterfree, Nyx/Umbreon, Engie/Arcanine, and Co., used their cuteness, giving out hints until I folded and told them I would do it without them having to outright ask for it. It took Kaide as well as Grude for me to finish with the landbound Pokemon, and I started working on the water types on Arc Day after coming home from the academy. I decided to work on the Sinister 6 first, and it took the whole day for me to finish them. However, even I was impressed with the result of my efforts. The scales of all 6 Gyarados were gleaming, and all of them were oozing satisfaction. They collectively gave me a 5-star review. On Mew Day, after coming home, I began working on the other water types, and after Quinn's turn, I noticed that his vitality had risen to A. With this, Quinn officially began his limit-breaking training. I did not want to toot my own horn, but I was an awesome groomer/masseuse. Name, Quinpeng, Quinn. Species, Azurade. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, water, flying. Potential, light purple, 69.1%, 79.99%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, keen eye. Talents, sniper. Affinities, water, flying. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, B-A. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, S. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, A. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, fighting, minor, bug, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, STRD, rock, minor. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Water energy manipulation, advanced. Flying/air energy manipulation, novice, beginner. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Liquidation, new, plus, hurricane, new, plus. Proficient. Psybeam, Aurora Beam, Bullet Seed, Lock-On, Endure, Soak, Rain Dance, Thunder Wave, Air Slash, plus symbol, Air Cutter, new, plus plus, Gust, new, plus plus, Hyper Beam, plus, Flamethrower, plus, Protect, plus, Aqua Jet, new, plus plus. Advanced. Water Pulse, Focus Energy, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Bubble Beam, Charge Beam. Mastered. Water Gun, Scald, plus. Combo moves/custom moves. Hydro Scald, in progress. Well, in the first half of his status screen nothing had changed for quite some time except for his age and his potential. I think the age part needs no explanation, and his potential had increased bit by bit over the last 2 years and had gotten infinitely close to 80%. Parameter-wise, Quinn already had 2 parameters at S, so he only had to raise the other 4 to finish the first round of limit breaking. Sometimes, I was wondering how it would have been if I was not inspiring in doing the whole limit breaking spiel. Still, I knew that they would have had much worse potential, along with a worse foundation if I did that, so in my opinion, it would not have been worth it, even if I would have managed to raise some Dark Gold stage Pokemon by now. Yet, even that was not guaranteed, since I could not know by how much their lower potential would have reduced their progress speed. Moving on to his type relation section. This one was interesting because of his electric weakness. Due to him standardizing that particular weakness as a Remoraid, it turned back to a minor weakness instead of becoming a major one upon his evolution to Azurade. It would have been a major weakness due to his water and flying dual typing. Anyway, this sequence of events led to Quinn standardizing his minor electric weakness for the second time. The next part was his masteries, and those were coming along pretty well. His advanced water energy manipulation only needed another 2 water-type moves to increase to the mastered grade, while his flying/air energy manipulation only needed another move to reach proficiency to upgrade from beginner to proficient mastery. Currently, the move Hurricane was at beginner mastery, so once it got improved to proficiency, the flying/air energy manipulation would automatically follow. It along with Air Cutter and Gust were his only flying-type moves, so it may be time to consider learning some more flying-type moves. Well, that would have to wait until he successfully finished the combo move he was working on, but after that, it could be their turn. I think that would be more important than working on other moves such as Liquidation. Speaking of the combo move, Quinn was trying to blend Scald and Hydro Pump for a Scalding Hydro Pump. Normally combining 2 moves belonging to the upper echelon of moves was pretty hard, at least it was much harder than combing weaker moves. However, since he had mastered Scald and had Hydro Pump at advanced mastery, Quinn could work on combining them without having to spend years on it. Anyway, after Quinn, I worked on Manami/Lapras before stopping for the day. I finally managed to finish with all of them the next day and decided to relax for the rest of the week, which also happened to be the rest of the month. Well, the day after that happened to be Pocket Day, and I wouldn't call the sparring sessions with George relaxing, so I started relaxing starting on Dial Day, and as if trying to help the mood, Stan/Garridos' vitality rose to SSS that evening. After this increase, Stan was halfway through the final round of his limit breaking. Only 3 more parameters to go before he could break through to the gold stage. Chapter 291, Final Term Down. The week finished up, and the second month began. Seeing how the situation during my sparring session was going, I decided to crank up my training under gravity a bit to increase my endurance, stamina, and strength. That was why I was currently asking Luna/Clefable to increase the gravity to 6 times regular gravity instead of the 4 times regular gravity I was usually training under. That was obviously far from Luna's limit, but I had no plans to run before I could walk, and going above 6 times terrain gravity would hurt me more than it would help. When they saw me increasing my training load, it fired up quite a lot of my Pokémon. They also elected to increase their training load, but I made sure that the new load was still within reason. I would not want them to harm themselves due to being overzealous after all. Most stayed well within their limits with the increase, but Thor/Raichu, as well as Engie/Arcanine, belonged to the overzealous group and I had to interfere with their plans. Still, they were eager, so I only reduced the load enough that it was at the absolute limit of their physical tolerance. I was not sure if it was really thanks to the new load, or if he had been close before this, but Thor's endurance rose to a on Pocket Day, only 3 days after we started training under higher intensity. This increase signaled the start of Thor's official limit breaking, and like some of his friends he also started with a parameter being an S. For him, that was his agility, and according to my estimation, his strength, as well as energy capacity, were close to reaching S as well. Looking at what has been happening lately, it seemed as if everyone that had yet to start his or her limit-breaking training was reaching that point. I had no such immediate results, so my time during the spars only rose by a minute. Anyway, Mocha/Crobat also joined the limit-breaking club on Dial Day, when her energy density rose to A, and she began her limit-breaking phase with her agility already being at S. Speaking of Mocha, made me think of Bruce/Zubat. It had been slightly more than 11 months since he hatched, and he had managed to reach 41% on his way out of the stageless phase. By my estimation, Bruce would arrive at the Iron Stage in another 15 to 16 months. I would already be at the end of my second term of the first year of my tertiary education at that point, but he would still be 9 or 10 months away from his first birthday, so his progress speed could still be considered pretty fast, especially since I was not going as fast as I could because I wanted him to enjoy his stageless phase. The stageless phase was practically equal to his childhood, so I did not mind if it took him a year to reach the Iron Stage. It was not as if he would become useful once he reached that point. It would still take years for Bruce to catch up with the others, so I adhered to the saying haste makes waste, and did not rush his progress. At least that was the case for Bruce. Unlike him, his senior/playmate Eggy was progressing a bit slowly compared to all my other Pokemon due to his lower potential. However, I had known that it would be like this from the very start, so I did not mind it and took each step forward at a steady pace. Yet, unlike with Bruce, I was coming pretty close to Eggy tolerance limit with his food, games, and even the use of my aura during massages. I went as far as I could without hurting him since he would be even slower if I didn't. Still, he was making progress, and just like with Bruce, it was not as if Eggy was going to become useful if he progressed a bit faster. In his case, he was going to take a few extra years to catch up, but I did not doubt that he would eventually catch up as long as we both did not give up. I could guarantee that I would not be the one to give up, since Eggy had become someone dear to me in the last 66 months since he hatched. As of now, he had reached 97%, and there were still 6 months until his second birthday, so he would probably advance to the Iron Stage a few months before he turned 2. It would likely happen toward the end of the global competition, or shortly after it. Well, I would see it as Eggy's way of congratulating me for becoming the secondary education level global champion. On Mu Day the following week, Optimus/Butterfree's agility rose to S, and once that happened he was halfway through the first round of limit breaking. Just 2 days later, on Pocket Day, Manami/Lapraza's agility increased to SS, which completed the second round of her limit breaking, making her along with Stan/Gyarados the only 2 Pokemon going through the final round of limit breaking. However, unlike Stan, I saw no way for her to reach the gold stage before or during the global competition. Stan could maybe make use of the atmosphere and pressure during the competition to finish his limit breaking and breakthrough to the gold stage, but for Manami that wouldn't work since there was not enough accumulation for that to work. Anyway, on another note, I decided to use the spars against George to hone my grappling moves since that was his expertise and I could study his reactions. During the last round, I could not resist and used a circle/judo throw on him before using a telekinesis boosted arm lock instead of using grappling moves against him. George tried to get out of the arm lock, but I managed to keep him from getting free. Just when I thought I was actually going to win, he did something that took me off guard. In a show of ruthlessness, he clad the joint of his arm in aura, probably to keep it from getting permanently harmed, before he dislocated his arm, which allowed him to move his body enough to turn in my direction. I had not expected him to dislocate his arm like that while I had him in an arm lock, since that was a pretty risky maneuver that could have broken his arm and or tore his ligaments, so I was caught off guard by his action. That gave him enough time to kick at my temple, which made me release his arm and broke my telekinesis hold as well. Then while I was shaking off the effects of his kick, he put his arm back in place before grabbing me in a headlock. I lost that spar after that, and unfortunately, I did not believe that I could take him off guard the same way, so I would have to find an alternative if I wanted to win. Still, I witnessed firsthand that seemingly hopeless could be broken if one was ruthless enough, so I should only relax after the fight was determined. I was naturally disappointed at the lost opportunity, but oh well, nothing I could do about it now. Regardless of me ultimately losing, both George and Mr. Burns congratulated me on my tactic as well as my progress so far. The next 3 days were as usual, but on Art Day, Nyx/Umbreon's energy density rose to SS, and since it was her first one, it officially started the second round of her limit breaking. Lately, she had been bothering me about gaining her own EV-Evolution Squad or EV Rangers, just like the Slithering 6. Nyx was undecided on the name front, so she left changing group names just like I was for the Gyarados squad. She probably had that idea for quite some time since Mothra/Butterfree, Parvati/Beedrill, and Stan had their groups, but she started asking me to get some more EV after we watched a battle between 2 Ace-class trainers on TV. One of them had been specializing in EV evolutions, and since then Nyx has been asking me to add some EV to the team so that she could lead her own group. According to her, they would obviously all have to evolve into different EV evolutions for the sake of the team. Anyway, she had been asking/bothering me daily for 15 minutes, not more, since she was trying to convince me, not anger me, and honestly, I was considering it. Not because I was succumbing to her cuteness/begging attacks, but because all EV evolutions were strong and I always liked them, so I had been planning to get one of each someday in the future anyway. Getting some ahead of time was not that much of a bother, but I was too busy right now to do it for now. I might do it during the second year of my tertiary education. When I told Nix about that, she acted all sun and managed to cajole a promise out of me that I would not drag it out further than that. The days after that were pretty calm if one disregarded the increasingly serious mood at the academy the closer the exams came, and on the first arc day of the third as well as the final month of the term, just 1 week before the exams officially began, the air was so thick that I felt as if I could physically cut it. I was pretty sure that I was the only carefree third-year student at the moment, but I could sympathize with the others. Well, I got some good news, so I had reason to be happy while everyone else was tense. On Mide Luna's agility reached A, and she officially began her limit breaking. Moreover, she belonged to the group that started with 2 of their parameters already being at S. Chapter 292, Various Conversations. On Mide, 2 hours after the last exam finished up, all teachers that had classes with the third-year students gathered in Conference Room 1. They were all chatting with each other while waiting for someone. If Mikhail had been present, he would have recognized roughly half of the teachers in the room since they were the ones teaching his classes, including his previous aura-centric classes. Mr. Cameron finally entered the room, despite not being an actual teacher, but the reason for his presence became apparent pretty soon. Once he arrived, the chatter began to die down, which showed that he had been the person the teachers had been waiting for, and once Mr. Cameron sat down, the talks completely stopped. All teachers present focused on Mr. Cameron. All right, let's talk about the third-year students. Which students are you the most optimistic about? We need to identify the best 8 among them so that we can make sure that they don't face each other too early during the qualifiers to avoid them eliminating each other at the beginning. Don't forget to add if you are recommending them for the personal combat category or the regular one. After Mr. Cameron said that, the teachers began to whisper among themselves about whom they should recommend. It didn't take long before one voiced his opinion. Mikhail would have recognized her as Ms. Nord, his previous aura sensing teacher. I'd like to suggest Sorrel for the regular competition. He comes to me on occasion for advice even after he completed his final exam for his aura-centric classes, and I know his current lineup. He has a mid Silver Stage Pokemon along with a low Silver Stage 1 and 2 high Bronze Stage 1s, so he is strong enough to merit our attention. As for his personal combat capabilities, they are not bad, but I'm not sure how they are compared to everyone else. After that, the teachers began to discuss if Sorrel was worthy of gaining a spot among the 8 privileged ones. They ultimately decided to add his name to the regular combat favorites list, but after discussing his combat abilities with teachers who had seen him participate in spars, they decided against adding him to the personal combat favorites list. After that, other students were brought up by different teachers, and occasionally one would be added to either the regular or the personal lists. Marlene managed to make it on the regular combat list as well, but no one else among Mikhail's classmates made it on either list. The other spots went to students from the other classes. It took roughly 2.5 hours of discussions, but they managed to settle on 7 names for both the regular combat as well as personal combat lists. No one addressed the empty 8th spot for both lists since they all knew, or heard about the one those spots were reserved for, and just as everyone thought, once the 7 spots for each list were determined, Mr. Cameron took the word. Now that we have determined the spots for everyone else, let's talk about the spots I reserved. You're all smart people, so I'm sure all of you have already figured out whom the spots belong to, but I want to confirm that both spots belong to Mikhail. Now, I know that all of you have at least heard about him, but many of you are not clear about the extent of his capabilities. Someone that does know that pretty comprehensively is Mr. Burns, who is responsible for part of Mikhail's training. He has gotten to know Mikhail on a bit more personal level, so I'm going to leave the explanation on Mikhail to him. Just know that I have met Mikhail a few times myself, and I have full trust in his abilities, as well as his chances at the global competition. After he said that, he gave a sign to Mr. Burns that it was his turn to speak, and once he received the signal he began to speak up. All right, I know that all of you have heard about Mikhail, but I can directly tell you none of the things you've heard can live up to the real deal. I am 100% convinced that Mikhail is going to keep the promise he gave during his TV interview. Mikhail is going to dominate the complete regular combat competition, and unlike his remark during that interview, I am sure that he is going to dominate the personal combat competition as well. Murmurs started when Mr. Burns declared that, caused by the whispered discussion among the present teachers. Let's talk about his Pokemon first. I'm assuming all of you have seen him present his oldest and strongest Pokemon on that TV show. Those two have both broken through to the gold stage, and his Butterfree is already at the high gold stage. Also, his Butterfree was a king variant, which made her a pinnacle member of her species. Not only that, his Zata has transformed during his breakthrough. Zata turned into a ghost variant, replacing his previous flying typing. Furthermore, Zatu is currently at the mid-gold stage. When Mr. Burns told them about the actual strength of Mikhail's current aces, exclamations of disbelief and surprise could be heard all around the room. Nearly all teachers broke out into excited discussions. One could hear some saying that those two were already enough to win the whole competition, while others were more conservative but still confident that he would perform spectacularly. Mr. Burns let them talk for a bit before raising his hand, asking for silence so that he could continue. Now, you would think that those two would be enough to ensure his complete victory at the global competition, but Mikhail is a really special case, in that the number of strong Pokemon he has caught and bonded with is truly high. Not only does he have a high number of Pokemon, but he also has trained them to high levels. I know of more than 20 high, silver stage Pokemon that he has, and among those are species such as Gyarados, Arcanine, Umbreon, and Milotic. This means that his competitors could not even hope to win against him even if his Butterfree and Zata become exhausted, because he has a small army that could take their place. Once he said his piece, the discussions began once more and everyone was enthusiastic about what they had just learned. Unbelievable, a 10-year-old expert class trainer, exclaimed one of them. We've got the championship in the bag, another said, and everyone around her nodded. I'm kind of pitying the other kids, one of them added, and some of the teachers chuckled at that. Should we ask him to go easy on the others, as long as it does not affect his chances to win? Came from somewhere, and the question caused everyone to look contemplative. Maybe just until the continental competition? That way he would be going easy on his academy mates and the other students from Rhoda. Mr. Koetsuji threw in a suggestion. Yeah, seems like a good idea, came from multiple teachers, with many others simply nodding to show their agreement. How about having him refrain from using his Butterfree and Zata during the continental competition as well, as long as it's not necessary? That way he would feel a bit challenged, since I do not doubt that he will be sweeping the 2 stages before that with just his high, silver stage army. Was thrown in by a petite teacher that seemed to be worried Mikhail would feel bored during the competition. That caused a lot of them to laugh. Well, we would have to ask Mikhail what he thinks about the idea of restrictions and going easy on the others. We can't force him to do so if he does not want to after all, Mr. Smiles declared, seeing the ongoing discussions. The debates went on a bit more until they thought that they had come up with an interesting set of restrictions that would keep Mikhail from getting bored, and his competition from being curb-stomped. Alright, I'll inform Mikhail of the possible restriction we've agreed upon tomorrow before the start of the Inter-Academy competition, and see if he is agreeable to them or not, Mr. Cameron declared, speaking up once more after having only silently listened to the ongoing discussions. Anyway, there's still his personal combat capabilities, he added before motioning to Mr. Burns to continue his description. Well, some of you may know about it, while most of you should be in the dark, but Mikhail also has a psychic talent on top of his aura talent. Not only that, but his psychic talent is as high as his aura talent. Currently, Mikhail is a Tier 2 first-class aura user as well as a Tier 2 first-class psychic, which is a testament to his great talent in both categories, as well as to the hard work he is willing to invest into his own training in addition to the training of his Pokemon. Once Mr. Burns announced Mikhail's current prowess, most teachers could not contain their surprise, and it was not solely due to his dual talent. While dual talents were rare, with dual aura and psychic talents being among the rarest pairings, along with a spectral/ghost or dark pairing, it was not unheard of. The reason for their surprise was Mikhail's high accomplishments in both areas, which was extremely rare at his age. This not only showed that he had a top-rated talent in both areas, but it also shows them that Mikhail was working really hard despite being able to cruise along thanks to his high talent. Such qualities were pretty rare and very welcome. After receiving the support from Mr. Cameron and the principal, we've been giving Mikhail extra lessons on aura along with combat lessons of all kinds, including weapon handling. I've been supervising his combat lessons, and within these 2 years, Mikhail has reached the point where I called in Tier 3 first-class aura users as his sparring partners to challenge him to the utmost. He has adapted to the challenges and learned to apply both his talents during combat. I can guarantee you that Mikhail is currently capable of running away from everyone under Tier 4. If he goes all out, he can stall, or rather endure the assault of any Tier 3 first-class individual for at least 15 minutes, which is enough for him to find an opportunity to escape if it becomes necessary. From what I have seen, Mikhail is capable of going toe-to-toe with Tier 3 third-class individuals. Furthermore, he's competent enough to beat many of them. Mr. Burns finished his explanation, and then everyone present, except for Mr. Cameron, who had already known that, was impressed with what they heard. They collectively agreed that they were going to win this year's competition in both categories as long as no accidents happened. Mr. Cameron waited for them to calm down a bit before they made sure that the names on both lists had the majority votes. Once the lists were set, they concluded the session, and most left the room, while some remained to talk with their colleagues. The next day, Mr. Cameron approached Mikhail and forwarded the results of the discussions to him. Mikhail agreed to all restrictions and used none of his gold stage Pokemon during the Pokemon battles. He also refrained from using any Pokemon with a type advantage if possible, but he managed to easily win the Inter-Academy competition regardless of those restrictions. The only Pokemon he showed off were his Machoke, Pidgeot, Arcanine, Ursaring, and Raichu. For the personal combat qualifiers, Mikhail only used his aura abilities since he agreed to stick to his aura until the continental competition as long as it did not become necessary to win. That way he would have an ace up his sleeve. He won either way and qualified for the regional competition in both categories. Chapter 293, Various Conversations. The same day the Inter-Academy qualifiers finished, Mr. Cameron went to the main headquarters of the Aura Guardian Order in Rhoda. A quick look at his watch told him that he still had 45 minutes until the meeting with the other elders, so he made a short stop at the cafeteria for a bite since he felt a bit peckish. After his quick bite, he moved to the conference room with 5 minutes to spare. A quick look around the room showed him that everyone was present and that he was the last one to arrive. Just like the Continental Elder Council, the regional one had 36 members. However, unlike the continental one that only happened biannually, the regional council met every 6 months, which translated to 6 times per year. Only 3 of those dates were set, which were the one at the start of the new year, the one after the Inter-Academy competition, and the one at the end of the year. The other 3 sessions were more flexible, but they did definitely happen as long as no extenuating circumstances came up, in which case they would most likely have a session anyway to address the situation. He was participating in way too many council sessions due to being part of the regional, continental, and global Elder Council of the Aura Guardian Order. Not only that, he had a supervisor function at the primary, secondary, and tertiary Aura academies as well. As if that was not enough, he was one of the representatives of the Aura Guardian Order for the regional, Rhoda, continental, northern, and global branches of the Pokemon Alliance. Having so many positions was taking up a not-so-insignificant part of his time, and sometimes he was contemplating if he should step down from some of them, but he liked his positions as a supervisor since he liked the youthful atmosphere at the academies. Besides, he enjoyed helping nurture the next generation. As for his positions as a representative or council member, it was his turn and everyone else had already been in his position once, which meant that no one qualified was eager to take his place. Well, at least he did not have to wait for much longer, then his term as representative would be up, and another 5 years after that his term at the Regional Elder Council would be up as well, so he would be less busy once that happened. Being great at what one does could be a burden sometimes. He shrugged off those bothersome thoughts and moved to the seat reserved for him. He began talking with his neighbor Jameson, a fellow Continental Counselor. At 6 p.m., Christina, who had been chosen to preside over today's session, declared the start of the meeting. Let's start the session with the events of today. Today, all secondary and tertiary academies on the continent held their inter-academy competitions, including those in Rhoda. The academies under our Aura Guardian Order are also among them, so let's talk about the top prospects of those academies first. Once she said that there was a moment of silence while each counselor began to think about what to say. Among those present, a few individuals possessed some sort of position in one of the 9 Aura academies that were present in Rhoda. There were also quite a few others that kept tabs on one of the academies so that the council could be kept up to date with the major happenings in those academies without having to wait for the reports. They began going over the tertiary academies first, and each counselor that had a student they thought was noteworthy spoke up. They then all discussed the student before moving to the next one. 9 students came up in total, 6 that stood out due to their personal prowess, and 3 that distinguished themselves through their Pokemon partners. Things such as sponsorship, apprenticeship, and formal invitation to the order were some of the topics that came up during these discussions. It was only close to an hour later that they concluded the subject of the tertiary academies, and they directly moved on to the secondary academies. The secondary division of our Spark Academy has 1 student with remarkable personal combat abilities, but no one I would call outstanding as far as Pokemon combat is concerned. Adam Gala is a Tier 2 first-class Aura user that has a pretty good combat talent and a slight affinity for the fire type. Not enough to become an elementalist, but enough to integrate it into his Aura combat. We've noticed his talent and chose to nurture it. He has been taught our Academy Dean's specialty, the flaming combat style. Thanks to his fire affinity, he did not have to be able to use Aura conversion to use the techniques effectively. He added the flames through his affinity and fueled them with his aura to achieve a nearly equal effect, and he has become really accomplished using the style. Our dean plans to take him as his apprentice once he starts his tertiary education. The elder that had a supervisor role at Spark Aura Academy in Spark City reported happily. The other counselors were happy to hear that a genius like that had appeared. The dean of Spark Aura Academy was a student of the founder, and the flaming combat style was something he had learned from the founder. The dean, together with his teacher, developed it further, and it was currently one of the strongest as well as most comprehensive Aura combat styles the Aura Guardian Order had. Hearing that someone talented enough to arouse the dean's interest appeared was gratifying to everyone present, since it meant that another Aura Guardian with top combat prowess would appear in the future as long as no accidents happened. They discussed the treatment they should give Adam before the elder who acted as a supervisor for Gene Aura Academy in Orland City spoke up. Unfortunately, our Gene Academy doesn't have anyone that showed remarkable personal combat capabilities. However, we have someone who has a strong Pokemon party that shows great battle prowess. Stephanie Dola has 4 Pokemon with 2 high, 1 mid, and 1 low silver stage Pokemon. The last one is her partner Lucario, and their fighting capabilities are good as well. The elder then told them what the other Pokemon were and some of the strategies she used. After they finished the discussion on the treatment she should receive, the next one started. Dawn Aura Academy in Dawn City had someone with impressive prowess in Pokemon battles. Woods Aura Academy in Root City had no one outstanding, just like Grace Aura Academy in Grace City. Dawn Aura Academy in Dawn City had someone in both categories, as had Lune Aura Academy in Luna City. Storm Aura Academy in Storm City had a great personal battler, and Grove Aura Academy in Cove City had an outstanding Pokemon battler. Once all of them had their turn, it was Mr. Cameron's turn to give his opinion/report. Our Errant Aura Academy has only a single outstanding student, but he's extraordinary in both personal as well as Pokemon combat. You should have heard of him since he made an appearance on TV and the radio. Mikhail Geo has reached Tier 2 First Class as an Aura user, and he has accomplished the same as a Psychic. Not only that, but he is trained in using both his talents in tandem, and is competent enough to face lower in Tier 3 individuals while being capable of escaping from anyone below Tier 4. Mr. Cameron had to pause a bit at this point because the elders chose to voice their surprise. Reactions such as "unbelievable" and "that has to be the highest comprehensive talent I've heard about in the last 800 years" were just some of the exclamations by the present elders. Mr. Cameron waited for his colleagues to calm down a bit before he continued, but he had to admit that it was hard not to feel proud of his academy students' achievement and the surprise it brought others. Actually, that's not all. He learned how to use senbons as throwing weapons and become competent at it. He also learned how to apply his aura and telekinesis to boost the damage they caused, on top of being able to control their flight to a certain degree. Besides that, he also learned how to use swords and has become good enough to face off against other Tier 2 weapon specialists such as knights. Once he said that he was forced to pause once more because his words caused another uproar among the elders who felt the need to express their shock and delight at the appearance of such an irregularity. Words such as monstrous and unprecedented came up more than once. It took more than a minute for them to calm down. Yes, his personal combat abilities are truly beyond that of even traditional geniuses, and our academy did its best to nurture that talent. Still, that was only his personal combat talent, and as I said, he is extraordinary in both aspects. I would go so far as to say that, as hard as it was to believe, his abilities as a trainer are above his personal combat prowess. The elders could not hold back when he said that, and exclamations of disbelief were thrown out all around the room. Still, Mr. Cameron chose to ignore them this time around and simply went on. I'm sure most of you have seen the Butterfree and Zata he has shown off during his appearance on TV. Well, those are truly his oldest and strongest Pokemon. In fact, his Butterfree is currently at the high gold stage, and his Xatu is at the mid gold stage, but I would not be surprised if it managed to advance to the high gold stage sometime during the competition. In the same vein, I believe it to be possible for one of his other Pokemon to advance to the gold stage as well before the end of the competition. Most elders were looking at him in disbelief when he said that, and he was sure he heard some of them wondering out loud why they should even bother letting Mikhail participate in the regional competition. It would be better to directly assign him a quota for the continental competition. At least that way, he would not be demolishing the other competitors from Rhoda. They were worried that being absolutely demolished would leave shadows in their hearts, which was something that was entirely possible if they had to face high gold stage Pokemon, especially ones that were of the King/Queen variant. Well, before I address that worry of yours, I want to add that in addition to his 2 gold stage Pokemon, he has over 20 Pokemon at the high silver stage, which is why I said that his capabilities as a trainer are probably higher than his own combat abilities. Anyway, as for him demolishing the other students and thus breaking their confidence, we've already asked him to abide by a set of restrictions during the regional competition to avoid such a situation. Mikhail agreed to only use his aura abilities during the personal combat competition unless he is about to lose, and the restrictions he agreed upon for the Pokemon category are even stricter. He agreed to not use his gold stage Pokemon during the regional competition, and on top of that, he would refrain from using Pokemon with a type advantage against his opponents if possible. Thankfully, Mikhail has shown to be an understanding young man since he agreed to those requests, and I believe that should be enough for the others to not get demoralized. That assertion was followed by praises and collective relief from everyone. While they were absolutely delighted that such an unbelievable genius had appeared, they did not want the other talented students to be traumatized. After that report, the elders began to discuss the treatment Mikhail should receive, and the topic of his future plans came up. The fact that Mikhail was not planning to resume his tertiary education at Aaron Aura Academy or any other Aura Academy was brought up and got confirmed by Mr. Cameron. Still, that got resolved by the unanimous decision to prematurely invite Mikhail to the Aura Guardian Order. Others brought up the fact that Mikhail was planning to return to Kanto for his tertiary education and that he would have no substantial link to Rhoda after that since the Aura Guardian Order was a global organization. On that front, they decided that Mr. Cameron would remind Mikhail and his parents of the option of a dual Kanto/Rhoda citizenship. Adding to the offer in case they wavered was authorized, and if Mikhail agreed they would expedite the process. Honestly, nearly all elders believed that Mikhail would win this year's global competition, so they did not want such a genius to slip through their fingers, which was why they came up with those solutions. By the time they finished Mikhail's case, as much time as the previous cases combined had passed. Chapter 294, The Regional Competition Begins. The time had come for the regional competition to take place. It was 6:55 a.m. right now, and I, along with the other 6 students that represented the academy, met up with Mr. Cameron in front of the academy gate. There were 2 more teachers present, 1 male and 1 female, who would be supervising the boys and girls respectively during the 3-day stay away from Rhoda City. This year the regional competition was going to be held in Dawn City, and last year it had been Root City. Sorrel and Marlene were the only ones I knew among my fellow students, since the others were from other classes. The 2 thanked me profusely, saying that they made it here thanks to me coaching them, which drew the attention of the other 4. I told them they were welcome and tried to close the topic as fast as possible, but I was not fast enough, since the rest approached the 2 to ask them what that was about. Both Sorrel and Arlene did not hold back at all and began praising me a lot, telling them how I coached them and how that had helped 2 of their Pokemon break through to the silver stage. The others had obviously known about me since I was the most famous student in our academy, but they had not known that I was a good teacher/coach, so they looked at me appraisingly after they heard the praise from my student duo. I simply chose to ignore that, and thankfully it turned 7 a.m. within the next minute. Once that happened, Mr. Cameron began addressing us, and he told us the few rules we had to follow in Dawn City. Anyone breaking those rules would be punished harshly, since we were representing not only ourselves but also the academy, so unruly or bad behavior was not tolerated. Don't think that the academy had no way of punishing us just because we already went through our exams or something like that. They could still leave a bad mark on our alliance file or deduct academy points from our balance. Depending on the severity of the offense, the academy could even decide to kick out the offending student, since none of us had yet to truly graduate. Also, I don't know if that's true or not, and even if it is, I don't know what kind of offense could elicit such a punishment, but I heard rumors that it was even possible for their aura to be bound and the memories on any aura methods to be locked. They would still have it, along with the passive advantages, but they would be unable to actively use any aura. As for the aura methods, that was the academy preventing the leaking and misuse of their own methods. In some ways, they were simply taking back what they gave out. Now, just to make one thing clear, I had only heard about this punishment, but I did not see it being used, even though I witnessed students having to leave the academy for various reasons. None of them had their aura bound, or their memories tampered with. I mean, if they did that with everyone, there would have been no dark aura users. I had to admit I was curious about what one had to get up to earn such a penalty. Anyway, back to the topic before my thoughts went down a darker path. After Mr. Cameron was done with his speech, he called out his alakazam, who teleported us to our destination. The regional government had booked the Dawn Hotel for the duration of the regional competition. All visiting academies had rooms reserved for them until Kai Day evening, and considering the number of academies that were present, it was not that surprising that a whole hotel was needed to accommodate everyone. All-night academies, psychic academies, aura academies, elemental academies, and other academies that were located in Rhoda, the region, not just the city, had sent their best for this occasion. There were no trainer schools, since those were tertiary education establishments. From what I had heard, there were a total of 420 academies participating in the regional competition, with 6 to 8 students per academy, which resulted in 2520 to 3360 students. Then there were the supervising teachers from each academy, which ended up being 840 to 1680 depending on how many supervisors the academies sent along. Taking the total number of students and teachers into account, it was no surprise that we needed a whole hotel to ourselves. Unlike many other groups I was seeing, Mr. Cameron directly led us to the elevators, instead of moving towards the reception desk. It seemed he already knew which rooms we were assigned to. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor out of 49. It seemed we were assigned the rooms 601 to 607. Mr. Cameron said that room 607 was his, and room 606 belonged to Susan, the female teacher/supervisor. Room 605 was assigned to the only girls in our group, Marlene and J.E. something. Jeanette, got it, it was Janine. Henry, the male teacher/supervisor, got room 604, while Sorrel and another guy got room 603. The other 2 boys got room 602, and I got room 601 to myself since there was an odd number of male students. None of my fellow students complained, probably due to my stellar reputation. To be honest, I had thought that one of the guys would complain and ask why I was the one who got a room on his own, but I was proven wrong. I did not know whether I should be happy or disappointed each time such classic situations did not play out according to the script I was expecting. After Mr. Cameron told everyone their room number, he handed out the keys and told us that we would be meeting in front of the elevator at 8:15 a.m., which gave us nearly an hour to settle in our rooms and freshen up, or eat some snacks since we were told that we would be skipping breakfast. I went to my room, did a quick sweep to check out the place, and pulled out one of the ready meals I had stored. Once I was done with breakfast, I cleaned up a bit before simply meditating for the last 30 minutes. 1 minute before 8:15 a.m., I left my room and went towards the elevator where everyone but Mr. Cameron was already waiting. At exactly 8:15 a.m., Mr. Cameron showed up as well, and we headed down before leaving the hotel to head towards the Dawn Stadium, where the opening ceremony was going to be held at 8:45 a.m. Normally, I'd say that we were cutting it close, especially since everyone else seemed to have headed out before us, but seeing how Mr. Cameron led us towards our destination without having to consult anything with the staff at the stadium showed me that Mr. Cameron knew what he was doing. Anything I said would simply be seen as grumbling, or worse, nagging, especially since we made it to our designated seats with 15 minutes to spare. Letting my gaze sweep around the stadium, I began estimating the number of people present. I could be wrong, but I guessed that there were currently around 6,000 people attending this opening ceremony. The Alliance/government staff I could see was included in this. At 8:45 someone went up to the podium and welcomed everyone to this year's regional competition among secondary level students before he left the podium to the head honcho of Rhoda's education department. For the next 10 or so minutes the man held a speech in which he not only praised the academies for doing a good job in raising the next generation but also exhorted the good qualities as well as attitude everyone should strive for. All in all, it was a pretty classic speech, and everyone was thankful that he kept it at only 10 minutes, which they expressed by clapping once he was done speaking. After the head honcho left the podium, one of the organizers took the stage and began to explain how the competition was going to go down. Today at 9:30 a.m. the elimination-style preliminaries for both the personal combat as well as Pokemon combat categories would take place. Besides the Dawn Stadium, there were 15 more venues prepared for the battles, so that they could finish the preliminaries in time. Today's battles would go on until 7 p.m., and they would continue tomorrow as well, starting from 8:30 a.m. until 2 p.m. After that the round of 128 and 64 would be held. On Kaiade, the round of 32 would begin at 9 a.m., followed by the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then finally the finals. All battles starting from the quarterfinals would be held in the Dawn Stadium. Since the place assignment was done automatically by a system, there was no need to worry about one's fights overlapping if one participated in both categories as I did. Besides, the staff gave us the option to leave behind our phone numbers so that they could send us a message with the time of our fights, as well as update messages in case our fights got delayed or brought forward. I naturally gave them my numbers since I did not want to have to stay at the battle venue for the whole day. The organizers also prepared a website where we could register and look up where as well as when our next fight was, and against whom we had to fight. Everyone in our group registered and looked up his or her fights. My first fight was in the personal combat category. I would have to be somewhere called Rising Star Gym in 30 minutes, and I would be facing a boy called Bob from some water academy in Root City. That one was followed by a Pokemon battle at 10:10 a.m. back here in the Dawn Stadium against a girl called Sandy from some psychic academy from Dawn City itself. I bid my fellow students and our supervisors goodbye before making my way towards that Rising Star Gym. Thankfully, the organizers were prepared for foreign guests and prepared maps that were being handed out at the entrance of the stadium that led to each of the battle avenues. They were of the "You're Here" kind, which meant that even a little child should be able to reach his or her destination as long as they stuck to the map. I took one of each map before following the one for the Rising Star Gym. I made it there with some time to spare, which I used to check out the competition website some more. I learned that the time of my next fight in each category should be determined at most 20 minutes after I won my previous one, so I should learn at 10 a.m. when my next personal fight would be. At 9:40 a.m. they called me to the ring, and I got to see my opponent. Bob and I exchanged polite greetings, and the referee explained the rules of engagement. Pretty standard stuff. Don't try to kill, cripple, or permanently maim the opponent, and I will interfere if I deem it necessary. Once the referee gave the start signal, I rushed my opponent. I knew that he was from a water academy, so I was not planning to give him time to gather a lot of water. Additionally, long-range combat would be to his advantage, hence why I was rushing up to him while boosting my legs. Bob stopped drawing out / creating more water and formed it into a whip so that he could whip or trap me while I was approaching. Unfortunately for him, I was not only too fast for him, but also had an insane reaction time, so I dodged all his tries to hit me. Once I was too close, he returned the whip to water that he let float around him in a form of a fluid shield. I focused my aura on my fists and delivered a devastating punch that exploded the targeted area of his water shield. I used that moment to slip through his shield and came face to face with Bob. He tried to use something that seemed to be a combination of karate and water manipulation, but it was useless since I went full boost and delivered a blow to his solar plexus which left him open for a hit on his temple that knocked him out, officially ending the fight within 90 seconds. Honestly, it was not Bob that was too weak, since he was a Tier 2 third-class water elementalist, but I who was too strong. I thanked Bob for the fight and refrained from saying anything else, leaving the consolation to his supervisors. Once I got the go-ahead from the referee, I left the gym and headed back to the Dawn Stadium. Before my battle against that Sandy from whatever psychic academy, I checked the website to see when my next personal battle would be and saw that it would happen at 10:45 a.m., somewhere called Harley Stadium. My opponent was not yet determined, but I was sure that would be confirmed within the next few minutes as well. Still, after I found out when and where my next fight would be, I focused back on the Pokemon battle that would start in a bit less than 15 minutes. Since all battles were 3 versus 3 battles, the same applied to the preliminary battles. The little I knew about my opponent, which was that she was from a psychic academy, led me to believe that she would have psychic-type Pokemon. Since I had promised Mr. Cameron to try to hold back a bit, I would not use Nyx/Umbreon against her. I ultimately decided to use Thor/Raichu, but that proved to be a bit overkill. Sandy started out with a low, silver stage Exeggutor, but it only held out for 2 minutes under Thor's offense, despite my guy holding back since I asked them to avoid SEC killing our opponents. Exeggutor's psychic moves were countered by Thor's own psychic moves, so it got taken out without too much difficulty. Her next Pokemon was a low, silver stage Kadabra, but that one lasted even less than Exeggutor since Thor went for a physical approach. Her final Pokemon was a high, bronze stage Baltoy, but unfortunately for her, its immunity against electric-type moves proved to be useless against Thor, who took it out using other moves, such as Brick Break, instead. The reason I did not swap out Thor was another promise I made, but this time to my Pokemon. I promised them that I would let them keep fighting until they were knocked out, at least until the finals, which was why Thor got to sweep Sandy. Chapter 295, Preliminary Rounds. After beating Sandy, I made my way to my next personal fight. Turns out I got kinda unlucky with that one since I got matched up with someone who had yet to fight, kinda like an extra round. Most people only had to fight 4 times to make it to the round of 128, but some unlucky ones had to fight 5 times instead. No idea if someone was so unlucky that he had to fight 6 times, but the reason some had to fight more than others was that the number of students did not cut down to 128 without some having to fight more often than others. Anyway, that extra fight was the only reason I did not have to wait an hour or more for my next fight. I arrived on time at the Harley Stadium and fought against a girl from an air academy. She used wind blades to attack from afar, but when she saw me dodging or blocking/destroying her wind blades while moving towards her, she changed her strategy. She began creating wind streams in hopes of blowing me away, but I managed to make it through them. Honestly, I dodged them as much as I could. Still, she used air/wind to increase her speed to keep away from me. At that point, our fight devolved into a chase that depended on what was going to run out first, her stamina, and/or energy, or mine. Truthfully, I got curious whether she could fly or not, seeing how she was a Tier 2 third-class air elementalist, but I reasoned that it probably took too much energy, or she was not proficient enough to fly accurately. 4 minutes into our chase, and 6 minutes since our fight began, she began slowing down a bit, and I used that moment to boost my legs with the highest boost they could endure. I practically flash-stepped, or jumped, in front of her and tackled her to get a hold of her. Afterward, I used my aura to create aura spikes on my knuckles, which I pointed to her throat, signaling that she lost since I could have taken her out if I wanted to. The referee declared me the winner, and I released Glinda from my hold. After thanking her for the fight, I left the Harley Stadium and made my way back to the Dawn Stadium. Once there, I took a look at my schedule on the website. I saw that my next Pokemon battle would be at 12:15 p.m., so in a bit more than an hour, and my next personal fight would be at 1 p.m. Furthermore, none of my opponents had been determined yet. I decided to ask about the situation of my academy mates, so I went to look for Mr. Cameron, who had told us he would be staying at Dawn Stadium until 3 p.m., after which he could be found in his room in Dawn City. I went to the seats that had been reserved for us and found him sitting in one of them talking to his Alakazam and Gallade. The two were probably keeping an eye on everyone from our academy for him. After exchanging greetings, I asked him how our guys and gals were faring, and Mr. Cameron told me that excluding me, for had already fought their battles and won, while 2 were still waiting for their turn. I got invited by him to a chat group he had created for us and saw that Sorrel would be having his second fight in 2 hours, while Marlene's second fight was in 80 minutes. They had already gone to their battle venues ahead of time and were hanging around those areas since they did not want to risk being late to their fights. I wished them all luck, before deciding to move to the venue of my next battle as well, so after bidding farewell to Mr. Cameron, I left Dawn Stadium and followed the instructions on one of the maps I had previously taken. I found myself a cafe joint near the venue and brought some crepes to snack on since I felt a bit peckish. I obviously bought some hot cocoa to go with the crepes, since true men drink hot cocoa. Once the time for the fight approached, I entered the venue, and came face to face with my opponent. It was a boy from a mineral-centric academy that accepted students as long as they had an affinity with either ground, rock, or steel. Now, I know that some people could go full-on science mode and argue that natural ice is a mineral, so it should belong to that group as well, but the elementalists did not group ice with the other 3, but with water instead. Anyway, this Fred Sparkstone had a rock affinity, and predictably his Pokemon were of the same type. Still, most rock-type Pokemon had a second typing, so I was not sure which Pokemon I should use to avoid having a type advantage. Considering the Pokemon he had revealed in his previous fight, I decided to go with Parvati/Beedrill. Fred's first Pokemon was a low, Silver Stage Shuckle, and I had to agree with his choice even if I personally did not particularly like the species. Shuckle was a defensive beast, both in the physical and energy aspect, so starting with one would allow him to exhaust his opponent's Pokemon and get a feel for his foe's style/strategy. Besides, depending on the moves Shuckle knew, it could become an offensive option as well. Knowing what a menace that thing could become in the right hand, I gave Parvati a single command: smash it. Parvati dutifully executed the command and directly went for the nuclear option. She used Iron Lance on Shuckle, who had no way to react, and 3 rounds of hits with each of her lances later, each aimed at the same area, the defensive beast was down. Parvati gave neither Fred nor Shuckle any chance to properly react before knocking Shuckle out. Fred was still gaping at Parvati when the referee declared Shuckle unable to battle. He most likely had not expected Parvati to use a steel-type move, much less one as strong and fast as Iron Lance. Not that I expected him to recognize the move since it was Parvati's custom move. He snapped out of it when the referee asked him for a second time to call out his next Pokemon. Fred recalled his Shuckle semi-dazedly and looked thoughtful for a moment before calling out a Magcargo. This would have been a great decision on his part if it did not become apparent once the referee gave the starting signal that Magcargo was only at the high, bronze stage. I decided that a long-range approach would be better, so I told Parvati to beat Magcargo without touching him, so she began flying around Magcargo, making sure to dodge his attacks while peppering him with toxic until he got poisoned. Sadly for Fred, Magcargo were pretty slow Pokemon, so Parvati, who was a whole stage above it, had an easy time avoiding its attacks while maintaining any distance she wanted. Still, due to its flaming body, it took a while, but Magcargo finally got poisoned. Once that happened, Parvati switched to Venoshock, and 2 of her mastered Venoshocks were enough to knock Magcargo out. Since we went with such a safety-first strategy instead of using Brick Break to knock it out, the whole fight took close to 5 minutes. Fred recalled his Magcargo and called out his last Pokemon, which according to his self-encouraging shout seemed to be his starter. To my disbelief, what appeared on his side was actually an Aggron, which made me wonder why he did not call that one out first instead of using Magcargo. The referee gave the go, and it became clear that Aggron was at the mid-silver stage, so I was guessing that Fred had been hoping that Magcargo would at least burn Parvati even if it could not beat her, which would have definitely possible if it had the Magma Armor ability. Anyway, Aggron's steel typing meant that Parvati's poison was useless, and all her other moves besides Brick Break did no real damage as well, so she was forced to use only that along with agility, focus energy, and laser focus. The fight became a real test for Parvati's agility, maneuvering, mobility, and flying ability. She had to wave in and out to deliver Brick Breaks. She was avoiding rock tombs, as well as rock slides while moving in, and Iron Tail, Metal Claw, and Iron Head while being in front of Aggron. Thankfully, Parvati proved to be fast enough even after Aggron used Automatize to increase its speed. While she did get hit by an Iron Tail and got glanced by a few Metal Claws, she managed to dodge the rest. The damage she suffered was not enough to slow her down too much, and the damage she caused Aggron had slowed it down as well, so that offset her slightly lower speed. She went in for another offensive, dodging a wave of rocks from a rock slide, wading through the gaps between them. She made to the side of Aggron and dodged a Metal Claw swipe from its left arm. Parvati maneuvered herself behind Aggron and prepared to deliver a Brick Break at the back of Aggron's head. However, Aggron countered that by using an Iron Head and throwing its head back. This forced Parvati to use her Brick Break to block the Iron Head instead. Yet, she did not give up and used another Brick Break with her other arm/lance. Since Aggron's head was leaning back for its attack, its temple was kind of open, so she delivered her second Brick Break there. Due to its unbalanced position, Parvati's attack knocked Aggron over. Parvati saw her chance and bundled Aggron up using a lot of string shots. She did this to prevent Aggron from straightening itself and standing back up. Just as the cherry on top, she added 2 Electrowebs on top of the string shot bundle she created. Once she was satisfied, she began raining Brick Break blows on struggling Aggron. It tried to break free from the strings/webs but got knocked out by a final Brick Break to the skull before it could succeed. After Aggron stopped struggling, Parvati flew back to me and landed in front of me, visibly exhausted after facing all 3 of Fred's Pokemon, especially the Aggron just now. So, while the referee was checking out Aggron to see if it was really out cold or not, I went up and hugged Parvati while praising her great performance. The referee finally ascertained that Aggron was down and declared Parvati and thus me the winner. I recalled Parvati after giving her a final pat on the head. Afterward, I went up to Fred and thanked him for the fight before leaving the venue. I reported my victory to the Academy group chat before moving to the venue of my next personal fight. I faced someone from an Ice Academy and managed to take him out pretty easily. In fact, I would say that this one had been the easiest of my 3 personal fights so far. Once I won that battle as well, I gave another report and saw that everyone else won their matches as well. Currently, everyone in our group had won their respective second round, with me having won the third round in the personal combat category, so we had no one that had been disqualified yet. I had a final fight today in the personal combat category at 5:30 p.m., which would be my 4th one, but my 4th and final Pokemon battle before the round of 128 would be held tomorrow at noon. I met up with everyone at 3:30 p.m. for lunch, and we talked about our fights. Out of the 7 of us, 2 had lost their third matches, but thankfully Sorrel and Marlene were not among them. As their part-time coach, I would not have liked that. Anyway, we did not tease the 2 that lost and simply consoled them a bit. Out of the others, 2 still had a fight planned for today, while the others had their fights scheduled for tomorrow morning. I wish those that still had to fight today good luck before moving toward Dawn Stadium where my final fight for the day would take place. I relaxed there until it was time for me to fight, and once the time came, I went up to the ring and did my best right from the start, since I wanted to go back to my hotel room. The poor boy from some night academy stood no chance and I finished the fight within 2 minutes. Once the referee declared me the winner, I thanked my opponent for the fight and made my way back to the hotel. Chapter 296, Preliminary Rounds. The next day, which was Dial Day, I had my first fight at 10:45 a.m. It was my last Pokemon battle before I qualified for the round of 128 in the Pokemon Battle category. I faced some girl from a Ghost Academy, and I have to admit that she had been surprisingly chipper. It might sound somewhat cliché, but I had been expecting her to look kinda gloomy when I learned that she was from a Ghost Academy, and just like her Pokemon were pretty lively as well. Still, that did not stop Manami/Lapras from taking out her Haunter, Misdreavus, and Banette. Banette had been her strongest one at the mid-silver stage, while Misdreavus was the weakest one at the high-bronze stage. Yet, none of them held out under Manami's cold downpour. She fried them with thunders, while her freezing rain hurt them and slowed them down slightly as a bonus. It further healed her from any damage she suffered from the ghosts. Truly, even after she had beaten all three of her opponents, she was in a nearly pristine state. After that battle was over, I moved towards the venue of the final personal fight I had to win to qualify for the round of 128 in the personal combat category. That one was going to be against some guy from a fire academy located in Spark City, I think. I did not know if the boy had been inspired by the global champion 2 years ago, but his fighting style resembled his, which meant it kind of looked like fire bending plus some form of martial art. I used my aura to block the flames I couldn't dodge from harming me and engaged in close combat with him. My aura kept me from being burned, but it still felt really hot, so I preferred dodging. As someone that fought in close combat against fighting-type Pokemon and experienced aura users, I managed to beat him handily, but I gave him 3 minutes to show off his prowess. I did not want him to look bad by taking him out too fast since he was pretty strong all things considered. He was simply unlucky to be paired against me. Otherwise, he, as a Tier 2 second-class fire elementalist with a pretty good fighting style, might have even made it to the quarterfinals. I thanked Hiro, that was his name, for the fight, and he jokingly told me that I had to win the whole thing now that I had beaten him. I put on a smile and told him that had been the plan all along before leaving for the hotel. There I checked when my next fights would be. The round of 128 was going to start at 2 p.m., but it seemed that I would have to wait a bit longer than that. My personal fight was scheduled for 3:15 p.m., and my Pokemon battle was at 4 p.m. During the round of 128 and 64, each category held their fights across 8 venues simultaneously, so all venues were fully occupied the whole time. The round of 128 went on until around 4:45 p.m., and the round of 64 began at 5 p.m. After that, the day would be over. I met up with everyone from our academy and we went to eat together. We talked about our days so far while eating, and out of the 7 of us, 4 had made it to the next round. Janine was the one that lost her last battle. Mr. Cameron praised everyone, even those that had been disqualified, and after that, we separated once more. I made my way back to my room where I stayed until 20 minutes before my personal fight at 3:15 p.m. I used the 20 minutes to walk to the battle venue, and once the battle began I kept the fight going for a bit more than 3 minutes so that the girl from the Grass Academy could show off her prowess. She grew vines from the ground that she tried to use to entangle me before using them as whips, but I blocked or dodged them all. Once I thought I had given her enough time to show off, I closed the distance between us and did a 1-2 combo that robbed her breath, before placing an aura spike on her throat to signal the end of the battle. While she had been pretty great with her ability, her body could use some work, but I kept quiet since I did not want to sound like a smartass. After thanking Pamela for the fight, I made my way to the next venue where my Pokemon battle was going to happen in another 45 minutes. I arrived with 25 minutes to spare, which I used to check out my opponent on the competition website. My opponent was a boy called Ray from a water academy, and the Pokemon he had revealed so far were a high, bronze stage Seaking, a low, silver stage Golduck, a low, silver stage Kingler, and finally a mid, silver stage Azumarill. After seeing Ray's lineup, I decided to let Engie/Arcanine deal with this battle. Well, I have to be honest, the fight began, and by the end of it, I could genuinely say that I had expected Ray to last longer since all of his Pokemon were water types, and with Engie being a fire type, but the whole battle took less than 10 minutes. It was closer to 6 minutes actually. Like with the previous battles, I left most, if not all, of the battle to my Pokemon, but this time around I did not give any instructions at all. Well, that meant Engie did not hold back, and switched between quick attack as well as extreme speed to move around, and alternated between Wild Charge, Iron Tail, as well as Thunder Fawn to beat all of Ray's Pokemon. Each Pokemon only lasted for roughly 2 minutes, and that was because Engie did not want to appear as too much of a bully. Ah, who am I kidding? He tried to stretch out the battles a bit since he did not get to fight as often lately due to everything that was happening. After patting Engie's head and rubbing his side while praising him, I recalled him and went up to Ray to thank him for the battle. He did not look all that devastated despite losing against only Engie, and even went so far as to praise my Pokemon for his strength. A quick glance at my watch told me that there were still 50 minutes until the start of the round of 64, so I took a look at the website to check which venue my personal fight was going to be at. I found out that it was going to be held at the Rising Star Gym, so I made my way there. By the time I arrived, my opponent was determined as well, and it was some boy from a Dark-type academy. From what I learned from Mr. Burns, such academies taught their students how to be stealthy and silent. They were basically assassin characters in fantasy games. Accordingly, their fighting style, outside of ambushes, was based on speed and agility. Most preferred to use daggers, and they mostly used their dark energy manipulation for cover and other subtle effects. That did not mean that they couldn't create tendrils of darkness or spikes, because they could. They simply preferred the more subtle arts. Something that applied to them was that just like with Dark-type Pokemon, they could not be directly targeted or affected by psychic abilities. So no telepathy or telekinesis holds on them. Well, I was only going to use my aura anyway, so that did not affect me for now. My fight was going to start at 5:30 p.m., so I still had another 40 minutes until then. Having nothing better to do, I thought about ways to take out Hanzo, which was the name of my upcoming foe, as efficiently as possible, while refreshing the competition website to check the information on my Pokemon battle as well. It was only 20 minutes later that the information got updated, and I learned that I would be fighting at the Dawn Stadium at 6 p.m. against a girl from an electric academy. Violet, that was her name, had shown 3 of her Pokemon so far. A low Silver Stage Magneton, a low Silver Stage Electrode, as well as a mid Silver Stage Ampharos, and seeing her Pokemon, I pondered whom I should choose for the battle against her. After eliminating everyone else, I was left with Hashirama/Venusaur and Mars/Ursaring, but I ultimately decided to go with Mars. I got a bit startled when I was called over the loudspeakers since I had not noticed that the time for my fight had arrived. I stood up and made my way to the ring where Hanzo and the referee were already waiting for me. After the standard referee talk, we began to fight, and it became obvious that being forced into a direct fight reduced his effectiveness a bit. Hanzo noticed that as well and directly opened up some distance between us before using his dark energy manipulation to create some black mist, which I had to admit was pretty cool. Hanzo vanished behind the black mist, and shortly after the whole ring was covered as well. I began using aura to boost my hearing and sight, while also trying to sense his life sign. I could barely hear him shuffling through the mist, which showed that he had learned how to silence his movement as much as possible. Furthermore, while I could perceive his life force and thus his position, it was somewhat subdued, so much so that I was sure someone with less proficiency in sensing the life force of others would have had a hard time detecting him while he was moving around, trying to capture the perfect moment for an ambush. Anyway, 2 or 3 minutes later I heard as well as felt him approaching from behind and successfully blocked his ambush attempt before Spartan kicking him in the stomach. I felt his surprise while he was rolling backward before he regained control of his emotions and suppressed them once more. He sprung back to his feet at the same time he regained control, probably deciding that the distance between us was enough. He immediately re-entered his stealth mode and resumed stalking me. I followed him with my senses while he was circling me, this time even more cautiously, waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack. I opted to wait for him to act, and it took nearly 5 minutes before he once more dared to approach me from behind. I let him come really close, and when he tried to swipe at the back of my head, I ducked and captured his outstretched arm. I immediately dragged his arm down, while doing a leg sweep that caused him to fall. The force of me dragging him down caused him to slam on his back, with his head pointing in my direction. It seemed the occurrences broke Hanzo's concentration because the dark mist began to lift. Regardless, I instantly moved to place him in a headlock, after which I aimed my aura spikes at his throat. Once I did that, the referee declared me the winner and I let go of Hanzo, before standing up. I stretched my hand out to him to help him up to his feet, and after thanking him for the fight, I left the Rising Star Gym. There were only 18 minutes left until my Pokemon battle against Violet, so I resorted to boosting my legs with Aura while running toward the Dawn Stadium. I made it to the battle area in just 10 minutes and spent the last 8 minutes resting and recovering from my short run. Not that I really needed it, but I used the excuse to lie down on the bench there. I stood up on time and made my way to Violet and the referee, who did the usual spiel. Once the start of the battle was declared, I released Mars and took a look at what appeared on the other side. It seemed Violet decided to start with her electrode, which immediately began rolling around, building up speed. I left the fight completely to Mars, who began to use Bulldoze and Hyper Beam just to force Electrode to face him head-on. The Hyper Beam served as a lure to attack him. It worked and they began clashing, or rather crashing in Electrode's case, but it was clear that Mars had the upper hand, which roughly 2 minutes in, forced Electrode to self-destruct. Unfortunately, for it, Mars escaped mostly unharmed from the explosion thanks to a timely used Protect that absorbed most of the damage before breaking. Her next Pokemon was her Magneton, which thanks to being able to levitate did not have to worry about the ground move Mars showed off. Still, he did not need it, since he knew Fire Punch, Brick Break, and Hammer Arm, so he managed to take Magneton out using the style he liked the most, which was the one that involved punching others. Violet's final and strongest Pokemon Ampharos got ultimately beaten as well, even if Mars looked ready to fall over as well by the end of the fight. Ampharos had proven to be pretty strong and dealt out nearly as good as it got hit. Yet, Mars proved to be stronger and took it out using a final high horsepower. Once the referee declared me the winner, and I thanked Violet for the fight, I made my way to the hotel. With this victory, I had officially made it to the round of 32 in both categories, and those would take place tomorrow on Kai-Day. My parents were going to come over as well to watch the last stretch of the competition. They had originally wanted to watch the whole thing on site, but I persuaded them to wait until tomorrow instead. Anyway, after I arrived at our hotel, I met up with the rest of our group and asked them how it went. It turned out that only Sorrel and Marlene managed to make it to the next round. That meant that the last boy not in our class also lost his fight, which left only the people in our class in the run. Chapter 297, Road to Quarterfinals. The next morning, my phone rang and I groggily opened one eye to look who was calling me before my alarm had the chance to go off. A look at the clock showed that it was 8 a.m., so it was 30 minutes earlier than I was originally planning to wake up. The caller was my mom, so I just sighed, and reluctantly opened the other eye as well before accepting the call. "Morning, Mom," I greeted her while suppressing a yawn. "Good morning, honey. We've already arrived in Dawn City, and are walking toward the hotel you're staying at. We should be there in 15 minutes, so try to be down in the lobby by then. Mommy wants to see you before the competition starts," she said, and all I, as a dutiful son, could say was, "Yes, Mom." I heard Dad laughing happily in the background, probably enjoying the byplay. I ignored his laughter and told Mom that I would be waiting for them downstairs before hanging up. I quickly jumped into the shower and got dressed in record time before going down to the lobby, and I made it with nearly 5 minutes to spare, so I proceeded to wait for them. As soon as I made eye contact with my parents, Mom brushed Dad aside and rushed up to me before she began crushing me in a hug. "Sweetie, how are you?" she asked me without letting me out of her embrace. "I'm fine, Mom," I returned, slightly quieter, conscious of the fact that we were in the middle of the hotel lobby. I saw Dad leisurely approaching us and I could feel the amusement oozing out of him. "Yo, Squirt. How's it going?" he asked mirthfully, using his dad privileges to call me Squirt despite our similar sizes. "I'm fine, Dad," I said after Mom reluctantly stopped crushing, I meant hugging, me. "Say, Dad, Are you two not a bit early? I seem to remember writing both of you that my first fight today was scheduled for 9:30 a.m., I asked him curiously. That was also the reason why I set my alarm to 8:30 a.m. since I did not expect them to show up so early. In my thoughts, they would arrive around 9 a.m. Well, I was proven once more that reality did not always conform with our plans. Yes, you did, he returned with a nod. But your mom wanted to come early to spend some more time with you before your turn, he finished with an expression that said, "What can you do?" That's right, Mom agreed while taking my hand in hers. We can talk while slowly heading to the venue of your fight. All right, I acceded, not really believing that we could stretch the walk to the venue to 75 minutes even if we tried walking really slowly, but I knew that Mom did not believe that either. She was properly simply thinking that we would sit on one of the benches around the venue until it was time for my fight. We began making our way to the venue and they asked me what I thought of the competition so far. I told them that I adhered to the requests by the Academy before I began telling them about my fights. They were both happy to hear that I was willing to go easy on those much weaker than me as well as my accomplishments. They also praised me for my performance while holding back a lot, adding that they knew that I was one of humanity's greatest geniuses and that they would always support as well as believe in me. By the time we arrived at the venue we were done with our talk on the competition and there were still close to 30 minutes until my fight. They were curious, so I told them about my next opponent. I, or rather one of my Pokemon, would be fighting against Maria, a girl from a neutral academy. Yeah, those were a thing as well. Normal energy manipulation was kinda like working on pure magic/mana techniques, like mana/normal ropes, arrows, swords, shields, boosts, and stuff like that. They could not manipulate the elements or terrains like other energy types, but they could create energy constructs. Still, I was facing her in a Pokemon battle, so her personal combat capabilities were not important. Maria had shown 4 Pokemon so far, and I doubted that she had more than that. Well, even if she did, it probably did not exceed more than 2 extras. The 4 Pokemon she had revealed so far were A. High, Bronze Stage Vigoroth, A. Low, Silver Stage Raticate, A. Low, Silver Stage Ursaring, and A. Mid, Silver Stage Pidgeot. They were impressed with her Pokemon, but it was not that surprising since she not only had to be one of the strongest students in her academy to participate in this competition, but she also had to be one of the current strongest secondary students in Rota to make it to the round of 32. In short, she was part of the exception with her strength, or rather that of her Pokemon, not the norm. In fact, all the students I was paired against so far belonged to the stronger ones participating in the competition. I had seen a lot of students participating that had no Silver Stage Pokemon in their team, and that was actually what applied to the majority of students participating in this. Yet, even with that, they were exceptional among those of their age, since most other kids their age had either no Pokemon or some that were at the Iron Stage. Among them, those with Pokemon at the Bronze Stage could count as a rarity. Anyway, I also told them about Sam, the boy from a ground academy I would be facing in the personal combat category at 10 a.m. From what I learned about him, his fighting style was kinda familiar. He used earth to capture and crush his opponents, while also using it as an armor as well as a cocoon or wall if necessary to defend himself. The armor was something he applied instantly, while the wall or the cocoon were created only when needed. It was clear that if I wanted to beat him while only using my aura, I would need to use mostly brute force. Anyway, back to my upcoming Pokemon battle, I decided to let Hashirama/Venusaur fight, since he lost his chance to Mars/Ursaring the last time I considered him. After I made my decision, we kept talking about other stuff, and 5 minutes before my fight we headed inside. My parents took a seat in the spectator area, while I made my way to the battlefield. At 9:30 a.m. our fight began and I called out Hashirama, while Maria's first Pokemon was her Raticate. While Raticate were pretty fast, Hashirama had a solution for such foes. He used his Leech Seed to create, or rather plant, traps/obstacles in Raticate's path while using moves such as Razor Leaf and Sleet Bombs to impede him from moving too far away. Sleep Vines were used to entangle and attack Raticate, and it eventually fell to Hashirama's onslaught within the first 3.5 minutes of the fight. Maria called out her Pidgeot after that, and it proved to be a much bigger challenge since it could fly. Most of Hashirama's moves did not have the necessary range to hit a Pokemon flying above a certain height. He was left with no choice but to use Sunny Day, and switch between Solar Beam as well as Razor Leaf to attack Pidgeot. Meanwhile, Maria/Pidgeot chose to stay in the air and purely attack from above. It turned into an endurance contest between the two, and thanks to Synthesis among other things, Hashirama came out on top between the two. He managed to hit Pidgeot with a Solar Beam once it slowed down due to being fatigued. That finally knocked it out, and Maria recalled her Pidgeot before it could crash onto the floor. Had it not been a regulated Pokemon fight, Pidgeot could have retreated/escaped the whole time, so Hashirama would have most likely failed to take it down in the wild. Oh, he would have still won due to Pidgeot flying away, but he would have failed to beat it, and if it returned with its flock, Hashirama would be the one forced to flee. That was why most people/Pokemon avoided flying types that tended to live in flocks unless they were confident of beating them without giving them a chance to escape. Anyway, since Hashirama was mostly at full strength/health thanks to Synthesis and Co., he managed to take out Maria's Ursaring without too many problems, by keeping it at a distance and attacking it with Solar Beams as well as Petal Blizzards. After thanking my opponent as usual and wishing the referee a nice day, I left the battlefield and headed to the exit of the venue, where my parents were already waiting for me. Dad patted me on the back while telling me I did a good job. Mom, on the other hand, was more expressive and pulled me in another hug while gushing about how great I did. Well, to be honest, I drilled enough strategy and combat awareness into all my Pokemon so that they could fight autonomously. We did enough fights with me directing them as well as with me only observing while going over the fights afterward, that they became pretty good at fighting. I only gave out commands when I deemed it necessary. Anyway, we quickly made our way to the next battle venue for my fight against Sam, the Tier 2 second-class Earth Elementalist. Well, we made it on time, and after greeting Sam and the referee, the fight began. Deciding to fight smartly, I created small platforms that only needed to last long enough to serve as a foothold for me. Yes, I chose to avoid most of the danger of facing a ground/earth elementalist by walking in the air. After that, I just clad my limbs in aura to increase their durability, while boosting my strength. I gather extra momentum while airwalking to increase the damage/impact I could cause and delivered devastating strikes toward Sam, successfully breaking his defenses enough to cause damage, before he restored them. The damage I caused stacked up, and it took close to 10 minutes to take him down, despite hitting as hard as I could using only my aura. I had to admit that his tenacity and endurance were praiseworthy. I could have had one easier if I had used a different strategy, but I decided to go with brute force this time around. After I was declared the winner, I thanked Sam for the fight and left the venue with my parents, who once again congratulated me on my victory. The round of 16 would begin at 11 a.m. and would be held in 2 venues for each category. My next Pokemon battle was already determined, and I would be battling against Kyoji, some boy from a water academy. Our fight would be at 11:20 a.m., and the Pokemon he had shown so far were High, Bronze Stage Floatzel, Low, Silver Stage Tentacruel, Low, Silver Stage Gyarados, Mid, Silver Stage Poliwrath. While we made our way to the venue, Mom and Dad asked me who I was planning to use for the battle, and I decided to go with Osiris/Marowak. His standardized water relation would come as a surprise for many, and his mastery of some electric moves along with other neutral moves would make sure he would perform adequately. By the time we arrived at Harley Stadium where I would be fighting, the opponent of my next personal fight had been determined as well. I would be fighting against Raj, who came from one of the martial academies. Our fight would be at noon, and I would be using a pair of metal arm guards as well as shin guards since Raj used both his body as well as a saber. Anyway, it was soon time for the Pokemon fight, and it went roughly as I had expected it to go. Osiris managed to take out Kyoji's Tentacruel after tanking its Hydro Pump and using Thunder Strike to shock it. He then used its momentary lapse to deliver a 1-2 Thunder Punch combo. Tentacruel tried to resist but failed as it got knocked out by a Club Rush. Gyarados was much harder to beat since they noticed that water moves were less effective than they should be, but that ice moves worked as they should. So, By the time Osiris managed to beat the much larger Pokemon, he was decently tired, which was why I was not surprised when he fell over due to exhaustion once Poliwrath was down. Yet, due to him falling over just a second or so after Poliwrath, the referee counted it as a double knockout. This meant that, while Osiris managed to beat all three of his adversaries, he became the first one of my Pokemon to be knocked out during this competition. Well, this did not stop me from praising his performance since he did truly well. This victory allowed me to advance to the quarterfinals in the Pokemon Battle category, and I had to rush to Dawn Stadium since just 20 minutes later I had to fight myself. I won that one too and advanced to the quarterfinal in the Personal Combat category as well. Chapter 298, Road to the Finals. After my victory, I got a small surprise in the form of a majority of my friends waiting beside my parents to congratulate me. There were a few that were not present, but I had honestly not expected them to show up yet. I thought some would come to watch the finals, but that so many came, and so early at that, was a pleasant surprise. Wow, everyone, what a surprise, I said, expressing my astonishment in words. Yeah, we've made a group chat to see who can come in except for Akame, Koko, Kazuma, Sakamoto, and you. Everyone was free, so we all came to support you. You couldn't come for obvious reasons, but he sends his regards and promises to come when you reach the semifinals in the global competition. Akame and Koko are busy due to clan-related stuff, but they sent their regard. Kazuma is the same, and Sakamoto has a family matter to deal with. All of them should have sent their regards and apologies for missing your competition to the group chat by now. They probably also send you a private message. Kinji spoke up for everyone to avoid a racket. Thank you for coming to support me, everyone, I said with a smile, genuinely happy that they took the time to support me. Afterward, I went up to each of them and pulled them into a friendly hug to greet them as we usually did. Once I was done greeting all my friends, I turned to the adults that had accompanied their kids. Thank you as well for coming over to support me, I told the adult members of the Gold, Schnee, and Field families. No problem, my boy. It is always interesting to watch the best of the young generation showcase their talent. I'm sure it will be enjoyable to watch how you win this thing, Uncle Thorne said, and the other adults nodded with smiles. Aunt Lily as well as Aunt Willow teased me that their daughters were excited about watching me and that they chose to tag along. All adults and nearly all of my friends, except for Rose and Weiss, who were blushing, began to laugh. I dutifully dodged the metaphorical bullet like a pro by diverting the topic. The quarterfinals start at 1 p.m., and unlike the previous rounds, all battles, regardless of their category, starting from the quarterfinals will be held at the Dawn Stadium. Each category is estimated to take 80 to 100 minutes, which is why they set the start of the semifinals to 5 p.m. Those should supposedly take 60 minutes for each category, but I don't think they took me into account when making those estimations. I said the last bit in a lightly jesting tone, and most giggled while some laughed, so I could say I successfully changed the topic. So, Mika, which fight comes first, the personal one or the Pokemon battle? Rose pitched in, and I felt everyone focusing on me, showing that they were just as curious as her. Let me take a quick look to see if that has been determined yet, I returned while pulling up my phone. I noticed that I had gotten message notifications and a quick check showed that they were from those that could not come, confirming Kinji's earlier assumption. After briefly thanking them for their well wishes, I checked out the competition website. I found the info on both my fights before looking up from my phone with a found it. Seems like the organizers decided to alternate between the categories, instead of finishing one before starting the other. My first quarterfinal fight is going to be the personal one somewhere between 2 to 2:15 p.m., depending on how long the 3 battles before me take, I shared, and Ace, being who he was, had to pipe up. Who are you fighting? I was about to say that, I replied while throwing him a really, did you have to interrupt me, look, which made everyone snicker. Yes, I was pretty expressive if I had to say so myself. As I was going to say before I was interrupted, cue some more snickering, I'll be fighting against Siri Swan from Jewel Electric Academy in Root City. How strong is she? Came another interruption, but since I noticed that it came from Jessica, I did not return a quip as I would have if it had been Ace, since I knew she was asking because she was too concerned with worrying whether that Siri would be a problem for me or not. I was definitely not biased, okay? I smiled at Jessie before I resumed talking, skillfully ignoring the protest of Ace, who was complaining about me playing favorites. The answer to her question would have come up next anyway. Siri, as a Tier 2 first-class electric elementalist, is a bona fide genius that uses her electric energy manipulation to boost her physique. This not only boosts her speed and reaction time but also increases her strength, on top of giving her hits shocking properties. Pun fully intended, I added before I heard a few groans coming from my friends, while the adults snickered a bit. "Really, Mikhail, really?" came from Aaron, which made the others laugh, and I joined them as well since I knew it was a lame joke. "Sorry," I fake apologized before continuing. Siri is also capable of releasing electricity from afar, similar to Thundershock and Thunder Wave. So, all in all, she is a fast foe that's pretty good in long-range and close-range combat. I finished retelling what I had read up on her. "She sounds strong," Weiss said after I was done, and the others, me included, agreed with her. "Yes, she does," I consented with a nod. I honestly feel bad for her. If she had not been pitted against me, she would have made it further, maybe even to the finals. I finished, unable to keep out the slight pity in my voice. "She was simply unlucky this time around," Kinji said while patting me on the shoulder. "Yeah, sometimes luck just is not on your side," Aaron affirmed, before shrugging my adding, "At least her bad luck did not risk her life." "I'm sure that once Mikhail wins the whole competition, no one is going to look down on her for losing," Jessie added, already, rightfully so, assuming that I was going to win this. "So what about your other quarterfinal opponent?" Takashi asked, and the others stopped talking about Siri to look over at me instead. I acknowledged his question and began telling him and everyone else about whom I was going to face in a Pokemon battle. "That one is against another girl, called Esma Yaz. She's from Sunfire Academy in Spark City, and her Pokemon are pretty strong, at least the ones she has shown." Who and oh sounds were released by the others hearing me praise someone else's Pokemon as strong. I also heard Misty scoff quietly when the Fire Academy came up, her pride as a water specialist getting the best of her. I ignored all of that and simply continued. "So far Esma has shown off 4 of her Pokemon. A. Mid, Silver Stage Ninetales, A. Mid, Silver Stage Rapidash, A. Low, Silver Stage Talonflame, and A. Low, Silver Stage Houndoom. They were obviously not on the same level as my Pokemon, but for our age group, or rather for those that had yet to start their journey, or even among those that recently started their journey, her Pokemon were pretty impressive. Still, considering where we were, that was to be expected, since she would not have made it here if that had not been the case." "Who are you going to use against her?" "We've heard about the agreement with your teachers, or I would have asked you to use Stan or Manami," Misty inquired before adding her 2 cents. Oh, use Tatsumaki," came from Rose. "Or you could use Nyx," Weiss threw out. "I think Luna would be a good choice," Jessie voiced. "Surely Hera would be the best option," Wendy chimed in. "Tyson would be interesting to watch," Ace decided to add his piece. "I'd say go for Optimus or Prime, but that might be a bit too much for the confidence of your opponent," Kinji, our bug-type specialist extraordinaire, said. All right, everyone, I think that's enough suggestions," I said, stopping the others from throwing in their 2 cents as well. "Let me think for a moment who to go with," I declared before pondering over my options. The Pokemon they listed were pretty much the ones I could use in the fight, so it was a question of whom among them I should choose. Optimus/Butterfree and Prime/Beedrill were definitely out since, as Kinji said, I did not want to shatter Esma's confidence. After going over the others, I ultimately settled on Tatsumaki/Kadabra. "I think I'll go with Tatsumaki." When I said that, Rose began cheering, and her enthusiasm made most of us laugh, or at least chuckle. We had in the meantime made it to the Dawn Stadium, and there were still 5 minutes till 1 p.m., so enough time for us to find some seats or standing places to watch the first battle of the quarterfinals. By the time we found an area with enough empty seats in the same area for us all, the referee had given the start signal and both competitors had released their first Pokemon. The battle that followed took close to 25 minutes and was in my humble opinion not bad. Still, both were weaker than Esma, so the winner would pose no challenge as long as he was not hiding some super surprise. The personal combat battle that followed took 20 minutes, and the winner was an aura user called Adam Gala that used some fire on top of his aura. The last battle before my turn also took 20 minutes, and a boy called Jon Snow won that one. I released a snort when I heard his introduction, but the battle he won proved, or at least indicated, that he was a pretty good trainer. During John's battle, I had received a message that I had to be on the field 5 minutes after the ongoing battle, so once it was over, I went down to the field, while everyone wished me success. Once I was on the field, I changed greetings with my opponent, Siri, and the referee, who did his standard thing, before he declared the start of our battle. As soon as he gave the signal, Siri released an electric stream towards me, trying to take me by surprise, and she mostly succeeded in her endeavor as well. The only indicator I got of her attack was the spike of emotions I felt moments before she attacked. Thankfully, my mind managed to react fast enough, and my body was strong as well as fit enough to follow the input it received from my mind thanks to my aura. If my reaction speed and reflexes had not been fast enough, I would have been unable to dodge the surprise attack, and even a gray shot could have paralyzed me for a moment if I was unlucky enough. Thankfully that did not happen. Siri, seeing that I managed to escape, tisked, before she released some more attacks toward me, but since I was ready I managed to dodge those much more smoothly. After I dodged a few of her electric attacks, she switched her approach and began to move toward me for some close combat. I immediately noticed that she was faster than me if I was not teleporting, and that did not really count as movement speed. Anyway, after a short exchange, I became aware that fighting her like this would be much harder than necessary, so I used aura platforms to take off into the air. For all her speed, Siri was unable to move in the air just yet, so her only option was to either wait until I came down, or to attack me from the distance. She chose the latter. Meanwhile, I was facing a small problem as well since I was unable to attack her from afar using only my aura. After a few seconds of deliberation and dodging electric streams, I decided to use my Senbons to attack her. Siri had officially forced me to use something besides my aura to attack. The bracers did not count, since those were to defend from sharp weapons. Anyway, I boosted the Senbons with my aura, but I did not use my psychic abilities to guide them. Yet, they proved to be a great boon, since they forced Siri to dodge my Senbon rain. After that, the fight turned into a form of cat and mouse, with her dodging, and me peppering her with Senbons. I occasionally blitzed down to gather some of the Senbons after forcing her to another part of the battlefield. Ultimately, my endurance and energy capacity/reserves proved to be higher than hers, and once she stopped being able to boost herself using her electric manipulation, I took her out smoothly. The referee declared me the winner, and after thanking Siri for the battle, I went back to the seats where the others were sitting. Chapter 299, Road to the Finals. The battle with Esma after that naturally ended in my favor as well. It took Tatsumaki, who was at the high, silver stage and working hard on mastering her moves to evolve to Alakazam, only 17 minutes to beat Esma's Rapidash, Houndoom, and Ninetales. It would have taken less, but it took her double the time to take out Houndoom, despite it being the weakest of Esma's chosen Pokémon, due to its dark typing. Tatsumaki had to use Miracle Eye just to be able to hit it, and thanks to her mastery of the move the immunity turned into a major resistance. So far, at Proficient Mastery, she could use the move on those as strong as her or weaker, and the target retained a major resistance. I mean, it did not make sense to turn an immunity straight to a neutral relation, but I was hoping that it would come to that or as close to that as possible once she mastered the Miracle Eye. Well, at least she could target it with psychic moves after using it. Regardless, since she only had a scant few non-psychic type moves due to her focus on evolving, Tatsumaki had to make sure not to get hit or be hit by any dark moves while she teleported around Houndoom, peppering him with her moves, slowly whittling down its health, stamina, and energy in the process. After that demanding battle, Tatsumaki barely managed to beat Ninetales before being out of commission as well. I resolved to have her learn a bunch of moves of at least 3 to 5 types as soon as possible. She only had to learn them to have them in hand in case of emergency. Raising their mastery could wait until she had evolved. She was not too far off from mastering Calm Mind, only 2 or 3 more months before it happened. It would be her 4th mastered move out of the 6 necessary moves for her evolution. After Calm Mind, I would have her focus on Miracle Eye, and Gravity was the move we agreed on as her 6th as well as final move. Anyway, once everyone congratulated me on my win, I checked out when my next fight would be. Turns out my Pokemon battle would happen first, and it was scheduled for 5:30 p.m., making it the 2nd semi-final fight overall. My personal combat fight, on the other hand, was the 3rd semi-final fight and was set for 6 p.m. I still had nearly 1.5 hours until I had to fight, but since everyone was eager to watch the battles, we had an hour until the start of the semi-finals. That was more than enough time for lunch, so we went to one of the restaurants we saw while walking from venue to venue. It looked the most inviting of the lot, which was the main reason we went there. There was no real need to hurry, and we discussed my next opponents while eating. I would be facing Jon Snow from Frost Ice Academy, or just Frost Academy in Hail City. The Pokemon Jon had shown so far were A, Mid, Silver Stage Dugong and Walrein, as well as A, Low, Silver Stage Owl, Ninetales and Abomasnow. Misty was enthusiastic about the fight for obvious reasons and suggested I use Stan/Gyarados for the battle since that fulfilled the conditions of my teachers. The others actually agreed with her, and I did as well since I wanted Stan to fight too. They should be able to hold out long enough, and facing 3 of them might be enough to stimulate Stan enough for one of his parameters to increase, so I settled for him, and the others cheered when I confirmed it. Many of them admitted that they were curious about the reaction of everyone when they saw such a large Gyarados. My personal fight was against Adam Gala, a fellow Aura user from Spark Aura Academy in Spark City. He had revealed a combat style that used Aura in tandem with a bit of fire, and with his Tier 2 first-class reserves and strength, he already qualified as a pretty strong person at his young age. Eventually, everyone was done eating, so we left after sharing the bill. I had to admit that I quite liked the steak, and the females praised the salad, so I would consider coming back if I was in the area. Anyway, we made it to the first fight on time despite taking our time at the restaurant. The first battle was a personal one, and I used it to study both fighters since the winner would be the one I would be facing during the finals. It quickly became apparent that one of them had the upper hand, and seeing how he was teleporting around, I would say he was a Tier 2 first-class psychic. His name was Seiki Law, and according to the announcer's intro, he was a local from Dawn Psychic Academy. His opponent was someone from a martial academy who had honed his body and will, in addition to having enough of a dark affinity as well as the necessary manipulation to interfere with Seiki's attempt at direct telekinesis. Still, that was his limit, and it did not make him immune, so all it took was for Seiki to get a bit more creative. In the end, he managed to take down his opponent after grabbing a hold of his tiring foe, overwhelming what was left of his dark energy, and teleporting with him 10 meters into the air. Seiki obviously knew that 10 meters would do nothing to his opponent, so he used his ability to levitate to stay in the air until he could do another teleportation, and he did that another 2 times to reach a height of 30 meters. Now, elementalists would not be worried about such heights since all of them had their ways to solve such a problem, but unfortunately for him, Seiki's opponent was not one of them. So, when Seiki indicated that he was going to hurl the already tired guy towards the ground, said guy simply surrendered. The whole fight took 20 minutes, but I was positive Seiki could have won quicker if not for his foe's ability to use a bit of dark energy. There were still 10 minutes until it was time for my fight, so I made my way to the battlefield under the well wishes of my friends and family. Jon Snow was already there, so I tried to do some small talk since we still had more than 5 minutes until it was time I fight, but the guy only gave perfunctory answers. Seeing him behaving all stoically, I stopped my attempt at talking and we quietly waited the rest of the time. The commentator did our introductions, the crowd went wild, and the referee gave the signal to start the battle after his usual spiel. Jon and I released our Pokemon under the cheers of the crowd. On Jon's side, his Walrein appeared, while on my side Stan appeared. As soon as Stan materialized, the crowd went silent, awed by his size on top of the fact that he was a Doritos. John was dazed for a split second as well, especially since he got a small feel of Stan's intimidate, but he snapped out of it near instantly, returning to his stoic look. Walrein, on the other hand, received the full package and looked sufficiently cowed. Yet, it instantly snapped out of it when John gave Walrein the order to use an ice beam, showing the great relationship they had. Stan countered Ice Beam with a flamethrower, and it was even overpowering the Ice Beam, forcing Walrein to dodge, which it did through rollout. While it was dodging, Stan released a rain dance, before using an Ice Beam of his own to freeze the area in front of Walrein, causing it to lose control of its rolling. It was forced to stop to regain control, which Stan used to attack Walrein with a thunder. Seeing the currents in the air, John called out Sheer Wall, and Walrein actually blocked the thunder by encasing itself in a block of sheer cold. This was the first time I saw using that move in a defensive capacity, and I had to admit it was pretty clever. Walrein did not wait, and shattered the ice block, before using the ice shards to boost its blizzard. Stan reacted and blew the blizzard back to Walrein through a hurricane, before firing off another thunder. Walrein repeated its earlier trick and encased itself in sheer cold. Stan used the moment it was frozen solid to use as many dragon dances as possible, and he managed to finish one before Walrein freed itself. In fact, by the time it got free, he fired off a scald at it. Walrein blocked it with a hydro pump, but Stan had no problem matching the stronger move with his scald. Still, he abruptly cut it off after the streams were more than halfway to Walrein. He instantly followed his attack up with a thunderbolt that piggybacked the hydro pump to reach Walrein. The pain made it interrupt its attack, and it barely managed to get a rollout going to escape the thunderbolt before Stan couldn't keep up the current any longer. Yet, seeing the static flashes occasionally appearing on its body, it was obvious that it had to tank quite a bit before it got away. Stan went on the offensive, and moved towards Walrein and slapped it with an iron tail while it was rolling, making it fly away like a tennis ball. It crashed into the wall on the side of the battlefield, before it fell to the ground. Yet, Stan did not wait for it to stand up and followed up with a thunder. Unfortunately, for Walrein, it could not block it and got to feel the full brunt of the thunder. That proved to be too much for it and it got knocked out, triggering Stan's Moxie. John recalled his Walrein and called out his next Pokemon, which was his Alolan Ninetales. Surprisingly, the undulations it was releasing indicated that it had reached the mid-silver stage, which meant that it had advanced after John's last fight. As soon as it appeared, the rain turned to hail, but Stan ignored it and used another dragon dance. Then he rushed towards Al Ninetales before he abruptly turned around, slapping an iron tail towards it. Al Ninetales dodged that by jumping in the air, and it started an ice beam, but my guy had expected this to happen, so he was facing toward Al Ninetales with a flamethrower ready that he fired as soon as it was at the zenith of its jump. Ninetales actually endured the pain of being burned, and used extrasensory on Stan, interrupting his flamethrower due to the pain he felt. Yet, my boy showed that he could endure pain as well, and he used Dark Pulse to counter the effect of extrasensory. He did not stop at that and kept it up to hurl Ninetales a bit away once it got hit. While Ninetales was rolling backward due to the momentum caused by the hit, Stan used another dragon dance to boost himself. He moved after Ninetales, who just managed to regain its bearing, and slapped it with an iron tail before it could react. Like Walrein before it, it crashed into the wall and landed on the ground. It tried to stand up, but while it was struggling, Stan mercilessly attacked it with a flamethrower, knocking it out. Once that happened, Moxie got triggered once more, raising Stan's strength once more. I saw John struggling while contemplating whom he should call out next, his Dugong or his Abomasnow. His shoulders sagged slightly, probably knowing that it would not make much of a difference, but unwilling to just give up. He called out his last Pokemon, which was his Abomasnow, and with its appearance, the hail that had started to slow down picked up once more. Not that it would change anything. As soon as the signal from the referee came, Stan rushed towards Abomasnow and released a physical onslaught, alternating between Crunch and Iron Tail. Abomasnow did its best to withstand the onslaught but could do not much more than defend to the best of its abilities due to Stan's boosted state. It ultimately succumbed after holding out for 2 minutes. The referee declared Stan as well as me the winners, and the crowd went wild. John recalled his Pokemon and I went up to him to thank him for the battle, before returning to the side of my group. With this victory I had moved on to the finals in the Pokemon Battle category, so only the Personal Battle category was left. Chapter 300, Regional Champion Twice Over, Kinda. Once I made it back to our seats, everyone congratulated me, and I got dragged into a lot of hugs. However, I did not stay with them for long, since my personal fight was up next. Since I had made it to the semifinals in both categories, I would be fighting back-to-back. The same would happen for the finals. At least I would get to relax for a bit before the finals, since the fight after mine would count as my break. Anyway, I made my way back to the battlefield barely 5 minutes after I sat down, and took my place on the side assigned to me. Adam was already in position as well, and the host began to do our introductions, not that we needed them since everyone should have heard it once or twice by now. The referee did his usual thing, and I decided to finish the fight as quickly as possible since I wanted to relax for as long as possible. The finals would start at 7 p.m., so each minute I finished early was another minute I got to relax. So, as soon as the starting signal came, I shot toward Adam while boosting my legs for extra speed. Adam obviously saw me approaching and assumed a defensive position. He managed to stand it ready just as I arrived in front of him. I changed from a leg boost to a full body boost before doing a fake out, the maneuver not the move. I faked delivering a punch from the right, which he tried to block while doing a half spin to move to the right of his body, which gave me free access to Adam's unprotected right side. I delivered a devastating liver blow which made Adam involuntarily fold his body. I mercilessly followed that up with a leg sweep, to make use of his unbalanced state to cause him to fall, which succeeded. While he was down, I moved to his backside before going down as well to grab him in a headlock. Since I was at his back he could not hit or kick me, so he tried to buckle his body in hopes of loosening my hold. Unfortunately for him, I was boosting my arms and back with aura, so he could not get rid of my chokehold. Still, he kept struggling until the end, but once it was obvious that he could not get out, and that he was about to lose consciousness, the referee declared me the winner, so I let go of Adam, who proceeded to take deep breaths. The whole fight lasted less than 4 minutes, with the first part of my offensive taking 10 to 25 seconds, while the struggle on the ground took nearly 4 minutes. Adam actually managed to endure a chokehold for such a long time while actively struggling, which showed how much better our physiques were compared to the regular guy or gal who would have succumbed to unconsciousness within less than a minute. I stood up and stretched out my hand to help Adam up as well. He took it, and once he was up, I thanked him for the fight. He actually thanked me for showing him that he still had a lot to learn before declaring that he would win the next time. The main reason I had managed to win this fast was that I was stronger than him and had more experience thanks to the weekly trashing I received with Mr. Burns' support, along with the daily spars I had with Tyson, Mars, and the others. Well, that and the fact that I took him by surprise with my fake-out supported by my fast speed. His own somewhat lacking experience facing those as strong or stronger than him helped as well. Anyway, I made my way back to the stands, and thanks to my quick victory there were still 25 minutes until the next semifinal fight. Most people used that time to go for a quick washroom stop or to buy some snacks, but our group had brought along enough snacks, so I could just snag some from them if I wanted to. Not that I needed it, since I had more than enough berries and self-made snacks stored in Utopia that I could pull out. Anyway, I got teased good-naturedly by the others because I rushed the fight just to laze around a bit before having to fight in the finals. I just shrugged because it was true. Still, I added that I only did that because Adam had already reached the semifinals, so there was no need for me to give him some time to show his mettle. Besides, he made it to the continental competition either way, so there was no need for me to feel bad for any reason. The topic shifted to other stuff, and before we knew it, it was time for the last semifinal fight. I pulled out some of the self-made snacks and distributed them to everyone before nibbling on some while watching the ongoing Pokemon battle. Stephanie Dola from Gene Aura Academy in Orland City ended up being the winner, which meant that I would be facing her in the finals. She only used her high, Silver Stage Hitmonform and mid, Silver Stage Gardevoir to win the battle, but I had read up on both competitors, so I knew that she also had a high silver stage Sylveon as well as a low silver stage Lucario, neither of which got a turn this time around. Stephanie won within 20 minutes, so there were still 10 minutes before the finals began. Since I had made it to the finals of both categories, I had to partake in both battles, so I made my way to the battlefield under the well wishes of everyone. Mom gave me a bone-crushing hug before she let me leave, and I jokingly asked if that was her way of making the finals more equal. I heard the others laugh while I was moving to the battlefield, and once I reached my position I saw my opponent Seiki already in his, waiting for the fight to begin. He actually gave me a nod of acknowledgement after I took my place, which I naturally returned. Introductions happened, and the referee gave the starting signal after his usual spiel. I dialed my senses to the max, and as soon as the signal was given, Seiki disappeared using his teleportation. He appeared 20 meters to his previous left, and as soon as he did I felt his reappearance. Seiki either could not suppress his life signs, or he did not bother doing so. That made tracking him easier for me, so I was thankful for that. He did another teleportation and appeared closer to me. I felt the effects of his telekinesis on me, which meant he was trying to gain control over me, but I used my aura to resist him, while also physically struggling against the metaphorical restrictions Seiki's telekinesis was trying to place on me. Due to being a psychic myself, I knew how to best resist the telekinesis, and where as well as how much pressure to apply to break free, so Seiki's attempt at taking control of my body failed. Had he succeeded, he would have been able to immobilize me or levitate me around, slamming me everywhere he wanted. Yet, he failed, which gave him the equivalent of a mental slap to the face. I saw him briefly wince at the small mental backlash he received, but I also saw how he became much more serious after that happened. It seemed he decided to change his approach, as he teleported away from me before taking to the air using his telekinesis on himself. He then began levitating nails around himself that came out of his pockets. I boosted my perception and reaction time to the limit while boosting my legs as well so that I could react to and dodge the nails once he began firing them toward me. Still, instead of waiting for it to happen, I began rushing toward him. I used small aura platforms to run in the air, but I was forced to deviate a lot due to having to dodge the nails Seiki was firing at me. Thankfully, he could only control a bunch of nails as a group on top of firing them. If he could have completely controlled multiple nails individually, I would have been much more hard-pressed to dodge or block them. Nonetheless, even now I was forced to jump around dodging nails flying at me from all sides. Being airborne, I did some somersaults and flips. I even created a platform above me and propelled myself downward after a half flip. I created some aura membranes between my torso and arms, resembling those of a Malga, to make use of my momentum to fly. That increased my speed in the air, as well as my mobility by quite a bit, especially since I occasionally created platforms behind my feet to push off from for added momentum. I became faster and faster that way, and the situation turned into a cat and mouse game, but this time around I was the mouse, or squirrel, a flying one at that. To be honest, if not for my high reaction speed as well as great senses, I would have been unable to keep flying, more like gliding, in the air. Seiki did his best to nail me down, and he managed to graze me a few times. In fact, he successfully struck me twice. Once on my left arm and once on my right ass cheek. The last one managed to elicit an involuntary yelp from me that I knew would be used to tease me for the next few days and weeks. I pulled out both nails and decided to return fire, so I began throwing aura-boosted Senbons at Seiki while dodging his attacks. This forced him to dodge as well, which reduced his attacking pace, giving me some room to breathe. Some of my throws forced him to teleport to dodge them, and during those moments his offense completely stopped, since he was taking his nails with him while he was teleporting. He couldn't attack and teleport at the same time, but I couldn't do that either, which is why I forced him to do so. I made use of this to reverse our previous roles, turning from mouse to cat in our little chase. Our back and forth went on for another 4 or so minutes, bringing our total battle time to nearly 20 minutes. I noticed that Seiki was slowing down, showing that he was tiring, which was understandable considering how often he had been forced to teleport on top of levitating the whole time. Another minute later, Seiki teleported to the ground and stopped levitating around to conserve some energy. Seeing this, I did not stop peppering him from above but slowed that down instead while diverting some focus on moving around to fire the Sin bonds from different positions. I was covertly positioning myself for a final ambush while doing that, and right after Seiki's latest teleportation, which ended up close enough for my plans, I pushed myself off from a platform right at him. I used the few precious seconds he had to wait for his next teleportation to deliver a haymaker, and despite his effort at stopping me with his telekinesis, Seiki failed to stop me from hitting him. He crashed into the ground, while I managed to successfully crash land as well. I saw that Seiki was trying to gather his wits, but I had no plans to let him do that, so I rushed up to him and placed aura spikes at his throat to show that I could have neutralized him if I wanted to. The referee declared me the winner, and after close to 30 minutes of fighting, I was officially the winner of the personal combat competition. This made me the regional secondary education level champion of Rota in personal combat. What a mouthful that was. Still, I could now say that I was a regional champion, even if I was not the regional champion or one in Pokemon battling. Actually, that one was going to happen in a few minutes as well. I stopped the idle thoughts and enjoyed the cheers of the spectators. Chapter 301, Regional Champion Twice Over, kinda. The cheers went on for a minute or two before they stopped. I chose to remain in my position since my next final fight was going to start in less than 5 minutes. In fact, I could see my opponent Stephanie Dola move to her position. She gave me a cheery wave in greeting, which I returned, before watching her wave to the crowd. Her actions elicited cheers from them, and part of the crowd began cheering her name. Stephanie thanked the crowd for their zeal before turning her focus back to me and the referee. I had to admit that she had the qualifications to become a performer if she wanted to. She had the looks, kinda. At least it was clear that she would be beautiful once she hit her peak look at the start of her journey. Where was I? The looks, the confidence, the aura, in this case, not aura as in aura the energy but aura as in air or atmosphere. Actually, she had the energy aura as well, but that was not what I meant here. Anyway, Stephanie had everything she would need to become successful and a crowd favorite, so I was not surprised by the crowd's reaction. Most humans tended to prefer cute or beautiful things after all. The crowd only began to quiet down when the referee began going over the rules, and by the time he gave the starting signal they were quietly watching us release our first Pokemon. On Stephanie's side, her high, silver stage Sylveon appeared, while on my side Luna/Clefable materialized. Both Pokemon began to use one of their moves as soon as they appeared on the field. Sylveon used Misty Terrain, which meant Luna would be unable to sing her to sleep. Meanwhile, Luna used Gravity as her opening move, and the effect was immediate. Sylveon flinched due to the suddenly increased gravity, which Luna capitalized on to use Encore, limiting Sylveon's energy usage to Misty Terrain. With Sylveon's strength, and Luna's mastery over Encore, the effect should last for roughly a minute, which in a fight such as this was not a short period. Seeing the situation, Stephanie told her Sylveon to run away and keep her distance until the effect of Encore wore off, and hopefully gravity as well. However, speed was not Sylveon's forte. In fact, its species was as fast as Clefable's. Yet, unlike her Sylveon, Luna has been training under the effects of gravity for years, so her speed was not affected much despite her using the move on the whole battlefield to avoid letting Sylveon leave its sphere of influence. Anyway, while Sylveon was struggling to open the distance between them, Luna was leisurely using Work Up to boost her strength. Stephanie noticed her blunder, but there was not much she could do, since Sylveon could not use any long-range attacks to stop Luna, and under the effects of gravity, Sylveon would be unable to stop Luna. Stephanie hesitated a bit before turning resolute, telling her Pokemon to stop everything, and focus on circulating its energy instead to cut down the time of Encore. That was in fact the best she could have done in that situation. It cut down the duration of Encore to 30 seconds, but by this point, Luna had used Work Up 3 times, and she was in the middle of performing the 4th one. Sylveon immediately attacked her using Swift, but the homing stars were pink instead of golden yellow, which meant Sylveon definitely had Pixelate as an ability. Luna chose to tank the moves in hopes of finishing her latest boost and managed to do so just before the stars crashed into her, causing a mini explosion upon impact. Still, the damage done was minimal, and Luna, the cute badass that she was, did not even flinch. No, she ignored the damage and ran towards Sylvian instead. I was confident that she was planning to use Meteor Mash or Iron Tail on Sylvian now that she had boosted her strength considerably. Stephanie also knew that it meant nothing good for them if Luna reached them, so she did something really smart. She had Sylvian use Psych Up, copying Luna's 4 work-up boosts before she used Quick Attack to run away. Quick Attack's speed relied not only on the agility parameter but also on the strength parameter, so Sylvian managed to reach an impressive speed, especially since Quick Attack received an extra boost thanks to Pixelate. While her idea was great since it gave Sylvian a genuine chance to run away, Luna did not let go of the chance provided to her and used Copycat to copy Quick Attack. What followed was a game of cat and mouse, with Luna steadily catching up simply because gravity had less of an effect on her and her superior parameters. Sylvian fired swifts at Luna while changing directions, but she simply dodged or blocked those stars with disarming voice. At one point Sylvian even resorted to blinding Luna with Sand Attack, but she blocked it with Fairy Wind. Still, after nearly 5 minutes of back and forth, gravity dissipated, or rather Luna allowed it to dissipate since Sylvian had somewhat gotten used to the effects. The sudden increase in their speeds that followed caused Sylvian slight control problems, which Luna, who had known that it would happen, capitalized on to finally close the leftover distance between them. Her right fist gained a metallic shine, and she delivered a Meteor Mash straight to Sylvian's side. Luna did not plan to let it be at that and rushed after Sylvian, who had been sent flying by the impact of her fist. Still, Stephanie and Sylvian did not plan to idle wait for Luna to follow up on her Meteor Mash, and Sylvian used a pixelated Hyper Beam while still being midair. The Pixie Beam forced Luna to stop and block it with a Protect, but she did not insist on completely blocking the beam. No, she used the time Protect gave her to dodge the beam instead, before resuming her rush towards Sylvian, who had crashed into the ground and was trying to stop its slide. Luna reapplied gravity, helping it stop even as Sylvian would have preferred she didn't do that. Nevertheless, it happened, and Luna made it in front of Sylvian with another Meteor Mash at ready. Seeing the situation and knowing that they would most likely be unable to turn it around, Stephanie gave an order, and Sylvian used Misty Explosion. The explosion got boosted by the ongoing misty terrain, and Sylvian literally went out with a bang. Once the dust settled, Sylvian's knocked-out body became visible, and Luna could be seen as well. She was still standing but had suffered considerable damage due to experiencing the explosion at point blank. Still, Luna had not lost any time and was already in the process of healing herself with Life Dew. Seeing the situation, the referee declared Sylvian unable to battle and Luna the winner. After the declaration, the crowd broke out in cheering due to the great fight they had witnessed. Stephanie recalled her Sylvian, and I did the same with Luna, which surprised a lot of people that had been following my battles so far. This was actually the first time I made use of the option of switching out one's Pokemon after winning a fight. Switching mid-fight was forbidden for both contestants, but one could switch after winning a round. So far I had not made use of it because I had one Pokemon fight for as long as it could. However, I was planning to give others a chance to make an appearance as well. Stephanie's next Pokemon was her Hitman form, while Tyson/Machoke appeared on mine. I had actually been hoping that it would have been this matchup, and I lucked out. I was hopeful that this fight would help Tyson with his goal. Both Pokemon were physical fighters, and it became apparent from the get-go when both began using boosting moves while moving towards each other instead of trying to attack the other from afar or trying to set the stage. Tyson used Bulk Up to raise his strength and endurance, the most important parameters for him in this confrontation. Meanwhile, Hitman form used Agility instead, raising its, agility. They soon clashed and the fight turned into an all-out martial arts fight that incorporated moves of all kinds. Hitman form began with a feint that got deflected by Tyson, who saw through it. He actually tried to use the chance to deliver a poison jab, but Hitman form blocked it with a Meteor Mash. It then used Euro Ball and spun at Tyson, who did a low sweep in hopes of unbalancing Hitman form, who was spinning on one foot. However, Hitmonform dodged his sweep by slightly jumping in the air and using the chance to perform a triple kick. Yet, Tyson was not helpless either. He tilted backward dodging the first kick, before blocking the other two with dual chop. In fact, his dual chop propelled Hitmonform, who was still mid-air, away. Still, being what it was, Hitmonform spun in the air thrice before perfectly landing on his feet. Yet, it got face to face with Tyson, who had followed after it. He hit it with a thunder punch right at the temple, which Hitmonform was forced to block with its arms. Its arms became slightly numb due to the move, and Tyson used the opening its forceful block had caused to deliver a mock punch at its unprotected midriff. However, Hitmonform managed to block his move through quick guard. It actually followed up on its block with a counter, which Tyson decided to tank only to deliver a perfectly timed counterattack using revenge. Both Pokemon were forced to retreat a few steps due to the force of the hits they suffered, but both stepped forward after they took a deep breath. Hitmonform attacked with a Blaze Kick, but Tyson blocked it with Stomping Tantrum. In fact, he managed to empower Hitmonform, who went along with the force to spin around and deliver a Mega Kick. Tyson did his best to block the Mega Kick with Mega Punch but still suffered some damage. However, he managed to stop the kick and grabbed onto the outstretched leg, before he used Vital Throw to slam Hitmonform into the ground. He directly followed after it and tried to hit his downed opponent with a Stomping Tantrum, but Hitmonform dodged it by using Dig to briefly go underground before resurfacing a bit away, without giving Tyson the chance to use Earthquake. The audience, who had been spellbound so far, watching the fast-paced, flowing exchange, broke out into cheers during that momentary lull. The two fighters ignored them, fully focused on their respective opponent. As if they received a signal, both simultaneously used Bullet Punch to close the distance between each other, before breaking out into a bout of close combat. Not only that, but they added Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch into the mix, and I saw Tyson adding his Poison Punch and Stomping Tantrum into the mix, while Hitmonform added Blaze Kick and Meteor Mash. The exchange went on for a while until Hitmonform used a greatly timed attack to dodge Tyson's Brick Break to deliver a Focus Punch, which actually forced him to block it using Protect. The shield shattered due to the might of the punch, but it managed to block it while doing that. Using the opening Focus Punch caused, Tyson delivered a dynamic punch on Hitmonform's head, crashing it to the ground due to the force of the move. He directly followed that up with Stomping Tantrum, but Hitmonform managed to hold on through Endure. Not only that, it counterattacked using Reversal. Tyson tried to block the move with Protect, but the shield broke after absorbing most of the damage. He tanked the rest, before knocking out Hitmonform with a Revenge. As soon as it was unconscious, the referee declared it unable to battle and Tyson the winner. Stephanie recalled her Hitmonform, and I followed suit since I was planning to give another Pokemon the chance to battle as well. Chapter 302, Regional Champion Twice Over, kinda. Stephanie and I called out our final Pokemon, and on her side her Gardevoir appeared, while on mine Manami/Lapras made her appearance. The crowd cheered seeing these two impressive as well as beautiful Pokemon, and I saw Stephanie looking at Manami in fascination. While most trainers, or rather nearly all trainers, would be interested in a Lapras, female trainers were especially enthusiastic about the species for various reasons. Meanwhile, I had expected Stephanie to choose Gardevoir, and I was hoping that it did not have Trace, since that would mean that it could copy Water Absorb, which would block Manami's water moves for the duration of the fight. Still, I was confident Manami could still win even with such a handicap, which is why I still went with her. Well, we would see if it happened once she hit Gardevoir with a water move. At least there was no way for Trace to copy Manami's talent, or our main strategy would have turned into a nuisance. Anyway, as soon as the referee gave the starting signal, Manami used Freezing Rain to ensure that she would be perpetually healed while damaging and slowing down her opponent. Meanwhile, Gardevoir used Misty Terrain, which meant that status conditions would become obsolete for its duration. With that move she unknowingly prevented Manami's next move, which would have been Perish Song, saving Gardevoir from a constant stamina drain. Still, Manami ignored that setback and simply proceeded with the next step, which was to use Blizzard. Gardevoir simply dodged that by teleporting to an area the move already passed, since Manami was not trying to keep it up. Still, Her dodging was not a problem since the main aim of Blizzard was to freeze the ground that had become wet and cold thanks to freezing rain. This kept Gardevoir busy and was also in preparation for the next part. Manami used Surf to change the field to one better suited for her. Freezing rain would help her efforts and could have achieved the same given enough time, but it was better to speed up the process. The energy/psychic shields around the battlefield made sure that the water did not spill out, and the frozen ground made sure the water gathered on the battlefield, turning it into a pool/water field. Gardevoir escaped Surf by levitating above it, and she had to keep doing so to avoid being submerged in the water. Additionally, the fact that Gardevoir bothered dodging Surf told me that she did not trace down Water Absorb, which was great news. The fact that Stephanie had said nothing since Gardevoir's appearance probably meant that it also had telepathy. That or Steph was trying to emulate me, and no matter how emulate-worthy I was, I somehow doubted that she was doing it because of that. I had to mention that the battlefield now looked spectacular since the water was glistening in pinkish light due to the still active misty terrain. Anyway, all this happened within the first minute, so the crowd cheered full of enthusiasm, and I could understand it since they just witnessed an ultra-small-scale terraformation that ended in a beautiful picture. Nonetheless, Gardevoir did not get distracted by the new pool for more than a split moment. It briefly shone in pinkish light that I recognized as future sight before it began to use Calm Mind, but by that time Manami reacted and interrupted its boosting attempt with a thunder, forcing Gardevoir to teleport away. Gardevoir appeared behind Manami and directly used Psychic on her, but she disagreed with her own Psychic. Surprising for most but not for me, Manami's Psychic actually matched Gardevoir's Psychic in power and prowess despite her not having the Psychic type. Manami's higher parameters and advanced Psychic mastery were not for show after all. They wrestled with Psychic for over a minute before they broke up the Psychic confrontation. Manami immediately followed up with a thunderbolt that Gardevoir effortlessly dodged with a teleport. Yet, Manami did not let up and released a thunder as soon as Gardevoir reappeared, forcing it to teleport away again. When it reappeared, Manami released a shockwave which it also dodged. That went on for nearly 2 minutes, Manami releasing an electric move while Gardevoir dodged/teleported away. At least it did until Gardevoir, after dodging Manami's latest shockwave, split through the use of Double Team, dodging the latest Thunderbolt without having to teleport. It used the time saved to counterattack by attacking Manami with a Dazzling Gleam. Manami countered the move with a Hydro Pump, and for a moment both moves were in a stalemate that lasted until Manami got hit by the future sight that Gardevoir had released at the beginning. That attack not only hurt her but also interrupted her Hydro Pump, leading to her being hit by Dazzling Gleam as well. Gardevoir did not plan to give Manami any time to recover or counterattack. It immediately followed up with a Psybeam that hit Manami head-on. It tried to use another one, but Manami managed to block it in time with a Protect. She used the precious time that brought her to use Life Dew, which healed her back to full health thanks to its effect stacking with Water Absorb. Gardevoir, who had stopped its attack, did not just watch as Manami returned to full health. It used Recover to heal all the damage it suffered so far from the freezing rain. Manami, seeing that she would be hard-pressed to prevent that, ignored it and released another freezing rain since she knew that the previous one was about to dissipate. They were now practically back to the beginning plus the pond. I saw the metaphorical sparks between the two before Gardevoir set off the second round with a Double Team. She then began charging an Aura Sphere, and all her copies did the same. Manami charged an Ice Beam to attack all the Gardevoir. She managed to destroy most of the copies, but Gardevoir managed to create her Aura Sphere and teleported with the sphere behind Manami before firing it at her back. I used telepathy to tell Manami to raise a shield, which she did by raising an ice block using sheer cold, copying what Jon Snow used against us. I had told her about it and she applied that now. After blocking that, she turned her head toward Gardevoir and tried to nail her with a Hydro Pump. However, that failed since Gardevoir reacted swift enough to teleport away. In return, Manami used a Blizzard and kept it up as long as possible. The indiscriminate attack fused with the freezing rain and gave Gardevoir no place to escape. Since Gardevoir was levitating in the air, too far up to get the protection of misty terrain, she began to slowly freeze over. Seeing no way to escape the blizzard, it used Psychic to stop the move from affecting its surroundings. Even the freezing rain was kept at bay through its actions. Still, this took a lot of energy, so it became a question of whether it could keep that up till Manami's blizzard let up. It was Manami's blizzard that gave out first, but Gardevoir looked visibly tired by that point since it had already suffered quite a bit before. It tried to use Recover to heal itself, but Manami did not allow that to happen and resorted to her electric trio of Shock Wave, Thunderbolt, and Thunder to keep Gardevoir on its toes to prevent it from healing itself. The freezing rain would do the rest, as long as it could not recover. It took another 3 minutes, but Gardevoir finally got tired enough that Lapras managed to hit her with an ice beam that froze her solid, rendering her unable to battle. Once the referee declared Manami the winner, the crowd went wild. Meanwhile, Manami used a low-powered Scald to melt the ice around Gardevoir without hurting it. Once it was unfrozen, Stephanie recalled it and thanked Manami for the help. I thanked Stephanie for the fight, and she said that it had been great fighting someone her age that was so strong even if she lost completely in the end. According to her, I seemed to have rekindled the determination to get even stronger in her that had been gradually reducing by nearly completely dominating the battle. While we were talking, the referee came up to us and told us that the closing ceremony would begin at 8:15 p.m., so we had a bit less than 20 minutes to talk with our friends/relatives and get something to drink or snack on if we wanted. We thanked him before making our separate way to our respective areas/seats. I got welcomed like a king by my group, and Mom was the first to crush/hug me. Everyone congratulated me for becoming the regional secondary education level champion of Rhoda in both categories. I could feel that everyone was genuinely happy for me, which in turn made me as happy, if not happier, than winning the regional competition. 15 minutes passed by pretty quickly, and everyone that made it to the quarterfinals in either category was called to the stage that had been set up in the middle of the battlefield within the last 15 minutes. We were asked to wait backstage while the host initiated the closing ceremony. Once he did his part, he introduced the head honcho from the Ministry of Education that had spoken during the opening ceremony before leaving the podium to him. The head honcho began talking about the successful completion of the competition and thanked all staff and personnel that made it possible. He went on to talk about how this was the second time Rhoda had held its own regional competition, which was true. Weiss and Ace's year had actually been the last year that Rhoda had taken part in Kanto's regional competition as a dependency. Since last year, Rhoda was given leave to hold its own regional competition to select representatives for the continental competition. However, unlike Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and the Orange Archipelago, which each received a quota of 16 representatives per category, Rhoda received a quota of 8 representatives per category. The Seviai Archipelago was the same, and the reason for their lesser quota was logical, so neither region complained. It was their smaller region size, lower population count, and lesser total military/trainer strength that resulted in a lower quota. Anyway, the guy went on about how he was proud to see so many talented students emerge from their beloved region, and how we, the new generation, were the future pillars of humanity. Geez, no pressure at all, right? Jokes aside, it was not bad of a speech, and he kept it under 10 minutes, which was a huge plus. The minister remained on the stage, while the host returned along with 2 assistants that were carrying some things. Once the host arrived beside the minister, he called all participants that made it to the quarterfinals in the personal combat category onto the stage. Both the host and the minister congratulated us for making it to the continental competition. Those that lost the quarterfinals were personally handed a certificate denoting their status as quarterfinalists by the Minister of Education. The 2 that lost the semifinals both received a bronze medal, Seiki received a silver medal, and I received a gold medal. All medals were handed to us by the minister as well. Once that was over, the host asked me to stay put while requesting the others to move to the right. Afterward, he called the participants that made it to the quarterfinals in the Pokemon Battle category to the stage, and they repeated the awarding steps. Stephanie received the silver medal and I got my second gold medal. Once all awards were handed out, the host once more emphasized that the 15 of us, 8 in each category, were Rhoda's representatives for the continental competition, and the audience cheered for us. He also praised me for being the dual champion, which made the cheers even more enthusiastic. The cheers went on for a solid minute or two before the host thanked everyone for coming and for their support. That was the official conclusion of the regional competition, and everyone began making their way down the stage. The minister called out to me and requested to speak with me for a moment, which earned me some curious looks from the others, but I ignored them and waited for the minister. He took me a bit to the side and informed me that he simply wanted to inform me that the Rhoda government was ready to support my application in case I wanted to apply to either Professor Michael Cameron or Professor Maria Varon for my apprenticeship. Those two were the two most distinguished professors of Rhoda, so the government support was not a small thing, especially since it meant that the chance of my application being accepted that way was 99%. Still, I did not immediately confirm anything, and simply thanked him and the government for their willingness to help me. I told him that I was still contemplating whom to choose and that I was going to send out applications after the global competition. I also added that both Professor Cameron, as well as Professor Varon, were among my choices, which was true. Anyway, after thanking him once more and once I confirmed that there was nothing else, I wished him a good evening before making my way to my parents and the others. Mom as well as Dad hugged me and told me how proud they were of me, and after giving us a family moment, the others did the same. It took a bit, but everyone got their turn. After the initial congratulations, we made our way to a restaurant for a celebration dinner. Everyone was hungry and we had a reason to celebrate, so we booked a private booth in one of the upper-class restaurants and spent close to 2 hours there. Chapter 303, Various Reactions. Date, Kaide, 22.16.2181, the day of the Rhoda Regional Competition. Location, Lake of Rage, Jado. Professor Ishiro Serizawa was currently studying the Magikarp living in the Lake of Rage. He had heard that more than 4 shiny Gyarados had appeared at this location within the last 15 years, with the last one appearing just last week. That had obviously aroused his curiosity, and he was investigating whether that had to do with the Magikarp population living here, or if it was due to something in the environment of this place. Regardless of which one it was, it fit into his field of study, which was virtually anything related to Magikarp and Gyarados. He had yet to find anything substantial besides 2 Magikarp, both sporting a pattern he had not seen before. However, that alone was not enough to conclude that they, or rather the new pattern, was related to the shiny gene. Nonetheless, the discovery of the 2 Magikarp and their pattern alone was already enough to justify the trip he took here from his lab in Kanto. Yet, studying the environment or the Magikarp was not what he was currently doing. No, at the moment Professor Serizawa and the 2 assistants he had brought along to this expedition, as well as the workers they had brought to help them, were all watching a TV they had set up in their temporary command center/tent. To be precise, they were watching the live broadcast of Rhoda's regional competition between secondary students. The reason for this was pretty simple. Professor Serizawa had heard rumors about a student participating in the competition possessing a truly outstanding Gyarados that was larger than most registered specimens. Not only that, there were faint whispers that the same student had other Gyarados that were in fact variants. The reason that he could only go by rumors and whispers was that he could not check Mikhail Geo's, which was the student's name, file. This was a pretty big thing since he was a bona fide professor, a renowned one at that. Errant Aura Academy, with the support of the Aura Guardian Order, had restricted Mikhail's file, and besides some truly big names among Alliance top brass, no one outside those 2 organizations could access the file. At least, not without the approval of the Aura Guardian Order. He naturally had applied to look into the file once he heard the rumors nearly 2 years ago, but his request had been rejected. He had been told to wait until Mikhail's graduation at the least by one of his acquaintances in the Aura Guardian Order. And he had heeded his advice. Still, he had chosen to watch all of Mikhail's Pokemon battles in hopes of seeing the Gyarados in one of them. He also watched Mikhail's personal battle out of curiosity towards the individual himself, and he had to say that the boy was pretty talented. Still, the more important thing, at least in his opinion, was that he had partially gotten what he wanted. Mikhail had used his Gyarados in the semifinals, and what a Gyarados it was! The Gyarados was a truly impressive specimen of his species. He could tell that the Gyarados was a male one, and from what he could tell it was a young one. If he was not wrong, it had yet to reach 10 years, which was impressive given the strength and prowess it had shown. Still, the most striking detail was Gyarados' size. By his estimation, Garridos was roughly 14 meters long and had a diameter of a bit more than a meter. This made him one of the 20 largest recorded Garridos, and the third largest one in the hands of a human. Furthermore, Serizawa knew that the Garridos still had room for growth due to his age and the real chance of him getting stronger before he becomes too old to keep growing. On another note, they had just watched the finals and it had been a truly impressive fight taking the strength and age of the participants into account. Otherwise, battles of that power scale were not enough to rouse his interest. At least not, if no Garridos or Tyranitar line members were involved. The Tyranitar line was his secondary field of study after all. Anyway, while the fight had been interesting enough, he was disappointed that Mikhail did not reveal any of his other Garridos or at least call out that impressive one he had shown before. Still, he had someone periodically look up general information on Mikhail after his request to check his file had been denied and had learned that way that young Mikhail was interested in doing an internship with a professor during his 3 years of tertiary education. He could use that to get what he wanted, and he would even be able to examine them up close. Moreover, he was sure that the kid would be able to learn a lot of useful stuff with him, so he would be doing the kid a favor as well. Having made his decision, Professor Serizawa turned to Mary, one of the assistants that had followed him here, and told her to send an offer for an apprenticeship to Mikhail Geo once the competition period ended. He did not want to distract the boy, which was why he decided to wait until the competition was over before inviting Mikhail to join him, or rather his laboratory. Date: Gruday, 23.16.2181, a day after the Rota Regional Competition. Location: Goldenrod City, Johto. Professor Bill Sonozaki was currently finishing up rewatching all the battles, personal and Pokemon, of Mikhail Geo during the regional secondary competition of Rota. He had been interested in the young man since his release of the articles on MT Moon and the Viridian Forest. While the articles themselves were not that significant, they were good enough, especially considering Mikhail's age and the fact that he did them on his own. The amount of work he had to have invested into the papers endeared young Mikhail to him, which was why he had sent word to one of his family's employees to offer him an apprenticeship at his side, once he learned that Mikhail was interested in an apprenticeship with a professor. Sadly, the same employee told him that Mikhail had given what could be understood as a politely worded rejection, even if the words he used were that he had yet come to a decision. At the time he had decided to simply wait and see if he would receive an application or not, but after watching the regional competition his interest had been rekindled. Mikhail was simply a multi-talented genius, which made him see a resemblance in him since he, himself was a multi-talented genius as well. He had worked in a multitude of research fields, with EV and the Pokemon storage system being two of the most significant ones, along with ancient or extinct Pokemon. He had made inquiries into Mikhail and knew that he had an Umbreon and that he had been looking into EV as well, probably to get some more to join his Umbreon. As one of, if not the foremost expert in the EV line, he could definitely instruct and help Mikhail on the topic. He believed that his help in procuring as well as nurturing and evolving the EV was enticing enough. Furthermore, the chance to study/work under him was an opportunity that not many would decline. Besides, from what he had learned and seen, Mikhail possessed all kinds of Pokemon, and it was well known that Bill, as heir to the Sonozaki family, had access to a lot of resources, on top of having studied a lot of different species, including those that Mikhail had. To be honest, he had also found the link Mikhail had to the George family, so he was curious if the young man also had a talent/affinity with ground energy on top of his existing/proven one with aura, as well as the one with psychic energy he had heard rumors about. It had been pretty hard to find anything on the last one, and he had found nothing substantial. The Aura Guardians had blocked all his investigations, which honestly only served to increase his curiosity. Yes, there were a lot of reasons why he was interested in Mikhail Geo, but none of them would harm him, since harming a potential future pillar of humanity was the last thing on his mind. On the contrary, he would do his best to uncover all of Mikhail's hidden talents and help him develop them to the best of his abilities so that he could ensure the future prosperity and development of humanity. It would add Brilliant Mentor to his many titles, and he would finally join the likes of Oak and Rowan in being one of those that nurtured a pillar. So, It was with those thoughts in mind that he called Sarah his trusty assistant-cum-secretary and asked her to send an offer of apprenticeship to Mikhail Geo as soon as the global competition was over. He did not doubt that Mikhail would make it there, and he did not think that Mikhail's confidence when he declared his plans to win the global competition were unfounded, so he was looking forward to Mikhail's performance. Date: Gruday, 23.16.2181, a day after the Rota Regional Competition. Location: Palette City, Kanto. Professor Satoshi Masera was sitting in the office in his house, intently watching the video of a battle of Arachu. He had been forwarded the video along with an introduction of its trainer by some of his acquaintances, and seeing the performance of the Raichu he could understand why. Pikachu, Raichu, and their variants as well as special types that occasionally showed up were his main fields of study, along with the all regional royal Pokémon. So, Raichu showing remarkable psychic abilities despite not being a variant was definitely something that interested him. He looked up to see if he could find more information on that Raichu, and he found a few more videos on his fights, and he concluded that it had something resembling Surge Surfer as well. There was no doubt about that, and he was confident in his conclusion, so that meant that the Raichu had remarkable psychic abilities on top of having the equivalent to Surge Surfer despite not being an Alolan variant. Yes, his interest was roused, so he decided to look up Raichu's trainer to see if he could invite him over for an examination, and what he found impressed him quite a bit. Young Mikhail Geo turned out to be as fascinating/interesting as his Raichu. Really high aura talent, psychic talent, and combat abilities. A truly impressive roster of Pokémon, with all of them being at an impressive strength considering his age and the number of areas he was focusing on. His papers and his wish for an apprenticeship under a professor for the duration of his tertiary education did not escape his attention as well, and it certainly fit his plans to invite him over. Besides, after having read up on him, Satoshi was impressed with Mikhail, and he was willing to guide the young man, whom he believed to have the potential to become one of the mainstays of humanity, at least as long as he survived. He created a reminder on his phone that would remind him to send an offer for an apprenticeship under him once the global competition was over. He was planning to talk to his mentor to take him in case he got rejected, since he wanted Mikhail to join someone that could help him develop to the greatest degree, and there was no one else better for that than Samuel Oak. Even if the man himself was too busy to fulfill his mentor role all the time, his resources and communication would more than compensate for that. Moreover, no one sane or even insane would dare to do anything to Mikhail for the duration of his apprenticeship, which was definitely a plus since he had first-hand experience concerning stuff that could happen to geniuses of that caliber. Chapter 304, Various Reactions. Date: Kaide, 22.16.2181, the day of the Rota Regional Competition. Location: Rota City, Rota. Professor Michael Cameron was inside his office watching the Rota Regional Competition for secondary students. As one of the two great professors of Rota, he had a vested interest in the future generation of his region, and due to his field of study, he had a special interest in those from Aura academies, even if he endeavored to be unbiased at all times while making decisions. Still, the main topics of his research were Aura, the Lucario line, and the Ralts line, so it was no surprise that he had a particular interest in one of the students, Mikhail Geo. It did not surprise him when Mikhail ended up being the winner in both categories, since he knew from his great-nephew Arthur what the young boy was capable of. What did surprise him a bit was that young Mikhail managed to become the champion of the personal combat category without relying on his psychic abilities. He had heard that Aran Academy had requested Mikhail to hold back, but he had not expected the boy to hold out as long as he did while using only his aura and some Senbons. People with an affinity and talent for both aura as well as psionic energy were extremely rare, so studying working with someone like that would be helpful for his studies. The fact that Mikhail himself wanted to apprentice under a professor was amusing, and he had hinted to government officials that he was willing to accept Mikhail in case he applied for an apprenticeship under him. Besides, he knew that Mikhail already had a Riolu partner and a Kirlia among his Pokémon. Furthermore, if what Arthur told him was right, then the boy was planning to get another Ralt since the one he had was going to evolve into Galade, and he wanted the new one to evolve into Gardevoir. This perfectly matched with his study directions as well, and he was curious what kind of influence a dual aura and psychic affinity had on the Ralts line members. Not only that, the Riolu that joined Mikhail was the one that was blessed by Aura. Both he and Maria had been interested in that particular Riolu, but the Lucario tribe and the rules of the Aura Guardian Order forced them to leave Riolu in peace. The two professors were not the only ones that had been interested in that Riolu, as most top-ranking Aura Guardians knew of it, but none had felt a connection with it, and Riolu had refused to join them, so the blessed Riolu joining someone had caused quite a splash among the top brass of the Aura Guardian Order. Mikhail's importance in the eyes of the Order had risen by a whole level after he had been accepted by the one blessed by Aura. He knew with absolute certainty that Professor Maria Varan had a vested interest in Mikhail joining her laboratory by virtue of that Riolu alone. That Mikhail had so many variants among his Pokémon was also another reason, since it fit her field. She would definitely be interested to see if he could cause aura variations to certain species that had shown to possess the ability to undergo such a change. Frankly, he was interested in that as well, and he had no plans to lose Mikhail to his rival. No, giving the hint to the government was not enough. He decided to call his great-nephew, since he acted as Mikhail's immediate supervisor, so Arthur could put in a good word on his behalf. That would increase the likelihood of Mikhail deciding to join his laboratory. He was confident in his credentials and the things he could offer to Mikhail. As long as that old guy Oak did not join in and offered Mikhail an apprenticeship, the odds were in his favor. If Oak did end up offering the boy an apprenticeship, then no one else would have a chance, since only an idiot or someone with an agenda or grudge would refuse Oak's offer, and the kid seemed to be neither dumb nor did he have a grudge or agenda against Oak, at least as far as he knew, and he knew a lot about the kid and his family. Anyway, he made a note to send out an offer to Mikhail once the global competition was over, before he called Arthur to inform him to put in a good word for him after the global competition. Hints before that were okay, but the offer had to wait until then to not distract Mikhail from the competition. Date: Gruday, 23.16.2181, the day after the Rota Regional Competition. Location: Rota City, Rota. Professor Maria Varan was currently inside her office rewatching the battles of a certain young man that had participated in Rota's regional competition for secondary students that took place over the last 3 days. As one of the two highest authorities among the professors and scientists of Rota, she had a vested interest in the future generation of her home region, and due to the topics she was studying, she had a particular interest in those from Aura Academies. It was kind of obvious that she would, since she was studying Pokémon that were compatible with Aura, and Aura variants that originated from these species, as well as those that randomly sprung forth, which had yet to happen as far as she knew. Anyway, the reason that she was rewatching the battles of the dual champion of the previously mentioned competition was that she had a prior interest in him that got amplified by the ease he won the competition. It might not have looked like he had an easy time in the personal combat category, but she knew that he had been only using half of his full abilities. She agreed with his academy's idea of only using his aura for as long as possible, but that did not change that Mikhail Geo won the regional competition without using his abilities as an accomplished psychic. She knew that he was a dual aura and psychic user at Tier 2 first class in both, which considering his age showed how great his talent in both subjects was. It had to be, or it would have been impossible for him to reach that point while splitting his time between them and all the other things he was doing, such as training and caring for his Pokémon, doing research and writing papers, learning how to use weapons, and taking strides into grooming. The boy was splitting his attention considerably, most would say excessively, and despite that, he had shown incredible progress in all areas. Truly she, and many others in the know, were curious how far he would have come by now if he had focused on a single subject instead of spreading out to so many different subjects. Still, all of them knew that forcing him to do so would have most likely resulted in exactly the opposite of what they wanted. Previous examples have shown that geniuses in multiple fields felt stifled if they were forced to concentrate only on one of their talents. One had to let them be so that they could focus on the subject they fancied at that moment. They showed the greatest progress that way. Moreover, a genius like this Mikhail, with such a large number of fields, had yet to appear, so they were extra careful, not wanting to smother what could very well be one of the greatest geniuses humankind had given birth to until now. Honestly, the number of people that knew the full extent of Mikhail's talent/genius did not exceed 20. The Aura Guardian Order had made sure of that, not willing to risk him being dragged into things he had nothing to do with for now. Everyone else that thought they knew how much of a genius he was did not know the full picture, and if not for the fact that he had spent the last 3 years in Rhoda under the umbrella of his academy and the Aura Guardian Order, she as well as the Order would be in the dark as well. She was sure that whichever institution he would have been at would have done the same as they were doing. Hiding the strength as well as variety of his Pokemon, and his aura, as well as psychic abilities, would not be possible after the global competition, but by now they were confident of dealing with any consequences as long as the truly big figures did not move. Anyway, the first time she had actually heard about Mikhail had been even before he attended Aura Academy. She heard about him from her family, because of her great-grandnephew Aaron. Aaron told the family that he had made friends with a talented young boy that seemed to have an aura affinity along with great talent as a trainer. Aaron was worried that his young friend's talent would attract trouble from other families, so he requested that he be allowed to use the name of our family in case some others tried to pressure his friend into something he did not want. He added that it would be even better if the family stepped in to protect him since he was confident the boy would become someone great. He also added that he liked his friend a lot and that he would be a boon to humanity. It was clear that he was trying to make his friend look good in front of the family to garner support in safeguarding him. The family allowed him to use our family name if necessary but only gave a tentative answer to the second request, instead of giving a full reply. Mikhail reappeared on the family's radar after he joined Aura Academy, but he only really entered her radar after he managed to get the blessed Riolu to join his side. She had a major interest in that Riolu ever since it had come out that it had been blessed by Aura, so as soon as it joined Mikhail she learned about it. She remembered hearing about him before, and due to being curious about what kind of young man managed to sway the Blessed One when so many before him failed, she investigated Mikhail in detail. What she learned did not disappoint her, and his intent to apply for an apprenticeship to a professor was amusing for her. She had sent word to the government that she was interested in having him join her laboratory, and she was planning to send out an offer once he was done with the global competition. She was also considering if she should have Aaron put in a good word for her, but she was hesitating since she was not sure if it was a good idea to take advantage of their friendship like that. She did not want to cast a shadow on their friendship since she knew how much Aaron valued his friend, and how much the family supported their friendship. She would have to think more on that before she came to a decision, but she was sure of one thing, and that was that she was definitely not the only professor interested in Mikhail. Still, she was confident in her chances as long as Oak did not make a move. Date: Gruday, 23.16.2181, the day after the Rhoda Regional Competition. Location: Siena City, Kanto. Kevin George, head of the George family, was reading a report on Mikhail Geo, the grandson of one of their deceased exiled members. They had learned of his existence as well as talent some time ago, but by the time they had learned of the scope of his talent he had been under the protection of the Aura Guardian Order and some other influential families. All of them had warned them to not move against the boy in any way, which implied trying to harm him or coerce him into joining the family, and they had submitted to the demands. It was only a single person after all, so it was not worth getting into trouble with them for him. Now the report he was reading on the talent the boy had shown during the regional competition made him consider if he should have someone approach the boy in a bid for friendship. That way the boy would at least be neutral if not friendly with the family even if he would not join it. Besides, if it turned out that Mikhail had a ground affinity and talent on top of his aura talent, he could consider offering him rejoining the family even if he had to provide major incentives. Still, he decided to observe Mikhail's performance during the rest of the competitions before making a decision. Chapter 305, Prelude to the Continental Competition. The day after the regional competition I chose to relax for the whole day since the day after that, on Arc Day, the Continental competition would start, and I wanted to unwind before then, so I simply went over what I knew about the upcoming competition before Mom called me down for breakfast. This year the Continental competition was going to be held in the Orange Archipelago, Pomelo Island to be specific. Rather fitting, considering that it was the island where any championship battles were fought. I would be facing the best graduating secondary students from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, the Orange Archipelago, and the Sevier Archipelago. Well, and those from Rhoda as well, but I was not sure if they could progress enough to surprise me during the single day we had before the Continental competition. There was always the possibility that they held back after qualifying to keep cards for later, but I kinda doubted that was the case, at least for the personal fighters. The trainers could have held back some ace Pokemon, but that's all speculation. Still, that did remind me that the students from the other regions could have done that as well, so it was possible and even likely that their competition files were incomplete. Anyway, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and the Orange Archipelago would be sending over 16 students for each category, while Rota and the Sevii Archipelago would be sending 8 students per category. That meant each category had exactly 80 students, which meant there would be a single extra elimination round to reduce the number of participants for the round of 64. 16 had to go, so 32 students would have to particle in that extra round, and as far as I knew the selection was completely random. Since these were the best students each region had to offer, the organizers allotted a bit of extra time to each battle, which meant that the elimination round and round of 64 for both categories were allotted for the first day. The round of 32 and 16 of both categories were slotted for Muday, and the quarterfinals and up were set for Girardidae. Important to note was that those that made it to the round of 16 were qualified for the global competition, so it was possible that some would still try to hold back some cards as long as they did not risk being disqualified. What else? On Arc Day, the battles were going to take place across 6 venues, and the competition program was scheduled to start at 9 a.m. and the last battles were supposed to end by 6 p.m. Obviously, the closing time was variable in case some delays happened. The same time frame was set for Muday and Girardidae. The time after 6 p.m. can be used to explore Pumelo Island and its surroundings. It would be interesting to see the wild Pokemon there. The Orange Archipelago was known to possess a stable population of various variants, such as the pink-colored ones from Pinkin Island and the alternately colored ones from Valencia Island. Moreover, due to being an archipelago, the islands had quite a variety of water types around their shores, so it would be interesting to take a look at the local wildlife. Not only that, it would be interesting to see what kind of Pokemon my competitors were going to bring along. Hopefully, there would be rare or interesting ones among them. Well, since I could look up which Pokemon had been used so far, I decided to check out the Pokemon the representatives of each region used during their regional competition. I started from the original region, Kanto, and saw that no one had revealed a gold stage Pokemon so far. The strongest one was at the high, silver stage. Still, all of them had shown to possess a minimum of 2 high, silver stage Pokemon, along with at least a mid, silver stage one. I doubted that there would be more than 1 or 2 gold stage Pokemon since they only showed up around the semi-finals of the global competition during the last 2 years. Strength aside, the rarest Pokemon among them were a Ditto, a Mr. Mime, a Jinx, a Porygon, a Kangaskhan, and there was even a Snorlax. I could not believe that someone our age actually dared to train a Snorlax. The guy had to be the young master of some large family. Otherwise, there was no way someone our age could afford the upkeep of one. I mean, even the majority of full-fledged trainers hesitated and considered first if they should get a Snorlax for their team or not, despite virtually all Snorlax having the potential of being future powerhouses. Both the Porygon and the Ditto were a surprise, and I was curious how the 2 trainers had gotten their hands on them. I was sure that they had to have received them as gifts since both species were rarer than even pseudo-legendaries in the wild. Unfortunately, there were no pseudo-legendaries among the revealed Pokemon. It would have been interesting to face a Dragonair or Dragonite. Maybe, someone had one of those but kept it back until now. The Johto group didn't show any Larvitar line member or any other pseudo-legendary, so I could only hope someone was holding out on us. I would definitely use Mothra/Butterfree against a Tyranitar if there was one. It was a matter of principle. The rare Pokemon that had been revealed were a Slowking, a Steelix, a Glisker, and a Scizor. Hopefully, there would be some other ones that had been kept a secret, since it would be interesting to face a Mamoswine or Kingdra. For Hoenn, the rarest were Aggron, Flygon, Claydol, and Absol. The Orange Archipelago actually had someone with a Vespiquen. Besides that, Roserade, Lapras, and Dragalge can be considered the rarest of the bunch. Dragalge had been a surprise, but as I previously considered, the archipelago status could be the reason for that. The ones from the Sevii archipelago looked to be less lucky since the rarest of the bunch were a magnezone and a lickilicky. Still, they had some of the more common strong species such as Garridos and Ursaring. I was unsure how long I had been looking through my potential competitors on the competition's website, but my mom's call snapped me out of investigation mode, and I headed downstairs for breakfast. While we were eating, I told Mom and Dad about my plans to simply rest the whole day. They agreed, telling me that I earned it, and we spent the rest of the day at home. We stayed on the terrace for a few hours, simply enjoying the sun, before going inside and watching some good old TV. We had a barbecue for dinner, before watching a movie to round off the day. I displayed the TV screen on the sky of Utopia for everyone, so that they could watch the movie with us. I naturally gave them some snacks and drinks along with the movie, and they enjoyed the movie night as well. Before going to bed, I checked everyone's status to see how they were doing, and I received a pleasant surprise. Stan/Garridos' agility had increased to SSS, and it was his fourth one. That gave me hope that Stan might break through into the gold stage before the global competition. Even doing so on the last day was good enough in my books. Moreover, Stan was not the only one that had shown progress. Hera/Pidgeot's energy capacity had risen to S, leaving only her energy density for her to finish her first round of limit breaking. I was hopeful that a good battle during the continental competition would be enough to facilitate that. In addition to Hera, Tyson/Maghoke also showed an improvement. His agility rose to A, which officially kicked off his limit breaking. All his parameters were now at A, but I was confident that his strength would rise to S within a month or two. The battles during the competition might help speed that up. I was happy with the result and went to sleep with a smile on my face after praising them all. The next day I woke up at 6 a.m., and after a quick breakfast and some goodbyes with my parents, I made my way to the Air and Aura Academy. It was 6:30 a.m. by the time I made it there, and Mr. Cameron was already waiting at the gate. I was the only one from our academy, so it was only the two of us that would be heading to Pomelo Island. After greeting him, Mr. Cameron told me that we would be meeting with the other representatives and their supervisors in front of the Rhoda Palace, where the Queen and King would wish us luck before we set off from there. Hearing that, I understood why he asked me to meet him this early, since I could not imagine a royal event taking less than half an hour, no matter how short they tried to keep it. Call me biased, but that was what I thought. Alakazam teleported us to the entrance of the palace, and I could see that the others were already there. I knew none of my fellow representatives enough to randomly start a conversation with them, since everyone else was from other academies, so I did not try to start any small talk after giving a general greeting. Most opted for the same, and we waited in relative silence for the royals to show up. It took nearly 15 minutes for their entrance to be announced and another minute for them to actually arrive in front of us. The ceremony took a bit less than I had expected, and the royals left after 20 minutes. After they left, the supervisors talked with each other before Mr. Cameron and two others called out their psychic types. The 5 psychic Pokemon teleported all of us to our destination. The Alliance had booked the Pomelo Grand Resort for the duration of the continental competition. All visiting academies had rooms reserved for them until Girata Day evening. After we arrived there, everyone split up and went to their assigned/reserve rooms. Mr. Cameron led me to my room and told me to meet up in the lobby at 8:20 a.m. The opening ceremony would begin at 8:45 a.m., while the first battles would start at 9 a.m. I still had a bit more than an hour until I had to be in the lobby, so I took another look at the Pokemon my competitors had revealed so far. That way I would have an idea of which Pokemon to use against whom. I was still trying to keep the same conditions I had been adhering to during the regional competition, so Mothra/Butterfree and Horus/Sata would not get to fight as long as no surprises happened. Tyson and Stan would definitely get their turn, one in hopes of fulfilling his evolution condition, and the other for stimulation in hopes of completing his limit breaking. I also handed out everyone's breakfast, and before I knew it the time was up and I had to head to the lobby. There I met up with Mr. Cameron and we made our way to the Pomelo Grand Stadium where the opening ceremony would be held. I saw the others from Rhoda heading there as well, and not only them but also other youngsters along with their supervisors. I knew that they were the participants from the other regions since I had seen their pictures in their files, and I could recognize them due to that. At the entrance of the stadium, a member of the staff approached Mr. Cameron and I heard that she was responsible for showing us our seats. Still, we had to wait for the others from Rhoda before we were led to our seats since all representatives of one region along with their supervisors were assigned seats beside each other. It took less than 5 minutes for the last one to arrive, and as soon as they came, the staff lady led the way. By the time we sat down, there were less than 5 minutes until the start of the opening ceremony. Chapter 306, Continental Competition. The opening ceremony went as usual with a motivational speech and an introduction to the schedule. Once the opening ceremony was over, the participants for the first battles, which were the preliminary matches to determine those that could participate in the round of 64, were announced. I was part of the lucky 64, 32 participants for each category that had to take part in the preliminary rounds. Still, at least I only had to fight an extra battle in the personal combat category. If I had gotten lucky enough to have to fight in preliminary matches for both categories, I would have cried foul. My preliminary fight was set to 10:30 a.m., while my next battle, which was the Pokemon battle in the round of 64, was set to 12:30 p.m. The personal combat fight in the round of 64 was scheduled for 3 p.m. I spent the next 90 minutes until my first fight chilling around the stadium. At least I was lucky enough that all my battles were going to happen at the Pomelo Grand Stadium, so I did not have to switch venues for each fight. The time flew by swiftly while I was observing the crowd moving around the stadium. To be more precise, I was observing the Pokemon that were accompanying the people. I did not see any special Pokemon, but at least I avoided becoming bored, so it was not a total waste of time. Anyway, my preliminary fight was against a Tier 2 first-class water elementalist from Hoenn, whose fighting style consists of using water whips to ensnare and attack at mid as well as short range. She used something similar to water gun for sustained long-range attacks while using water arrows for instant long-range attacks. She also kept a mini river floating around herself to block attacks. Water was a pretty versatile element, and she made use of that pretty well. It took me around 15 minutes to take her down, but that was because I knowingly prolonged the fight a bit to give her some more time to demonstrate her prowess. She had been unfortunate enough to get chosen to face me in a preliminary battle after all, so I thought I could at least allow her to show off a bit instead of ending it prematurely. After I was declared the victor, I thanked her for the fight before leaving the stage. Then I pulled out my phone to inform everyone of my first victory per message, and they all sent me congratulatory messages in return. I obviously called my parents, since they would not be satisfied with a text message. Mom praised me excessively, as mothers tended to do, while Dad congratulated me calmly. In fact, I did not have to inform them of my victory, since they could look that up online or watch the fights through the official live broadcast of the competition, but informing them myself was more genuine, which was why I did it. I had nearly 2 hours until my Pokemon battle, so I proceeded to visit all the stalls selling food and snacks that had been set up in and around the stadium. I bought some to taste on site and purchased some extra of the ones I liked, which I stored so that I could replicate or at least imitate the taste at a later date. I did the same with the ones I knew one of my Pokemon would enjoy, since I more or less knew their tastes by now, being the one that was preparing all their meals and snacks. I lost track of the time during my little taste testing tour, and if not for the alarm I set up beforehand, I might have been late for my Pokemon battle. Still, thanks to the alarm I made it on time. The Pokemon battle was against Brittany, a girl studying at a Steel Academy from one of the islands in the Sevii archipelago. Brittany actually started with a surprise and used a high silver stage Cloyster as her first Pokemon. It was not just any Cloyster, but a steel variant that had a steel typing instead of an ice typing. Thankfully, she seemed to suffer from the antagonist syndrome, or maybe she simply wanted to promote her academy. I don't know which one it was, but seeing my surprised look, she began explaining how she got her Cloyster. Turns out that the Cloyster variant was the specialty of her academy. Apparently, they had the only tribe of that variant on the northern continent, and students of the academy could choose a variant Shelder as their partner Pokemon if they wanted to. Anyway, my choice for the battle had actually been Thor/Raichu, since I had not expected any water Pokemon from her, and since he had already appeared on the field, I could not switch him out without forfeiting him or beating her Cloyster, so I left the fight to Thor. Unsurprising for me but shocking for her, the fight did not take long, despite Cloyster taking refuge inside his shell against Thor's electric moves, while grounding himself with his outer steel shell. Thor simply cracked open its shell after trying for a while and gave it a shocking surprise. Still, it did hold out for nearly 5 minutes against Thor as a water type, so I would say it did an impressive job. I was actually interested in getting one for myself someday in the future since I could think of some pretty devastating combinations it could use, especially if it worked together with Thor. They would become army dash, or rather tide killers if it worked, but that was stuff for the future, so back to the fight. Anyway, the second Pokemon she called out was one she had revealed beforehand. It was her Silver Stage Excadrill, which neatly countered Thor's electric moves, so it made sense that she chose it against Thor, and it would have been a really good opponent for any other electric Pokemon. Yet, for Thor, it was simply a matter of using other moves, since we had prepared strategies for such matchups. They definitely did not expect him to use Surf to attack Excadrill, and the reaction of everyone, host, crowd, and opponent alike, when Thor rode the wave created by Surf on his own tail, to follow after Excadrill who got swept up by the same wave, was fantastic. Thor then knocked it out with a Brick Break combo on its head after catching up with it. Her last Pokemon was, Silver Stage Doublade, which turned out to be a tricky opponent for Thor. Doublade actually blocked all of Thor's electric moves by grounding one of its swords through Iron Defense or Iron Head, while the other blade grabbed onto the grounded one's tassel. Furthermore, Thor was unable to hit it with Brick Break as well due to its ghost typing, and after some back and forth Thor became serious. He used a rain dance before slapping Doublade into the air with an iron tail. Afterward, he kept it immobilized with Psychic just long enough to bombard it with Thunder, and he kept that up for as long as he could. Thankfully, that proved to be enough to take Doublade out, but I decided that Thor would have to learn 1 or 2 Dark-type moves to prepare for future fights against other Ghost types. Besides, those moves would also help against Psychic types, so we were hitting 2 Pidgey with 1 rock throw. The offensive Dark-type moves Thor could learn, as far as I knew, were Thief, Knock Off, and Brutal Swing. Well, there was also Fling, but I did not count that one since it was dependent on outside materials. Anyway, after beating her, I went out for lunch with Mr. Cameron, who invited me to an eatery close to the stadium that according to him made a great sea salad that went perfectly with a Laminian fillet. I ended up following his recommendation and I had to agree with him, both the salad and the fillet were really tasty. Moreover, the two enriched the taste of the other perfectly, leading to even greater enjoyment, but enough on the taste of the meal. While we ate, Mr. Cameron praised me for my fights and told me not to worry about the Cloyster part since it was simply bad luck on the part of the girl. We talked a bit about my plans after the competition, and the professors of Rhoda also came up, when I told him about the offer from the government I had received after the regional competition. Mr. Cameron just told me that the choice was mine, but that I could consider them since they were respected professors on the global stage. Once we were done eating, he left after telling me to have fun. He did pay on the way out since he was the one that invited me there. After leaving the restaurant, I resumed exploring the area around the stadium since I had been unable to visit all stalls the previous time. This time around I made sure to keep an eye on the time and made my way inside for my next personal fight at 2:50 p.m. My opponent was a local candidate called Frank, and he was from the local ground academy. His fighting style mirrored that of Sam, the boy I had beaten during the Rhoda competition. While I used brute force against Sam to break his earth armor and cocoon, I went for a different strategy against Frank. This time around I used aura-boosted Sinbons to break Frank's defense. By targeting his joints I made sure they immobilized him, and once his movement was restricted, I finished the fight using aura knuckle spikes. I applied enough force for them to crumble his defense, forcing him to give up once they actually touched the skin of his throat. As usual, I thanked my opponent for the fight before leaving the stage, and after that battle, I was free for the rest of the day and informed Mr. Cameron that I was going to look around the city center a bit before exploring the shore. He told me to have fun and recommended me 2 places for dinner. The first one was Pumelo King if I wanted to eat burgers, and the second one was the Krusty Krab, in case I wanted to eat seafood. I thanked him for the recommendation and walked to the city center. There I saw multiple streets that had stalls lining up the whole street instead of there being regular shops. There were obviously streets that were stall-free, and those had regular stores instead, but I decided to explore the stall streets. I wanted to look through the stalls to see if I could find something interesting in one of them. Moreover, it looked interesting in just a few minutes, and I could definitely say that I liked the atmosphere. It was lively with everyone talking and bargaining. I did in fact see some interesting things, but I had most of them already, and by the end of the day, I had only bought 2 things. The first was an unranked relicant skull that I saw among the items displayed in one of the smaller stalls. I checked its status and saw that it was a C-class one. The seller wanted 55.000 poke for it, and I got swept up by the atmosphere, so instead of buying it directly, I bargained for a bid just to have partaken in it before I bought it for 50.000 poke. The second item I bought was a C-class cloister shell that had been displayed for 100.000 poke, but I bought it for 94.000 poke. I was going to use it for Manami/Lappers' shell. All in all, I had quite some fun checking out the stalls, and I ended up visiting the Krusty Krab for dinner. I ordered some steamed crabby with a serving of fries on the side, and I had to admit it deserved Mr. Cameron's recommendation. In the end, I did not get to explore the shore, but I did not mind. By the time I made it back to the hotel, it was nearly 10 p.m., and after a quick check-in with Mr. Cameron to inform him I was back, I retreated to my room. The next day the round of 32 and 16 took place, and just like it went on Art Day, I had no problem winning my battles. I did visit the shore this time, but I did not find any special Pokemon. I was hoping I would be luckier on Giraffe Day. Chapter 307, Continental Quarterfinals. I woke up at 8 a.m., and the quarterfinals were set to begin at 9 a.m. All battles were going to take place at the Pomelo Grand Stadium. The Pokemon battles would happen first, and mine, as the third one, was tentatively set to start at 10 a.m. The personal combat fights would immediately follow afterward, and mine was the second fight, tentatively set to noon. There would obviously be some adjustment in case one or multiple fights took longer than planned, but I was sure that no one expected too much of a delay. Everyone that made it this far already had a place in the global competition. In fact, not only the quarterfinalists but those that made it to the round of 16 also made it to the global competition, so it was possible that the participants would keep back their cards for the global competition. My opponent for the Pokemon battle was Samson Bright, a student from one of the neutral academies of Kanto. The Kangaskhan I saw while checking the list of participants belonged to him, and it used to be at the mid-silver stage at that time, but it had advanced to the high-silver stage during the continental competition. You know, Kangaskhan were a pretty interesting species. First of all, the hearsay that it was a female-exclusive species was wrong. In fact, the ratio of males to females was just extremely skewed. On average, out of 40 Kangaskhan, only one was a male, which was why herds made sure that the male was always surrounded by the females and hidden from any harm. Due to this, the rumor that there were only female Kangaskhan sprang forth. However, multiple researchers had already disproven the rumor. Yet, the tale was still seen as the truth by most of the population, despite professors also confirming that Kangaskhan as a species dislike coupling with non-Kangaskhan. They avoided doing so unless they became desperate or for some other special reason. Not only that, but it was also a fact that not all Kangaskhan carried a baby inside their pouch, since that made no sense. Still, probably due to the gender ratio, Kangaskhan preferred having progeny to ensure the next generation, so most Kangaskhan strive to fill their pouch with a child. The kids stayed inside the pouch until they left the stageless phase, which could take up to 3 years, with the longest recorded case being 7 years, and something really interesting linked to the pouch was the safety of the youngling during fights. The child directly retreated inside the pouch for the duration of a battle. Meanwhile, the pouch had an innate protect fueled by the atmosphere instead of the Kangaskhan, turning the inside of the pouch virtually indestructible, ensuring the total safety of the kid for as long as the mother was alive. Super pouch aside, once the younglings left the stageless phase, they underwent a rapid maturation where they grew from their childish form to the general look of the Kangaskhan species. As it could take up to a month, this maturation did not classify as an evolution, which was a nearly instant process. The maturation period could be sped up through nutrition and energy-rich food. Anyway, short Kangaskhan commentary aside, Samson also had a mid silver stage Tauros, a high silver stage Persian, and a high silver stage Noctowl on his team, so Samson had in total 1 mid silver and 3 high silver stage Pokemon. At least, as far as he had revealed for now. I decided to use Tiamat/Milotic, and in the unlikely event that she got knocked out before beating all 3 of Samson's Pokemon, I would send out Hera/Pidgeot to finish the job. My opponent at noontime was Yvonne Hardy, a Tier 2 first-class Spectralist from the Ghost Academy in Lavender City in Kanto. Well, to be specific, she was something along the line of a Spectral/Ghost Warrior, which was one of the many branches/specializations among Spectralists. Spectralists had a plethora of abilities depending on their specialization and strength, but the ones Yvonne had access to were much more limited. The relevant ones for our fight were her ability to mislead the senses of her foes, cause small astral wounds which temporarily hurt the soul, dim/mask her life sign, and blur/conceal her silhouette. Pain coming from the soul was much worse than a regular wound, so any attacks she landed would double in distracting her opponent if he or she could not resist the pain. Thankfully, she was not strong enough to cause permanent wounds to the soul, so she could go all out without worrying. There was a reason why ghost types had legends related to the soul after all. Still, if the strength difference was not great, it was hard to harm or consume the soul, so most legends involved children or civilians. Anyway, enough about ghosts and my opponents. I was going to meet up with Mom and Dad in front of the Pomelo Grand Stadium at 8:45 a.m. Most of my friends were unable to come since it was the middle of the week, but Kinji, Misty, Aaron, and Takashi were coming as well. The others wished me luck over the phone even if they were unable to come in person. The 4 that were free would be in front of the stadium at 8:45 a.m. as well. I left the hotel at 8:30 a.m. with Mr. Cameron in tow. He was accompanying me to the stadium, and he got to meet everyone that was waiting for me in front of the stadium. My parents thanked him for taking care of me, and the quartet followed suit. Aaron already knew him, so their exchange was a bit longer, with Mr. Cameron inquiring how he was doing. Still, once the greetings were exchanged, he told me to make sure I was on time for my fights before heading inside ahead of us. I thanked him for the reminder and his thoughtfulness, since I knew that he went ahead to give me and my group some space. As soon as he was gone, Mom rushed up to me to hug me before reluctantly releasing me so that I could greet the others as well. Afterward, we made our way inside the stadium as well to watch the 2 Pokemon battles before mine. The fights were pretty good, and they proved why they made it so far. None of the 4 trainers used more than a single, mid-silver stage Pokemon. High silver stage Pokemon were the main fighting force at this stage. The winner of the first battle was a Steel-type specialist from Hoenn, who beat his opponent, an Ice specialist from Johto. While Hans won, Isabelle put up a good fight despite the general type advantage Hansa's Steel types had. Her high silver stage Cloyster resisted his high silver stage Magnezone with all its might despite the major type disadvantage, and even though it fell, it managed to exhaust Magnezone quite a bit. So much so, in fact, that Hans recalled it after it won. He did that to give it some time to rest, no matter how short that rest may be. The next round was between Isabelle's high silver stage Mamoswine and Hansa's mid silver stage Scizor, who had probably expected her mid silver stage Jinx. It was really cool to see a Pokemon such as Mamoswine appear in a competition like this. Magnezone were great Pokemon, but Mamoswine were rarer. Anyway, while it took some time and Mamoswine took some damage, it managed to take Scizor down. Moreover, the damage it suffered was not serious enough to hamper its next fight by much, so Isabelle kept it on the field. Mamoswine did its best and fought a long hard battle against Hansa's 3rd Pokemon, but in the end, it fell to the high silver stage Skarmory. Yet, the damage it managed to inflict on Skarmory allowed her mid silver stage Jinx to take it down after some struggle. Unfortunately, that took a lot out of Jinx, so it fell to a somewhat rested Magnezone, making Hans the first semi-finalist. Still, Isabel did not look sad despite losing and went up to Hans to congratulate him, making the crowd cheer both their names. I was pretty sure she did not mind her loss too much because she had qualified for the global competition either way. The second battle was even more heated, quite literally, since both trainers were fire specialists. The first one, Fiona, was from a fire academy in Johto, while the other one, Eric, was from a fire academy in Kanto. They went for a blazing start, with Fiona releasing a high Silver Stage Typhlosion and Eric calling out a high Silver Stage Charizard. While both Pokémon were roughly equal in strength, Charizard's aerial advantage eventually led to its victory, even if it was a really hard-earned one. Eric decided to keep Charizard on the field, but that turned out to be a mistake since it lost to Fiona's high Silver Stage Magcargo, which should have been at the mid Silver Stage according to the data on the competition website. Apparently, it managed to advance during the competition, and its strength along with the type advantage, as well as Charizard's exhaustion from its previous fight led to its loss, forcing Eric to call out his second Pokémon. Well, at least Charizard managed to force Magcargo to expend a lot of its energy to smack it out of the air. Eric's second Pokémon was a mid Silver Stage Rapidash that, after some back and forth, literally ended the fight by trampling Magcargo under its hoofs. Well, Fiona's last Pokémon evened the field once more after beating a somewhat tired Rapidash. Well, I was not blaming it, since it had to fight against a fresh, high, Silver Stage Houndoom, so losing to it was not undeserved. Still, Eric decided to turn the battle into one between two doggos by calling out a high Silver Stage Arcanine. I could unabashedly say that I was an Arcanine fan, so I rooted for the good doggo, even if that was unnecessary since it was obviously the superior doggo. Arcanine proved my perfectly unbiased opinion by beating Fiona's Houndoom, who admittedly put up a good fight. Fiona took a page out of Isabel's book and went up to Eric to congratulate him on the hard-earned victory. Eric gracefully accepted and told her she did pretty well as well. Just as they did before, the crowd cheered for the sportsmanship both trainers showed, and the two left the field under the cheers of the crowd. It was now my turn to fight, so after receiving the well wishes from my parents and friends I made my way onto the field. Samson arrived on his side at the same time as I did on mine, and the host began our introduction. The crowd cheered while he did that, and I could have sworn that I heard Mom's voice when he began my introduction. Still, once the intros were over, the referee did his usual spiel before giving the signal to start the battle. We released our Pokémon and Samson's high Silver Stage Persian appeared on his side, while Tiamat appeared on mine. Her appearance had the effect I had been expecting since one did not get to see a Milotic every day, especially not a fine exemplar such as Tiamat. Not only was she bigger than a regular Milotic, but she was a shiny on top of that, so the crowd turning quiet before exploding into cheers was within my expectations. Nonetheless, we on the field ignored the crowd's reaction. Both Pokémon directly began using their opening moves while the crowd was cheering. Tiamat was going for Aqua Ring and Safeguard, while Persian used what I recognized as Taunt, effectively move-blocking Tiamat, making her unable to execute her opening moves. Tiamat did not like that at all and decided to turn Persian into a wet cat. She used Surf to submerge it underwater, but Persian used Ice Beam to freeze part of the approaching shoal. It jumped onto the ice block it created, thus escaping the wave. Not only that, it even threw Tiamat a taunting look afterward. Chapter 308, Continental Quarterfinals. Well, first of all, how does that Persian know Ice Beam, because as far as I knew the species could not learn that move. They could learn Water Pulse or Rain Dance, but no ice moves. That had to be an egg move that came about due to there being variants in this universe, or it was some kind of genius, who knew? My Pokémon had also managed to learn moves they should not have been able to learn, so I decided to leave it be. Still, Persian really should not have done that. Triggering Tiamat/Milotic was not the brightest idea, and Persian was going to learn that firsthand. I could see the metaphorical tick on Tiamat's forehead. She let the wave finish its course on its own and started a blizzard instead. Persian on its ice shoal tried to stop her with a thunderbolt, but the first one got blocked by the blizzard that had already started centered around Tiamat, and she escaped the second thunderbolt aimed at the water by jumping on the ice shoal that had formed around her due to the blizzard. Tiamat's target was not Persian but the soaked ground left behind after surf finished passing through the whole field. The water got absorbed into the ground and Persian was able to get down from its ice boat, but it along with everyone else noticed that the ground had been frozen solid by Tiamat's blizzard. Yes, Tiamat was using Manami/Lapras' strategy. She threw Persian a taunting smirk before using another surf, forcing it to repeat its previous response of creating an ice boat to avoid being submerged inside the water. However, this time around the water did not drain, and a pool formed on top of the battlefield. Seeing this, Samson and Persian did the next best thing and kept using Ice Beam to create a lot of ice shoals for Persian to move around. It was not as if they did not try to completely freeze the surface, but Tiamat stopped that notion by thawing parts of the ice using Scald. She could not use the move too much to avoid melting the ice layer at the bottom. Besides, she could make use of the shoals to avoid electric moves aimed at the water, so she let them go through with part of their plan. She was generous like that. Still, once Persian had created enough ice footholds, it threw Tiamat another taunting look, while simultaneously using another taunt to keep Tiamat from using any other moves aside from offensive ones. It did not stop at that, but shot another thunderbolt in Tiamat's general direction, not caring if she dodged or not. Tiamat was forced to jump onto one of the ice shoals as well to dodge the electric move that spread across the water. My girl obviously did not let that slide and fired back with a Dragon Pulse, forcing Persian to stop its attack and jump away from the shoal it stood on instead. The shoal got destroyed, but Tiamat was not satisfied and swerved her head, pointing the Dragon Pulse towards the shoal Persian jumped on. This kept repeating for a while, Tiamat aiming Dragon Pulse at Persian, forcing it to jump onto another ice shoal while the previous one got destroyed. Persian was actually forced to use Ice Beam not to attack Tiamat, but to create more footholds. It did try to counterattack with the occasional Power Gem and Thunderbolt, but Tiamat either blocked or dodged them. Nonetheless, it did buy Persian some much-needed breathing room whenever Tiamat did that, which was what allowed Persian to keep up this cat and dog chase in the first place. Their fight had actually been going on for nearly 10 minutes, and while it was great to watch, the crowd loved it. I could feel Tiamat's frustration over our bond. Especially since Persian kept taunting Tiamat, preventing her from using anything besides offensive moves. Moreover, it was obvious that both Pokémon were tired due to the many moves that were exchanged, Persian more than Tiamat due to being the one that was forced to run. Still, Tiamat decided that enough was enough, and changed tactics. She used Twister towards the water, creating a giant whirlpool laden with draconic energy. Due to the spinning direction of the Twister, the shoals got swept towards the center. This destroyed the smaller shoals and destabilized the Persian's foothold. It also stopped Persian from escaping Tiamat, who moved towards it and went up to personally slap it into sleep. Persian tried to use a desperate Hyper Beam to take Tiamat with it if it was going down. Tiamat flipped over the Hyper Beam and made use of the momentum to slam an Aqua Tail on its head. The power of the blow made the ice shoal below Persian crack and it fell into the water. Tiamat went after it and blew it out of the water with an iron tail. That finally proved to be enough to knock it out. Samson reacted even before the referee and recalled it before it could fall back into the water. The referee declared Tiamat the winner and told Samson to call out his next Pokémon. Unsurprisingly, he called out his Noctowl to avoid the water since his other Pokémon would be disadvantaged before they somehow dealt with the pool. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, Noctowl used Hypnosis, but Tiamat, who was finally free from the effects of Taunt, used a safeguard that made Hypnosis useless. She immediately followed up with an Aqua Ring, finally executing the opening combination she had been stopped from performing. Noctowl did not waste any time, seeing that its move failed, it directly switched to Extrasensory. Tiamat simply went underwater and escaped the move. However, that did not stop Noctowl's offense, it simply switched from Extrasensory to Echoed Voice. Sound traveled truly well through water, so it was a great idea on their part. Still, Tiamat had a counter for that and used Disarming Voice to block the Echoed Voice. Tiamat followed that up with Hydro Pump, but Noctowl easily dodged it. It moved a bit higher up before it actually fired a hyper beam in the direction where it seemed to think Milotic was. The beam parted the water in its way, but Milotic easily dodged the move. Yet, Noctal did not stop the move and it crashed to the ground. Afterward, Noctal swerved the hyper beam toward Milotic, who kept swimming away from the beam. Surprisingly, Noctal managed to keep up the hyper beam for more than 20 seconds, but in the end, it still sputtered out. It visibly sagged a bit once that happened, but it managed to stay up, using its wings to glide in the air. It became obvious that it had this in mind when it rose higher before attacking. Tiamat, who had managed to escape the hyper beam unscathed, did not plan to simply let Noctal recover, even if it was high up in the air. She used surf and mobilized the present water to raise a wave that halved the distance between them. Then she rode the wave and jumped out of the water, shortening the distance even further. Once she came as close as possible, she fired an ice beam at Noctal, who was unable to dodge the move. Tiamat kept up the ice beam even while she was falling back into the water, which had started to recede at a visible rate. Noctal's previous hyper beam had destroyed the frozen ground, which made it possible for the water to drain. I did not believe that to be a coincidence, and I had to admit that it was a good plan. They made sure to set the field in advance for Samson's next Pokemon. Anyway, Milotic had to cut off the ice beam when she fell back into the water, but she managed to hurt Noctal quite a bit until then. It was lucky enough to not get frozen and had regained its mobility as well. It directly began firing shadow balls at Tiamat, who either dodged them or blocked them with water pulses. While the two were trading attacks, the water level kept falling until only a meter or so were left, and it kept falling. Still, once it reached that stage, Noctal, who was hurt and tired, realized that its chances of victory were slim, so it went for mutual destruction as well. As soon as it got the opportunity, it paused its attacks, rose a bit, and went into a nosedive while performing a sky attack. It adjusted its plunge path and Tiamat saw no way to dodge, so she simply did not even try to do so. Instead of doing something she saw as futile, she simply used Protect at the very last moment, causing Noctal to crash headfirst into the barrier. The impact forced it to stop for a second before it destroyed the barrier before carrying on with diminished power, and Tiamat made use of that second to clash with Noctal using Iron Tail. Their clash caused the energy between both moves to explode and flung both Pokemon in opposite directions. The referee declared Noctal unable to battle, and only after he did that did I see a knocked out Noctal half floating on the water that had nearly completely drained by now. Milotic was still vicious, but I saw that she was running on fumes now. She could certainly heal herself up, but she would be out of energy and stamina, so I decided that we would be a bit underhanded during the next fight. As expected, Samson chose his high Silver Stage Kangaskhan as his final Pokemon. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, I gave the first command of the battle. Suffocating Charm, I ordered Tiamat, who executed Order 66 without any hesitation. She immediately used Attract on Kangaskhan, and due to Tiamat's talent, it stood no chance against the move. It fell in love with Tiamat before it had the chance to do anything. Samson tried to call out to it, but it did not react, being too captivated by Tiamat. My girl did not plan to give Kangaskhan any chance to do anything and used Wrap as well as Coil to bind Kangaskhan's upper body along with its throat. Normally no Pokemon would allow another to do this, but Kangaskhan did not resist until it began suffocating. Only at that point did it snap out of the attracted state enough to struggle, but by that point, it was already too late since Tiamat had it in the perfect stranglehold, and it was virtually impossible to get rid of her since she had coiled herself multiple times around Kangaskhan's neck. It seemed that Samson agreed as well, since he forfeited before Kangaskhan lost consciousness, showing that he cared for his Pokemon. Tiamat instantly released it from her grip and retreated to my side, leaving Kangaskhan on the ground heaving for fresh air. I praised Tiamat for her hard work while the referee declared her the winner, making me the victor of the Pokemon battle. I recalled her after that happened, and I saw Samson doing the same after rubbing Kangaskhan's back for a bit, helping her regain her breath. Samson actually went up to me to thank me for the fight, and I did the same. After the courtesy was out of the way, he asked me how Tiamat managed to attract his female Kangaskhan. Not only was it female, but the species generally preferred members of their own species, so using moves like Attract and Captivate were less effective on them. I shrugged and decided to tell him the reason, since I knew that it was not that hard to deduce it even if I kept mum. It's Tiamat's talent. It allows her to attract anyone, I divulged with a shrug of my shoulders. Thank you for clearing my doubts, he said with a nod. I had suspected something along those lines since nothing else made sense, he finished before reaching out for a handshake, which I reciprocated. The cheers of the crowd became even louder at our show of sportsmanship, and we both left the battlefield after that. With this victory, I had now made it to the semi-finals in the Pokemon Battle category. However, I still had to win my personal fight to advance to the semi-finals in that category as well. Chapter 309, Continental Quarterfinals. Mom pulled me in a hug as soon as I made it to our seats, and the others chuckled a bit at my expense before congratulating me for making it to the semi-finals. We watched the final battle, which was between Brian, a ground-type specialist from Hoenn, and Diana, a poison-type specialist from the Orange Archipelago. If one only took their specialties into account, then Brian had a great advantage, but if one looked at the Pokemon they had shown so far, the odds became much more even. Brian had shown a mid Silver Stage Quagsire, a mid Silver Stage Claydol, a high Silver Stage Flygon that had been at the mid Silver Stage but advanced at the start of the competition, and a high Silver Stage Excadrill. Yes, Brian had been the one from Hoenn that had a Flygon and a Claydol, both pretty hard Pokemon to get. Also, from what I had seen, his Claydol was not far from reaching the high Silver Stage as well. This might sound a bit prejudiced, but I was highly suspecting that Brian had another strong Pokemon on hand that he was keeping back. There were multiple reasons for my suspicion, but the biggest one was his surname, which was Stone. The boy had the same surname as Steven, and he had 4 Pokemon at the Silver Stage, even if 2 were at the mid Silver Stage, while 2 were at the high Silver Stage. Still, 2 of his Pokemon were quite rare, and I doubted that his academy handed out Baltoy to their students. It was naturally possible that I was reading too much into it, and it was all a coincidence, but it was safe to assume that Brian could pull out a strong Pokemon if he felt the need to do so. It did not necessarily have to be a Gold Stage Pokemon, even a high Silver Stage Crocodile, Rhyperior, Mamoswine, Swampert, or Mew4Bid Garchomp could be game changers. I had to keep track of everyone since it was possible that I would have to face them during the global competition, even if I did not face them during the continental one. On that note, Diana was not bad as well. She was the one that had the Dragalge I noticed during my check before the competition. Dragalge was at the high Silver Stage, and besides that, she had shown a high Silver Stage Crobat and a high Silver Stage Gengar, which had been at the mid Silver Stage at the beginning of the competition. A lot of participants had benefited from the hard battles that way, with some of their Pokemon progressing to the next substage. I also suspected that Diana had more Pokemon than she had shown, but I was not sure if they were strong or not, since she had shown 3 strong Pokemon, which was the average so far. The only real reason I was so skeptical towards Brian, despite him having shown 4 Pokemon, was his surname. Anyway, once one compared the Pokemon both revealed, the outcome became much more open, and the battle between the two had been a truly close thing. The first round coincidentally ended up being a battle of dragon versus dragon. Dragalge and Diana actually copied our strategy to turn the field into a pool. That act not only made moving easier for Dragalge, but it also cut off Flygon from the ground, sealing some of the strongest ground moves. Still, Flygon showed why dragons were universally respected and fought valiantly against Dragalge. Towards the end, it even managed to cause so much destruction that the frozen ground cracked and the water got drained, returning the field to its regular state. At that point, the fight between Flygon and Dragalge was at its peak, so Dragalge had no time to worry about the reducing water level. In the end, Flygon managed to take out Dragalge, but it suffered a lot of damage in the process, which resulted in it being easily taken out by Diana's Gengar. Brian's next Pokemon both made sense and confused me since it was weaker than Gengar. He sent out his Claydol, and while its psychic moves were good against Gengar, Gengar's ghost moves would hurt it just as much, not to forget that Gengar was stronger than Claydol. Well, whatever the case, Claydol did its best and held out quite a bit against Jengar. It managed to cause some damage to Jengar, but in the end, it became obvious that it would lose. However, just as Jengar was going to finish it off, Claydol did something unexpected. It rushed towards Jengar and used explosion, which should have been futile, but it seemed it had managed to sneak in a foresight while they were fighting, so the full might of the explosion hit Jengar at close to point blank. I had honestly not expected that to happen, since I thought that Claydol could not learn foresight, but present events had proven me wrong. It seemed that Brian never planned to beat Jengar with Claydol, but wanted to take it down with his Claydol instead, and he had succeeded as well. The referee declared both Pokémon unable to battle, leaving both contestants with their final Pokémon. At this point, I was confident that Diana would lose, since she only had her Crobat left, and Brian had his Excadrill, which was immune to poison moves. I was not the only one, since I saw that everyone around me thought the same, but Diana took us all by surprise when she called out a Salazzle instead of her Crobat. Brian called out his Excadrill as expected, and once their fight began, it became clear that Salazzle was only at the mid-silver stage. Still, despite being weaker than Excadrill, on top of having a major weakness in ground moves, I could understand why Diana chose to go with it instead of Crobat, and a short while later everyone else understood it as well. Salazzle's corrosion allowed her to poison Excadrill despite its steel typing, and her fire moves allowed her to do some serious damage to him as well, so she was truly the better alternative. She did her best and even managed to poison Excadrill, but ultimately, Excadrill managed to take her down before the poison could take it down. In the end, Excadrill's superior power and the damage done by ground-type moves proved too much for Salazzle, even if she did a great job holding out quite some time. If she had been at the high, silver stage as well, she might have been able to win, but she wasn't and ended up losing, which made Brian the final semi-finalist of the Pokémon Battle category. The crowd went wild when the referee declared the winner, and I saw a lot of people giving a standing ovation. I was clapping as well, even if I refrained from cheering, since it had been a truly great battle. I could understand why the two received the biggest applause out of all quarterfinal battles so far. Once Brian and Diana left the field, the crowd began to calm down, and the first duo of quarterfinalists of the personal combat category made their way to the field after it was restored to its original appearance. While the host was introducing the two, Misty leaned toward me with a mischievous smile. "Mikhail, Diana used your pool strategy. I think you can expect to see that strategy being used by others a lot in the future," she teased me, and I just shrugged. I already expected that to happen when I did it. It is not that complicated after all. Besides, the strategy only works in competition venues like this, so I don't mind helping out the water-type trainers a bit. I returned in a blasé tone, showing her just how unbothered I was by the whole thing. "That's good," she said with a nod. "Then don't mind if I use it as well," she said in a teasing tone before turning her attention to the field where the battle had begun. "Go ahead," I told her before focusing on the battle as well. The two that were fighting were Joe, a martial artist from one of the dojos in the Sevii archipelago, and Lee, an air/flying elementalist from Johto, who used the element to enhance his body and martial art instead of using it as his main offense. Both were at Tier 2 first-class prowess-wise. Joe due to his physique and martial arts, and Lee as an elementalist. Within the first 5 minutes of the confrontation, it became apparent that Joe was the superior martial artist, but Lee's elemental support allowed him to gain the edge in their confrontation. Lee was simple faster due to his air manipulation, and he could block Joe's attack using an air wall if necessary, the same with unbalancing Joe. So, despite Lee not using his air manipulation in an offensive manner, he had a distinct advantage over Joe, who had made it this far purely with his martial arts prowess and strong body. Still, Joe was not ready to give up despite being at a disadvantage, and he impressively managed to hold out for more than 20 minutes. He even managed to force Lee to expend so much of his energy that Lee had to resort to offensive air moves to decisively finish the battle before he ran out of juice. The crowd cheered for both of them, and Joe's name got shouted as much as Lee's name. The two left the field under everyone's cheers, and I stood up since it was time for my personal battle. I made my way to the field under the well wishes of my group, and Yvonne arrived on her side at the same time as I did on mine. The host did our introductions and the referee did his spiel before giving the starting signal. I had no experience in fighting someone like her and I was not sure what to expect, so I decided to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. I made no move to approach her, and simply assumed a ready position while observing her to see what she was going to do. Well, that proved to be the wrong decision. Yvonne used my inaction to disseminate some miasma/ghost energy. Apparently, she only needed the miasma to reach a height of about 20 centimeters, so she managed to quickly cover the whole field in it. This was the first time she had done that during the competition, so I had not expected her to do it. I did not know what exactly the miasma field did, but it definitely helped mask her signature since I felt her life sign diminish using my aura sense. I tried to stop her from creating more miasma using my sin bonds after I noticed that the more she spread the lower her sign/presence became. Seeing how bad it would be if I did not stop her, I began showering her in sin bonds while moving toward her. Yvonne dodged most of them while deflecting those she could not dodge with a pair of daggers. Not only that, but it seemed that while my action did slow down her miasma production, it failed to stop it. She only stopped once the miasma reached up to our knees. I was presuming she did it because she deemed it enough and she wanted to preserve her energy. I also noticed another effect of the miasma. My body had begun to feel more sluggish, so I simply decided that I did not want to have anything to do with it. To that end, I ended up using aura platforms as stepping stones. Once I was sufficiently high, I used minuscule amounts of aura to create small platforms that allowed me to walk up there while I considered how I take out Yvonne without going back down to the miasma-covered field. Yvonne herself was looking up to me, and thankfully she had no way to reach me. I saw her shrug before she began to slowly spread even more miasma while walking around the battlefield. Chapter 310, Continental Quarterfinals. I saw her increase the density of the miasma fog while I was contemplating how to get rid of it. If I used my psychic powers, I could think of multiple ways to do so, but as far as doing so using just my aura was concerned, I was drawing blank. One of the solutions I could think of was running in a circle at fast speeds in hopes of creating a wind tunnel like in the movies or cartoons/animes. Unfortunately, I was not fast enough to do something like that by a long shot, and after going through all of my potential actions, I concluded that I had no way to get rid of the miasma itself. My only option was to get rid of the source, which meant ignoring the miasma and taking out Yvonne as swiftly as possible. Since I wanted to avoid coming in contact with the miasma, I settled on pelting her from above with aura-boosted sin bonds instead. Well, that proved to be harder than planned due to Yvonne dodging and or blocking them to the best of her abilities until the miasma mist had risen enough to fully obscure her from view. Its effect of masking her life signature had also reached the point where I was unable to detect her, and if not for my elevated position allowing me to see the disturbances in the mist her movements cause, I would be unable to find her at all. Still, I knew that I would lose her as soon as I went into the mist and lost sight of her. That meant that I would have to rely on hit-and-run tactics since pelting her with sin bonds did not seem to work. The plan was simple: detect her, ambush her from above, and withdraw from the miasma mist regardless of success or failure as soon as I lost sight of her. This way I actually reversed the usual roles that would be assigned in such a situation. Having made a plan, I immediately began implementing it by diving toward the place I assumed Yvonne to be. My assumption proved to be true and I was right above Yvonne, aiming the aura sticks I made at her head while plunging into her. She managed to react in time despite my surprise attack and blocked my aura sticks with her 2 daggers. As soon as I entered the mist, I felt it trying to influence me. Not only did it try to turn my body sluggish, but it tried to do the same to my mind as well, so once it was clear that I would not be able to finish Yvonne quick enough, and that she was trying to drag it out, probably hoping for the effect of the miasma to increase, I retreated into the air. I resumed pelting her with sin bonds while looking for an opportunity to swoop down for a direct attack. I followed the movement of the mist to determine Yvonne's movement, but I suddenly noticed that it moved in 4 different directions, which could only mean that she was trying to confuse me by throwing things in other directions to cover her own track. I seriously doubted she used her own daggers for this, as she did not have more than 1 pair on her body, which meant that she most likely made use of the sin bonds I threw at her. Effective use of available resources right there, even if it was kind of a slap in the face for me. Still, While others might have gotten confused due to the multiple movements of the mist, my mind was on another level thanks to the passive enhancements it received as a Tier 2 first-class psychic, along with the boost to my vision due to being a Tier 2 first-class aura user, so I noticed that 3 of the trails were thinner and more uniform than the 4th. It was safe to assume that the 3 trails were created by the thrown Senbon, while the 4th was the one left behind by Yvonne's movement, so I put my focus on it while throwing some Senbons toward one of the others to act as if I was aiming at another trail. As soon as I saw the mist settle, which meant she had stopped moving, I threw a lot of Senbons at the other trail to distract her with the thought that I got fooled while swooping down on her at full speed to give her no time to react. I managed to clap her cheeks, quite literally in fact, since I punched her right cheek with such great momentum that I sent her flying. Oh, and I heard a crack which probably meant I either cracked her jaw, or I even managed to break it. I think I might have gone too far with that full power punch. Using a platform to jump downwards for extra speed while using aura to reinforce and power up my punch might have been a tad bit excessive, but in my defense, the whole unable to deal with the miasma mist situation had frustrated me just a teeny tiny bit. Actually, considering that Yvonne was not getting up, I might have knocked her out with that one punch, which would confirm that I might have overdone it. Still, I shook off these thoughts and went up to her to check her condition. A quick check confirmed that she was in fact out cold, which made me the winner, even if the way it ended was a bit disappointing, or rather underwhelming. Also, I ascertained that I had at least cracked something in her jaw because it had begun to rapidly swell. While the referee was declaring me the winner of the fight once he verified that Yvonne was not getting up, I went up to her and used my external aura manipulation to pass along some aura with healing properties to her jaw. While I was trying to reduce the swelling, Yvonne regained consciousness, and I had to warn her not to move her head before her jaw was taken care of to avoid unnecessarily aggravating her injury. A healer came to the field and checked up on her before pulling out a bottle with some medicine that he started on her jaw. Afterward, he called out a vial plume that used aromatherapy and pollen puff on her before she was deemed fit enough to be allowed to leave the field. Still, the doctor recommended that she should visit the infirmary for a checkup to make sure nothing was overlooked or remained. She thanked him and I did the same, then I thanked her for the fight while divulging to her that she was the first one that managed to frustrate me enough for me to go beyond the norm to win the fight. She jokingly said that she felt honored to have forced me to crack her jaw. We then went back to our seats under the cheers of the crowd, who had started cheering once they had received the confirmation that Yvonne was all right. Anyway, with this victory, I made it to the semi-finals in the personal combat category as well. I made my way to my seat and my parents, as well as friends, congratulated me on my victory. Mom predictably pulled me into a crushing hug, but as I said, that was pretty predictable at this point. There were 10 minutes until the next fight, so I called one of the sandwich sellers over and bought a bunch for myself and everyone else as well. I already knew who liked what kind of sandwich, so I got everyone their favorite. Perks of having a boosted mind and memory: you could remember things that made you a great/knowledgeable friend. I obviously bought soft drinks to go with the sandwich since you couldn't eat sandwiches without a drink cause that would be too dry. Anyway, the third quarterfinal battle began while I was devouring my first Pidgey sandwich after having finished 2 egg sandwiches. I must have been hungrier than I thought since I practically inhaled those 3 sandwiches, and only after I finished that Pidgey sandwich did I slow down. I began eating my second Pidgey sandwich at a much more sedated pace and focused more on the ongoing fight rather than my food as well as drink. The 2 combatants were Aaron from some Grass Academy and Hoenn and Danielle from some Fairy Academy in the Orange Archipelago. Well, I actually recalled that it was located in Pinkin Island, and idly wondered if the pink variants had anything to do with fairy energy, cause that would have been really cliché. Anyway, both combatants were long-range fighters, so their fight consisted of dodging or blocking the opponent's attacks while taking shots at the opponent. Both fighters were at Tier 2 First Class, and their combat prowess was roughly equal as well, so their confrontation turned into a fight of attrition. Aaron eventually managed to entangle Danielle in his tentacles, I meant vines he grew/created, and forced her to surrender after tying up her whole body. The final quarterfinal fight followed immediately afterwards since the third fight had taken roughly 7 minutes longer than estimated. It was between Haru, a Tier 2 First Class Fire Elementalist from a Fire Academy in Johto, and Marco, a Tier 2 first-class ground elementalist from a ground academy in Kanto. By now, I was not surprised when Marco began using the ground energy in the same fashion as those before him did, to create armors, cocoons, or walls to defend himself while trying to crush his foes as his offensive strategy, with the occasional earth spike mixed in. Nearly all ground elementalists around this tier seemed to follow the same or a similar pattern, and Marcus did not seem to be exempted from this. During their fight, Haru was on the offensive while Marcus was mainly defending. Haru kept sending gouts of flames at Marcus, who blocked them with earth walls. The heat of the fire made them harden, which resulted in Marcus being unable to manipulate it any further. This back and forth kept up for some time until Haru managed to concentrate his flames enough for them to punch, or rather burn, through Marcus's earth wall. It hit Marcus, who hastily reinforced as well as compressed his earth armor, and while that did protect him from being burned or cooked, it was also what led to his defeat. His armor hardened just as the walls had hardened, which immobilized Marcus, giving Haru enough time to force a surrender out of Marcus, causing the referee to declare him the winner. This made him the final semi-finalist in the personal battle category. The two left the field under the applause of the crowd, and the host declared a short break before the semifinals began. It was currently 1:28 p.m., and they set the semifinals in the Pokemon Battle category to start at 2:30 p.m. to give everyone enough time for lunch. My fight was the second one and was tentatively set to start at 3 p.m., so I was not worried about being late or anything, so my lunch break was pretty relaxing. I already knew who I was facing, and I was seriously contemplating whether I should just use Stan/Gyarados for the battle. I wanted to stimulate him in hopes of improving his parameters so that he could break through before the start of the global competition. Heck, I was considering if I should use him during the finals as well if the semi-finals did not prove to be enough. Regardless, we made our way to one of the restaurants near the stadium and made it back in time for the first battle despite not hurrying at all. By the time we made it to our seats, the contestants had just arrived on their sides of the field and the host was doing their introduction. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 12. Peace.